This guy rolls up to a military entrance exam, ready to prove he's built different. A giant red crystal is placed before him, notoriously tough. Instructors expect him to shatter his arm. But Kim Min-jun steps up, grins, and absolutely deletes the crystal with one punch. Not just a crack. Bro turns the whole thing into premium dust. The instructors stare at the rubble, their brains blue-screened. Nobody can figure out how this random recruit pulled that off. That's just the warm-up. Now for the real competition. Honestly, only one person can pretend to keep up, Sun Yunseo. She spent her life grinding for the top, years of training, suffering, always called a genius. Then Minjun shows up, speedrunning her dreams. First, dodging rubber bullets, she's good, but our guy's better. Next, a race through a rocky dungeon alley. She's going all out for first, but Minjun breezes past her like he's late for lunch. Yunseo's probably filing a complaint with reality. Nothing makes sense. Every challenge she should dominate, he clears effortlessly and wins. How is he so op? There's one tiny detail. Kim Minjun isn't from Earth. My guy just returned from another world. Unlike other Isekai protagonists who lose everything, he kept his dark magic powers. Minjun spent years cleaning up Isgard, finally bringing peace. But he gets no props. He's a cursed mage, vibing with dark powers. Mission complete, he finally meets the goddess who summoned him. He held up his end, taking out the menace. Now it's her turn to return the favor and send him back to Earth. The goddess insists he stay longer, but Minjun's done doing her dirty work. Finally, time for the Korean fried chicken he's craved. The goddess, clueless about K-fried chicken or the internet, couldn't offer that, so she sent him back. Circle active, she nixes the saint's protection, which always kept Minjun's powers in check. Next, stripping Minjun of his dark powers before his return. Minjun, though, was prepped for this day. He played his cards right. He betrayed the goddess, hoarding dark powers. Before zipping into his self-made portal, he flipped her off. Poof, gone, leaving the furious Blondie fuming. Minjun then reappears in his room, instantly grabbing his phone. He'd seriously missed it after that dungeon power fighter hellhole. Thrilled to be back, but wait. No network, no internet, what the actual heck? Meanwhile, an army unit preps for a raid. Squad grills In-ho, why regular soldiers on this mission? In-ho, clueless, told them to hit up admin. A corporal isn't privy to top-secret intel. In-ho signals, soldiers attack in sync. 2 years since Minjun's summoning, a memory still grinding his gears. His auto-synced phone works, but no one to hit up. Stepping outside. No Wi-Fi, no open stores, kinda sus. Suddenly the army spots a guy just chilling, walking by. Minjun's still ranting about Isgard being a dump, catching them off guard. Restricted zone. Soldiers wonder, where are the guards? They yell at Minjun. He's surprised, figures they're trainees. He tells them he's just passing through. Soldiers scream, a horrifying creature leaps at him. Minjun just casually turns his head. A creepy wolf lunges. Soldiers scream at Minjun to dodge, but he's unfazed. The beast charges, ready to rip him apart. He's fuming. Why's this weak sauce mutt who can't take a hit here now? But as he taps into his power, his whatever vibe vanishes. He can't summon his demonic energy, not even a spark. With no other choice, he stops the wolf barehanded, slamming it into the ground with brute force like he doesn't give a damn. Soldiers' jaws dropped, seeing Minjun's smack leave a dent. Their faces went pale at such raw strength. Minjun stared the wolf down, declaring he's no loser, even without his dark powers. He won't let some measly monster win, even if he's weaker. He suddenly recalls that warrior's deadly workout routine. Lifting boulders like his life depended on it, weirdly nostalgic for Isgard's brutal training. Why is a monster like this even here? He's about to question the soldiers, but they're already shook. Soldiers are clueless why this dude went so hard on the wolf, slamming it like it owed him. One even said it could land him in jail, but their commander just let it slide. One of them then asked Minjun if he was clueless about recent events. The Worldwalker claimed unfamiliarity, keeping his otherworlder status under wraps. He low-key wondered if this was even his Korea, totally lost on the last 2 years. He remembered dungeons and vicious monsters popping up around age 7. Soldiers fought hard, but alongside that horror, something else emerged. The awakened, superhumans with powers beyond human, teamed with the new Hunter Corps military unit, quickly bodied monster swarms. Before Minjun's summoned by that skank goddess, Korea faced no civilian threats. Suddenly he senses dungeon power fighter is off, rechecking his signal. Then it hits him. The server isn't totally bricked yet. That really grinds his gears. After all that hell, he's back to this asterisk chaos. Sparky's hyped to game or check the server, but the network's borked, making him rage. A soldier side-eyes this dude's I know nothing act. The world's clearly gone sideways. Minjun's raw strength, though, it's got the soldier shook, thinking this guy's got a whole backstory he's not spilling. Then Sparky pipes up. He's like, are game devs even a thing? And do people still evac safely, snagging game company gigs? This dude also demands if all buildings, even server storage, got wrecked. He's digging for details, wondering why it's such a mess. The soldier, chest puffed, says he'll explain, bragging about his A+ in monster theory and dungeonology from uni. Minjun's stunned. They teach asterisk that now. The soldier confirms good teachers on this are rare. He explains the real issue began 2 years ago with the weird dungeon phenomenon. Dungeons started popping up more frequently, expanding for no clear reason. Worse, giant monsters rose non-stop, forcing their way into our world. Eventually, the military lost control and civilian zones were locked down. Since then, the army's throwing everything at it, but they're critically short on people. Minjun, throughout all this, couldn't care less. He's only bothered by one thing. The soldier still hasn't confirmed if game companies are up and running. This dude just really wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter. When asked his age, Minjun casually says 21. That instantly reminds the soldier Minjun's due for enlistment, warning him half his 20s are about to vanish. That shocks Sparky. Someone blurted out, Hunter Corps served 5 years, regular troops 3, but the soldier corrected him. Under this mess, everyone serves 5 years, no exceptions. If Minjun's 21, he should have gotten his enlistment letter already. This monoless loser thought he'd just chill and game. Now life had other plans, throwing him straight into the deep end. It's hard to even process this. Now giving up 5 years of my life. Can't even connect to the server and his brain's fried. Then Minjun gets a ping from military manpower. Him, Kim Minjun, assigned to the recruit training center. Sparky's mind is blown by how serious this is, with enlistment literally asterisk tomorrow. He wonders if the military just spams people now, 'cause the timing's asterisk way too sus. That cracks up the soldier, who says Gangwon's known for pulling that kind of crap. Minjun instantly lost it, yelling, "How's this even possible without a physical?" The guy explained they're short-staffed. Physicals are now done at the training center. He figured Minjun probably just saw the notice late, but suggested checking the PC room near the evac center just in case. Then it hit him. Years ago, after Minjun's parents vanished, he filled the void in his life with games. Then, lonely 12th grader summoned to Isgard, humanity's forgotten paradise. Now back in a PC room, Minjun's shedding happy tears playing Dungeon Power Fighter again. He's soaking up the cozy gaming booth vibes, stoked the game still runs just as he remembers. Sparky's practically ready to bow and thank the owner for keeping it alive, even through crisis. Suddenly, he orders a hot dog, and the waitress is totally baffled, wondering how much this dude can eat. After gaming his heart out, Minjun snapped back to reality, wondering if any of this was real. He checked the news online to get a grip. He saw monster damage was up 48% from last year. Hunter Corps prioritized safety as attacks climbed, with the government scrambling for solutions. Minjun started believing the soldiers' every word. Drafted by military admin, Minjun's enlistment is tomorrow. He wished he still had his Isgard powers, dungeons would be a piece of cake. But his demonic energy? Poof. Main source of dark magic gone. Still, with raw strength left, he figures he can still solo those dungeons. An intense aura filled the room. Everyone's caught off guard, staring at this crackhead. Minjun laughs wickedly, deciding to take charge. Next day, the Worldwalker casually strolls into the training center, snack in hand. He's oddly hyped to see so many enlisting, though everyone else looks gloomy, saying goodbye. Suddenly, an announcement calls all new soldiers to the auditorium. Minjun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is tougher than Ice Guard. Inside the auditorium, these soldiers are straight up nasty, barking at recruits to stand up, yelling they're snail slow. One shouts, "Posture straight, no looking back." Another demands they push the person in front like their lives depend on it. Minjun finds these instructors oddly polite compared to the absolute jerk he trained under in Isgard. Soon, the battalion commander steps up, asking anyone who applied for the Hunter Corps but wasn't selected to raise a hand. He explains Hunter Corps and regular troops get vastly different treatment. Hunters start with a 3,000,001 base pay, a real head-turner. When no one moves, the commander says it's fine until he spots one volunteer. Minjun's called forward. This is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps, punching a dent into the ground from his sheer takeoff force. He lands next to the commander, smooth as silk, leaving everyone absolutely floored. He confidently introduces himself. Kim Min-jun, applying for the Hunter Corps. Back in Isgard's northern region, deep in the Forgotten Canyon, mountains teem with dark, twisted caves. There, Min-jun fully grasps the brutal truth. Being a dark mage is endless torment. No one's got it worse. Dark mages pack insane skills, but once their fuel runs out, they're toast. Just a body barely holding on. Trapped in a role that grinds you to dust. Unlike regular mages whose mana naturally restores, dark mages only recover by taking down monsters with demonic energy. Even then, replenishing dark energy while using it is a total grind. Super inefficient, barely worth it. Minjun's dark mage rep meant no reliable party members. If his dark energy runs dry, he's basically toast. He's wondering how a dark mage recovers demonic energy. But dude's so damn lonely no one's around to answer his pop quiz or hear his tragic monologue, just monster corpses. He wonders if everyone's already dead. Suddenly, something creeps up. It's Arachnist, the Forgotten Canyon's hidden dungeon boss. This creepy, oversized spider beast crawls into view, and Minjun casually thinks, maybe the boss could have answered my question. He said the beast should have shown up sooner. He was bored stiff waiting. Arachnist saw her crushed babies, letting out a bone-chilling screech. Minjun just shrugged, joking her breath stank, no reply needed. Then, without hesitation, he punched her face, declaring, wrong answer. Demonic energy pouring out, Minjun stated the answer was simple: beat the monster with maxed-out strength. Kim Min-jun, once at Isgard's dark magic peak, returned to Earth 645 days ago. Now the commander confirms his name, telling him to wait for the Hunter Corps. Min-jun's just vibing, Loki stoked a commander's making him coffee. The commander, clearly weirded out, then asks why he wants to join the Hunter Corps, especially with so many members bailing for the regular army. Even with their powers, things are getting gnarlier out there. Min-jun, with a slight smirk, just drops he has business in the dungeons, leaving the commander shook. A beat later, the commander cracks up, thinking Min-jun's dungeon talk was a gag. He even reassures him, no worries about the auditorium floor, bro. Little did he know, this world walker was dead serious. In Korea, the military runs all dungeons, the Hunter Corps an elite unit. This unit prioritizes dungeon investigation and monster subjugation. Rank-ups are ability-based. Power lets you climb the ladder fast. Minjun joins the Hunter Corps, gets his license, and uses demonic energy to wipe out dungeon trash. From there, he starts daydreaming about racing through the ranks, recovering his lost powers. The thought makes this scheming maniac chuckle, picturing himself hitting 10 stars in 5 years, clearing every dungeon. That perfectly timed the fourth awakening of Dungeon Power Fighter, while he soaks up hero glory and a fat paycheck. Just then, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps reports. The commander warmly greets him, introducing Min-jun as the new recruit. Minjun's gobsmacked, a battalion commander's so formal with a sergeant. Sung-ho then asks Minjun point-blank if he has special powers. As a born hunter, he should have a status window, so the sergeant demands Sparky read his stats. Minjun wonders if all Hunter Corps are this extra, but whatever, he gives in. He recalls a status window in Isgard 2, but barely used it. It only showed numbers. Curious about the status window, its appearance totally throws him. Seung-ho presses, "What do you see?" Minjun just offers a nervous smile. With an awkward chuckle, he says, "Error." Seung-ho's face stiffens, his brain glitching trying to process that. Meanwhile, at Gyeonggi-do's Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander makes small talk. "Last saw you in Hwashin, 10 years. He admits he never expected to see Sun Yoon-seo here. She quickly corrects him. She's not a hunter, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she asks if her father's status is why she's here, making it clear she wants no special treatment. The commander laughs it off, assuring her it's not about General Sun and she won't get a special pass. He also reminds her the Hunter Corps isn't a walk in the park. Her father must have mentioned that. A renowned rookie joining. The commander wanted to drop some encouragement before she got swamped. He knew it was a big deal for her to enlist as a regular soldier, not an exec. They really need her talent. He thanked her, citizen and soldier alike. Yunseo, totally blushing, politely thanked him back. Just then, a van rolled up. The commander hinted she might meet a cool new comrade inside, asking if she'd greet him together. This catches her off guard. Min Jun, hyped to finally enter the massive Hunter Corps training center, immediately asks, "Got a PC room?" Seung-ho throws shade. "Chill, weirdo, you're not officially in. I'm just testing this special case out." That arrogant tone ticks Sparky off, ready to curse this jerk out. Seung-ho then says, Min Jun would have been yeeted back to Yangcheng if HQ hadn't demanded a test. Sung-ho added, once Min Jun's proven a fraud, he's military police bound, no cap. Min Jun wasn't vibing with this dude's stingy, full of himself energy, but kept it together, demanding test deets. Sung-ho then revealed a giant red crystal. Move it an inch in 10 minutes, and he passes. The soldier's ready to see if this talent lives up to the Hunter Corps hype. Redstone, a dungeon byproduct, is super dense, hard, and heavy, impossible for average recruits to budge. Minjun strolls past Sung-ho, casually calling the test simple, totally bruising Sung-ho's ego. Sung-ho knew it was a lame way to gauge a status window, but he got it. This test weeds out mediocre frauds trying to sneak into the Hunter Corps. Sung-ho heard rumors of him jumping 5 meters onto the podium, but the status window error still doesn't track. Now, others like Commander Choi and Yunseo are watching Minjun's test. Choi figures he flexed wild physicals for the battalion commander to get here this fast. He also tells Yunseo about Minjun's status window glitch. The old man's never heard of it but is hyped for this recruit. Minjun recognized the red stone from Usgard. Heavy rocks were scattered throughout its dungeons, but this size? He moved it without breaking a sweat. He hyped up, ready to pack a punch, wondering if it held demonic energy. So the brute winds up, smashing the stone to pieces in one shot. Too bad it's empty. Commander Choi and Yunseo were absolutely floored, jaws dropped. Even Sergeant Sung-ho's eyes nearly popped, calling Min Jun a straight-up crazy monster. Later, Nam In-hyuk was totally gassed, drenched in sweat, dragging himself up the stairs with other recruits. He knew Hunter Corps training wouldn't be normal, but now he's really feeling something's off. After this training, they'll face real combat. But first, 4 weeks of absolute hell. First session, sandbags and the infamous 6,000 steps. Plus, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, a total drill sergeant, is always on their backs. He clocks their times. Expected, but this brutal grind barely buffs stats, pushing recruits to their breaking point. Nam In-hyuk figured Hunter Corps recruits just suck it up, but this lunatic running things, he's seriously questioning it. Meanwhile, Minjun's having the time of his life, running like a free elf. In-hyuk's starting to wonder if they're the problem, not him. Minjun feels like his body is floating on air. If he still had his demonic energy, he'd be flying, no cap. Sparky actually finds this hellish Hunter Corps training pretty sweet. The uniforms are stylish compared to his Isgard rags, and the food is way better than expected. Even the schedule's a win. After evening roll call, they get free time and can crash. He even heard there's a top-tier PC room right here, city-level good. Follow the rules, and his free time is chill. Minjun was ready to bail if it sucked, but turns out the Hunter Corps is low-key amazing. Tough drills, fire meals, solid pay, and even game time. He sprints upstairs, hyped that the Hunter Corps is the GOAT. In-hyuk still winded. Seung-ho can't fathom what fuel this absolute unit runs on to move like that. He's stunned as Minjun tops the climb in a flash, way faster than expected. Average recruits take an hour, but this guy crushed it in record time. Minjun's up there, vibing, reminding Seung-ho of the promise, an outing pass for anyone under 30 minutes. Seung-ho, with no choice, hands it over. Minjun's already plotting his next move. Sung-ho grins, wondering if any recruit ever snagged a day pass. But he knows high stats or raw strength aren't enough. The real deal is monster reaction time. That's the game changer in the Hunter Corps. So he's definitely keeping tabs on Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the other recruits are just whining, griping about this impossible daily grind. Then out of nowhere, In-hyuk shouts, "My stats went up by 1." The others quickly rally, hyping him up like it's the biggest win. Everyone's checking stats, and Minjun's gobsmacked by the recruits' hype over one measly stat point. He recalls his brutal Isgard training. That insane warrior made him grind 10 stat points daily, no biggie. Someone asks if Minjun's using his outing pass, but Sparky's on the fence. Others eye him with major FOMO. They heard no one had ever earned an outing pass from Sergeant Seongho. Suddenly, everyone swarmed him, asking about his workout and strength. Minjun was totally caught off guard, realizing people were actually chatting and laughing with him. This was completely new. In Isgard, as a dark mage, everyone avoided him like the plague, just passing him was bad luck. But here it's different. Communication isn't bad after all. The crew's already hyped for the PC room later, and Minjun's buzzing. He shook the place as even open this early, total win. After some gaming, 9 hits, and Minjun's like, time for 2 hours of sleep. Back in Isgard, 1 hour was a flex. 2 feels like a full reset. He's sure that's enough to keep grinding daily. Everyone else is speechless. Watching this absolute maniac still glued to that game. Next, recruits face another brutal drill. No extra distance, but consistent speed is key. Fail 40 km in 2 hours. No breakfast. Later, Minjun casually flexes, hitting 10 max levels yesterday, totally ticking off in Hyuk, who's gasping post-drill. He's fuming Minjun isn't even breaking a sweat. What's wilder? This dude gamed all night, barely sleeping 2 hours in 4 weeks. Asked how he's still standing, Minjun just grins, grabbing attention. He's got water for his comrades. The guy loses it, hyping Minjun's insane stamina, calling him Dear Comrade. Everyone's dying for a sip of this mythical elixir. Boys line up like chicks for Minjun to pour water. Suddenly, someone calls for attention. Lee drops the bomb, the lieutenant's deeply disappointed. Final week, only half the recruits met standard. He calls them the most pathetic squadron ever. Minjun wonders why this old guy's talking in third person like a sage. Lee doesn't stop. He throws shade, deploy, and half are dead men walking. That mindset, he warns, is a one-way ticket to heaven. He's straight up claiming none of them will make it through the final training, the dungeon assessment. Usually, once a dungeon's monsters are wiped, it poofs, but some don't vanish, they become transforming dungeons. These constantly shift their internal structure, layouts, and environments. That makes them the ultimate spot for trainees to get real dungeon experience. This hardcore simulation, that's the dungeon assessment. Just hearing the name sends shivers down recruits' spines. They know brutal training's coming. Lee, clearly enjoying the tension, says recruits are like racehorses. Whip first, then a carrot. He assures them they'll make it if they just use their brains. To sweeten the deal, the highest scorer gets a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass, a reward the old man hopes will light a fire under them. He asks if the news doesn't make their blood boil, but recruits just stare blankly. He's tapping the stage like he's lost it, trying to hype them up, but it's like talking to a brick wall. Until he spots one guy thrilled by the news, making the rest even more nervous. Next day, the squad's jaws drop, shook by the dungeon's massive scale. Minjun, though, couldn't care less. On the day of the dungeon assessment training, the recruits are on edge, dreading what nightmare awaited them inside. Suddenly, a jeep rolls up, scaring the crap out of everyone. Everyone's thinking, why's a military truck out here? Panic spikes when they see the jeeps loaded with cages and inside, actual monsters, terrifying noises echo. The recruits quickly realize they're hounds, sending chills down their spines. One even collapses from shock, another's already scoping an escape route. Meanwhile, Minjun just sees them as oversized puppies like chihuahuas. Lee fumes, watching recruits tremble at monsters they're meant to fight. He orders teams of 4 into the transforming dungeon, defeat a hound within an hour and return. Instructions: hurt, work on core strength, scared, use brains, fight with spirit. Seungho then announces, 1 by 1. Time to gear up. Next, the Hunter Core mid-2 safety suit for battle protection. Once in, everyone trembled like scared chickens, doubting anything was tougher. Minjun silently judged it, insanely uncomfortable, defense only. This stiff, clunky thing costs 50 million, seriously, and the smell, these suits have seen hell and back. Drenched in their collective effort, Sparky boldly asked if the hounds were down so they could ditch the suits. LT. Lee was initially taken aback, but seeing it was Minjun, the top recruit, he gave in. Lee wasn't letting him off easy, though. He reminded Minjun not to hog the spotlight. He needed to show real teamwork. Everyone would now watch how the top recruit handled looking out for others. Sparky treats defeating a hound like a walk in the park, just directing his team. Then Minjun yells he has the perfect plan. 2 guys lean in, curious, but this weirdo casually drops brutal advice. Grab the hound's legs, snap its back in half. That'll do the trick if it jumps. If the beast survives, he says, fold its back, rip it apart. After that, horrifying strategy. Sparky's like, "Did you get it?" Recruits just stare, stunned, speechless. Then Lee yells to release the hounds. Seung-ho yanks open the cage, unleashing them. But instead of attacking, the menacing creatures bolt straight back into the dungeon. Min-jun casually points out the wolves probably just saw their home door and booked it. Surprisingly, his logic clicks. Recruits praised his sharp mind, quickly grasping the hound's psychology. Suddenly, Lee stormed over, demanding if they dared laugh on holy grounds. His roar silenced them. Lee then dropped the bomb. They were the first team to enter. Minjun was unfazed, but the others short-circuited from shock, stunned to be first. No time to process. They marched to the dungeon gate. Sparky's only real motivation? Ditching this annoying suit the second he finishes the kill. Lee then kicks off training, alerting instructors to stand by and monitor closely. Their job: control if things spiral out of hand and recruits face real danger. Hidden, the instructor team is ready. From cover, the team keeps tabs on the trainees. One quietly reports to Corporal Kim Ho-jun. Only a single team of 4 is entering, no other parties. Then a familiar face pops up. Kim Min-jun, the recruit on their radar. He's been flexing some seriously promising powers with top-tier scores for 4 weeks straight. But can this kid really walk the talk inside a chaotic dungeon? No doubt, the first team is fired up and itching to go. Already restless, ready to pounce. Minjun, though, finds this a total breeze, confident he could easily one-shot them. But if he solos, no XP for the others, which isn't fair. He's being super considerate, obviously. He alerts the group. "Hounds incoming!" A pack soon creeps into view. Teammates panic, but Minjun tells them to chill. Their suits are basically invulnerable. He takes point, setting the tone. A hound lunges, he drops it with a brutal punch. Another bites a recruit's arm, who's screaming for help. Minjun instantly kicks it off, killing it. Then, like a coach, he schools them. Fight back when they bite, show fear, and these monsters will treat you like easy prey. He tells them to ditch honorifics, their comrades now. Honestly, 2 would be dead if this wasn't just training. But with numbers, they need to leverage that, push back hard. That'll throw the hounds off, shifting the fight their way. Now the team's taking the lead, Minjun calling shots, corner the hound, wait for it to drop its guard. Meanwhile, instructors watch in disbelief, wondering if this guy's really just a recruit. Fresh trainees yeeting themselves at hounds, choking out beasts like it's nothing. Unbelievable. Thanks to Minjun, the squad's pushing past their fear, actually fighting back. Instructors wonder if this dude's a rare case, like a hunter corps sergeant who time-traveled back to enlistment day, total legend vibes. But more than strength, Minjun's leadership shines. He's hyping his squad, keeping them focused, coordinating the fight with real strategy. His leadership earned him the top score, others got average. Corporal Kim Ho-jun and his wingman arrived, officially passing the first team. Leaving, Min-jun bugged Ho-jun about the vacation pass. Ho-jun quickly shut him down. Min-jun joked the instructors were tsundeer, secretly worried sick, which ticked Ho-jun off. Suddenly, something felt off. The ground rumbled. Ho-jun senses it, immediately ordering outside contact. Minjun, unfazed, calmly states it's the dungeon transforming, not an earthquake. That's when they all see the exit route closing. The recruits panic, shouting questions. Ho-jun's face says it all. They're in deep trouble. Minjun, however, already knows it's too late. The exit gate vanishes completely, leaving Ho-jun in total shock. Transformations were monthly, so this sudden shift is totally off. The dungeon's whole vibe is changing. Worse, the radio's dead, comms are toast. Looks like the dungeon leveled up way too fast. For now, the instructor team's priority is getting recruits to safety ASAP. Ho-jun found a safe corner, gathered everyone, and spilled the tea about the unexpected dungeon incident while his teammates stayed sharp. Keeping watch, Ho-jun told the group to chill. They'd wait an hour right here for the dungeon entrance to pop back open, 'cause the manual said so. The recruits totally bought it, feeling a huge weight off their shoulders, stoked they wouldn't be stuck forever. Ho-jun piled on, adding folks outside were already on it, prepping help. He promised the lieutenant would handle everything, so they just needed to keep calm and wait, no need to freak out. Min-jun silently judged the corporal, not buying his story. He was certain this training spot was chosen only after confirming no surprises. What's sketchier is the always-open dungeon entrance just randomly sealed itself. Suddenly, Corporal Kim Ho-jun signaled him for a private chat. Min-jun calmly realized these guys knew the situation was grim. No manual covers this. If the dungeon's truly enclosed, clearing it will be way harder. This monoless dude remembers seeing this vibe in Usgard. It's not too bad, especially with him here. Hajun's like, worst case, we're in an enclosed dungeon. His buddy's clueless, totally spiraling, not built for this chaos. Hajun then explains 2 ways a dungeon entrance vanishes. First, it dissipates naturally after being cleared. Second, it becomes an enclosed dungeon. The gate vanishes the moment someone enters. This one's sealed shut, meaning multiple monsters will appear. The only escape, defeat every monster inside. Hajun made it crystal clear, no outside help is coming. They're on their own, stuck in a real pickle. 4 recruits with 0 battle experience and just 2 instructors must clear this dungeon themselves. After Hajun laid out their dire situation. Recruits are visibly shaken as expected. Hajun has no clue what monsters lurk here, so things could turn deadly fast. Can't chill. Gotta move while they've got the juice. He regrets instructors weren't geared up. They dove in, tracksuits only, to monitor kids. Even a few goblins could wipe them. Hajun takes 10 minutes to off one. He spots the recruits in their Hunter Core safety suits. A grim strategy forms. Use their suits' defense, put them up front to absorb hits while instructors attack from behind. It's a solid plan, but the idea of using these kids as meat shields turns Hajun's stomach. They've trained hard, trusting their instructors. His pride and self-respect won't let him turn them into bait. Min-jun plays it cool, but his teammates are freaking out. This disaster hits during their final training week. Suddenly, the monolith weirdo senses something's wrong. The instructor asks what's up. Then Hajun suddenly screams like he's choking from within. His partner rushes over, ignoring Min-jun's warning not to approach, saying it's useless. But he checks on Hajun anyway, only to feel the exact same thing. He collapses. Min-jun steps up, takes charge, tells the team to stay back or you'll end up like them. They've only fainted, no serious danger for now. Sparky had a hunch he smelled something familiar earlier. Min-jun tosses instructors to recruits. Catch them, keep them safe near the exit. He firmly tells them, do not follow him, no matter what. One recruit tries to knock some sense into him. They questioned his plan, instructors down, begging him not to go solo, clearly shaken. But Min-jun charged deeper into the dungeon unfazed. The thrill of real death on Earth was a rush. He was confident. Demonic energy caused the instructor's collapse. Not surprising, even awakened ones could pass out from such exposure, even in Isgard. Humans need special protection from demonic energy monsters. It's deadly. For dark mages, though, it's their life source, like plugging in a dead phone. After sprinting through the dungeon, Min-jun hits the spot radiating overwhelming demonic energy. The place is dead silent, no monsters in sight, yet he grins, glancing up at the ceiling. He knew something this dark couldn't hide from a dark mage's senses. And there it is, he feels it. He never expected to find a dark hound here. But make no mistake, this isn't just a regular hound. Despite the name, it's a different, far more dangerous breed. Min-jun first met one in Isgard a year after being summoned. He barely made it out alive then. Even Earth's monster guides wouldn't dare approach it. Brutal, the dark hound lunges from the ceiling, but Min-jun doesn't flinch. He stands, almost low-key relieved to see a familiar face. Smirking, he thanks the beast for the meal. Next, he plants a face-shattering punch, launching the monster backward like a ragdoll. The dark hound hits hard, face bleeding, teeth shattered. Min-jun's eyes glint with hunger for its demonic energy. The blood scent is thick, sickening, but he's totally unfazed. Recharge time, the blood still gross, but the insane demonic energy gushing from the dark hound's death. That's the real deal. No wonder taking down this beast is tough. Its venomous blood is no joke. Ordinary humans would rot on contact, but for a dark mage, different story. As the energy flows, Min-jun just slurps it all up with a smug grin, chugging that demonic energy juice. He knows the crazy side effects don't touch a dark mage. Dude's buzzing, finally absorbing demonic energy after ages, feeling 5% charged. But he's stumped why an Isgard dark hound is chilling here. He figured Earth monsters might have demonic energy, but instructors fainting. Sus. He doubts they've ever seen this before. Demonic energy or dark hounds? Never a peep about them in monster education at the training center. A dark hound doing dimensional travel. No way, impossible. Only someone at the peak of dark magic like him could pull that off. Or maybe a saint wielding God's power, not an ability just anyone can access. Minjun wonders if he's overthinking, or if this is truly Korea's first dark hound. He eventually finds the core and files his report. Meanwhile, Ho-jun slowly opens his eyes. Recruits buzz with relief seeing him conscious. They crowd around, asking if he's okay. Both instructors suddenly sit up, scaring the juniors stiff. Ho-jun immediately demands a full update. Anyone hurt? What happened while we were out? The juniors admit they thought the two were zombies for a sec, but assure him everyone's fine. News hit, Minjun ran deeper into the dungeon solo. Hajun was blindsided. Recruits explained what happened after he and his partner collapsed, and Hajun's face twisted in rage. He was furious Minjun pulled such a dangerous stunt alone, a move that could get him booted. Still, Hajun felt he couldn't criticize, having passed out instead of protecting the juniors. But then, reality hit. He realized he needed to get Kim Min-jun back. Before he could move, a junior called out, pointing ahead. Everyone froze as Min-jun strolled in, chill as ever, dead dark hound slung over his shoulder. He even asked if they were all right, like it was just another Tuesday. The instructors froze, jaws on the floor, brains short-circuiting at the monster's sheer size. They couldn't process how this kid soloed it, without skipping a beat. Minjun drops the massive hound before them, telling them to check it out. Instructors take a closer look, instantly realizing this beast was why they passed out earlier. Recruits finally get it. The hounds they fought were just the babies. This was the real deal. No one can believe Minjun soloed such a massive creature. Then, as if on cue, the dungeon gate flickers, reappearing. Still trying to process it, Hajun turns to Minjun, asking if he really took it down solo. Minjun just nods, that annoyingly chill smile. Hajun tells his partner to bounce with the recruits, promising to follow. Pulling Minjun aside, he demands all the deets for the lieutenant, how both instructors ghosted, leaving the recruits high and dry. Hajun knows they're toast, prison-bound, no excuses. But thanks to Minjun, everyone's safe and sound, not a scratch. Sparky smirks, calling Hajun embarrassing. Hajun, however, insists a real man owns his mistakes. Time to ditch this cursed place, he declares. Hajun still can't grasp why he blacked out, dreading a sleepless night trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Minjun's still buzzing from a major compliment during his last training week. As he turns to leave, a system window pops up. Error resolved. Minjun stares. Dumbfounded, he mumbled, "What even is asterisk this?" He cursed it as junk like the one in Isgard. The screen updated, labeling him cult founder of Lumi Nuna, his favorite character, then showed his stats. Strength, agility, stamina all 60, demonic energy 10. Only skill, corruption, rank E numbers weren't an issue, but this whole setup felt incredibly off. Especially Lumi Nuna in his status window. Lumi's a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, his go-to game. Back in Usgard, at his dark magic peak, he was so over the crazy fanatics. He made a joke cult for Lumi to ditch them. Now somehow the joke's on him here too. Everyone once begged Manal to rule the world. To shake them off, he started Lumi Nuna's fan club. Epic fail. It just made more lunatics worship him. Minjun's current stats hit different. He's way weaker. When he first returned, no demonic energy, he knew dimensional travel had a price. But out of his endless skills, only one's left, low-rank corruption. Honestly, its effect is basically a stomachache. This isn't some trashy novel, but the sheer absurdity makes him wanna hurl. No way he can hit his goals like this. But then again, he once dominated Isgard's dark magic scene. He's done it before, he can do it again. This time, his why is solid. He needs to power up fast to save the game company stuck in dev hell because of monsters. Unlike Isgard, where he just had to take it, now he's got the game company. That day, the training center went absolutely wild. A training dungeon sealed itself mid-session. The lieutenant gave no clear orders, and some random recruit took down a new monster species while instructors were totally blindsided. Recruits, about to get their private ranks and some chill time, suddenly found themselves in the eye of the storm. These juniors seriously feel like they're jinxed. Stuck on standby, no end in sight last week of training. They'd even settle for just chilling and watching TV. Lee Ho-chan asks Park Young-won if Min-jun really soloed that massive hound. Young-won, still buzzing, says he thought it was a cow at first, But yeah, Min-jun totally owned it. They then wonder if Min-jun could hit sergeant in 2 years, but someone reminds them the Hunter Corps advanced exams are no joke. Most guys apparently get discharged as corporals after 5 years, some even as private first class. Kim Min-jun salutes Commander Choi, spotting Lieutenant Lee Myung-ch awkwardly. Choi tells Lee to step out. Lee leaves and Choi bursts out laughing, explaining Lee was punished for not properly inspecting the dungeons. Cutting to the chase, Choi says they need to talk. Min-jun got the highest score. Got a special proposal. Interested? Kim Min-jun? He's a total crane among chickens, seriously next level. Commander Choi's genuinely stoked to have met him. He's never seen a talent so exceptional it makes even the above average look like regular chickens. It'd be a national loss, a total waste, to put this talent in regular ranks when we desperately need skilled personnel. Min-jun wants to level up fast, apparently. Privates usually can't take the promo exam for a year, but exceptions are a whole different ball game. Min-jun was shook. Commander Choi then dropped a bombshell. As training commander, he can grant that exception if Min-jun volunteers for the Cheorwan Hunter Corps. The old man slammed the table. He shouted Min-jun wouldn't wait a year for a promotion if he went there. An awkward silence fell. Choi wondered if Cheorwan was pushing it, even for someone desperate to advance. Was this exception enough of a carrot? Min-jun, meanwhile, showed no flicker of concern. He was deep in thought, recalling Cheorwan, home to the 104th Invincible Hunter Squad. The very place his comrades warned him to avoid like the plague. Brutal weather, endless snow. Dungeons and monsters just spawn randomly. It's an extreme assignment, but Min-jun doesn't care where he lands as long as he levels up fast. That promo fast track is a golden ticket. Plus, this spot is Dungeon Central, which is actually perfect. To make his plan pop off, he needs to rank up ASAP. Higher rank means more moves, and what better way to get promoted than by flexing in dungeons? With that, Min-jun gave a flat, unwavering yes. He's in. Choi was shook. This dude agreed to Cheorwan, brutal, cold, with such bold spirit. Later, a crowd gathered by the vans. Choi bawled like a baby seeing off Min-jun, begging him to hit him up ASAP. Min-jun figured the old man was being extra, thinking he'd asterisk be the one to ghost. Choi swore he wouldn't, but Min-jun clearly didn't care. Still, the commander asks if he's really going to Cheorwan, wondering why he picked the spot everyone avoids. Min-jun says the plan's too big for the old man to get his head around. He's got an insane goal. Choi jokes, max level 100 times. Min-jun casually drops, just hit my 13th yesterday. 100? Nah, easy mode. Choi straight up thinks this kid's bonkers. Then Min-jun's ride pulls away. Min-jun watches the loud dude peel off, wondering why he's solo. Suddenly, an army jeep rolls up, calling for Kim Min-jun, catching him off guard. Behind the wheel, Kim Min-ji in black shades asks if he's waited long, blaming the snow. Min-jun's stunned, not even clocking it had started snowing. Min-ji tells him to hop in, time to hit the squad. The lad thinks this absolute unit loves to flex. As he gets in, it hits him. Soldier life officially begins, but hazing gnaws at him. He recalls TV shows where the top dog made newbies do wild stuff, like finding Dragon Balls or pointless errands. Min-jun lacks patience for that crap, but knows he'll have to tough it out. On the way, he realizes losing his cool and punching a superior would be game over for his goals. Otherwise, he'd be shipped to military prison as a regular soldier. Their Invincible Hunter Corps van neared its destination, light snow falling. Arriving at Gangwon-do, Cheorwan, the Hunter Corps 104th Division's 2nd Battalion, Min-ji and Min-jun entered. Min-ji shoved the newbie through a door, ordering the guys to feed and train him. The soldiers inside were totally blindsided, but seeing the newcomer, they burst into laughter and cheers, stoked to have fresh meat. As Min-jun introduced himself, the squad instantly recognized him, the asterisk-rumored psycho who soloed the giant hound. One dude yeeted Min-jun's bag at Baldy, making him responsible for unpacking. Min-jun quickly pegged the two loud, goofy-grinning idiots as the dorm's alphas. Like kids with a new toy, they were dying to know why he chose this spot when his top scores could have landed him a cushy rear-line post. Min-jun figured the front lines offered better real experience. Min-jun found the fastest path to advancement. The guys stared, calling him crazy. "Sister, girlfriend?" they asked. Min-jun replied he'd been alone since birth. Curious, they pestered him to show his talent. Min-jun figured showing off would shut them up. He dropped to do one-finger push-ups, but an alpha scoffed, bragging they could do that all day. Another told Sergeant Cho to chill. Then Minjun switched, doing vertical push-ups on his fingers. The room went dead silent, everyone stunned. That wild move? No one thought it was possible, then remembered that asterisk sergeant. Suddenly, a fierce soldier bursts in, barking at Sparky to move. The alphas went pale, pointing at Minjun, he's asterisk doing the vertical push-ups. Minjun froze. He instantly recognized the voice. Lee Sung-ho. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho's jaw practically hit the floor seeing Kim Minjun. Of all places here, Minjun's just as blindsided, never expecting to see him here. Sergeant Cho immediately roasts Sung-ho, asking why he's looking so beat after just being assigned instructor. The other guy chimes in, bringing up his vacation for bullying rookies, asking how many days off he snagged. Sung-ho doesn't bother responding, just gives them a lazy look. 4 days! That fuels the fire, and the two whine about him messing up their runtime. Cho flips him off, calling him a total buzzkill. Minjun in the back, totally lost, just watches the chaos unfold. Seung-ho, clearly done, flops down like he's clocked out, watching a volcanic dungeon livestream. The feed shows scorching terrain, high temps dealing non-stop damage. Minjun realizes a massive rank and experience gap between them. Suddenly, Seung-ho calls out Private First Class Lee Dongjun, telling him to properly instruct his junior. It's Minjun. Dongjun introduces himself, suggesting they grab food at the PX with his special pass. Minjun's low-key shook, unaware they couldn't go solo. Inside, Dongjun tells Minjun to grab anything. Minjun admits he eats a lot, but Dongjun just waves it off, saying, "Fill up." Minjun thinks, this guy's actually pretty chill. But when Dongjun saw the 3,001 bill, he started sweating bullets, like his bank account just ghosted him. Even the cashier joked, getting cold feet. As Minjun chowed down, he asked why the retail store needed special passes. Dongjun explained, privates and PFCs can only hit the store on weekends. You need to be a PFC for the gym and a corporal for PC rooms. Minjun nearly choked on his Doritos, shook to find PC rooms here. Dongjun just shrugged. It's how it is. A low-ranking private can't chill here, so get used to it. Minjun got fired up to change the system, but Dongjun said flat out, hit corporal first. He added, honestly, you need to be a sergeant before even eyeing corporal. That's no joke. Minjun quickly realized bending rules was a no-go. The PC room restriction bummed him, eyeing rank-up hacks. Dongjun admitted repeatedly flunking the advancement exam, stuck as a PFC for 3 years. He called himself pathetic, but Minjun encouraged him. You'll nail it next time, wanting them to rank up together for the PC room. Just then, a big guy walked in. Sergeant Kim Gwangshik spots them eating, eyeing their snacks. Something good, he asks casually. Dongjin invites him. Naturally, he doesn't pass up free grub. He plops down, grabs chips, cracks a soda. Between bites, he promises not to spill the tea about their chat. But Gwangshik warns, if they're useless at firearms training tomorrow, they're toast. Minjun won't be coasting through anything, he makes clear. Does this kid even know how to shoot? Dongjin jumps in, about to explain how firearms training here is different, but Gwangshik cuts him off. He raises an eyebrow, asking if Dongjin thinks he's meddling when the guy's fine. Gwangshik then goes for the jugular, roasting him. If he's so good, why's he still a private first class? That jab grates on Minjun. He quietly unleashes a sliver of demonic energy, just enough to mess with Gwangshik. Gwangshik suddenly stands up. He looked like his stomach was doing a number, then blamed the snacks for being sus. Minjun stifled a laugh, watching him fumble with the chip bag, probably checking the expiry. Gwangshik, regretting his snack choices, waved them off, telling them to bounce. Sparkly Minjun then realized his corruption skill had more daily use than he thought. Gwangshik, still clueless, just figured his stomach went rogue. Next. Minjun gets Dongjin's attention, asking for a firearms training breakdown. Nice guy, ever helpful, asks if Minjun's handled a KX-2 with ICM bullets. He explains their bullets here are way more powerful than ICMs. ICMs are like ponies in comparison. Hunter core rounds? A whole different beast. Wild stallions, recoil and sound hitting like a cannon. With monsters popping up so often, firepower is everything here. Dongjin warned it'd feel weird, even painful, and yeah, he'd get yelled at. But Minjun would adapt quickly, no cap. Minjun nodded, digging the pony-to-stallion glow-up. It just clicked. He recalled Isgard's elephant-sized long-range weapons, practically siege engines, not firearms. Still, the wild stallion comparison got him totally hyped for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dogjin quietly wondered about Sergeant Guangxik's stomach. Next day at the range, loud bangs echoed as soldiers aimed at moving targets. Minjun's turn. He misses once but still nails 19 clean shots. The announcer straight up loses it, calling him a machine. Everyone stared in disbelief, watching this private put on a clinic. Whispers started. He's some kind of shooting monster. Sergeant Cho, with his squad excellent 14-hit personal best, is floored. Two other big names are sideline watching. Second Lieutenant Kim Mincheol, 2nd Battalion's 2nd Platoon Commander, is legit frozen seeing this kid hit 19. Beside him, First Sergeant Heo T-Suk, the battalion's admin and supply officer, slowly nods. The rumors about this elite private, not just hype, they were spot on. The Dorm Alpha demands to know how Min Jun aced it. Min Jun just shrugs, saying he followed instructions. That chill answer only ticks them off more. Suddenly, Kim Min-jae steps in, hyping Min Jun, telling him to keep bringing his A-game. Min-jae's even keen to see Min Jun's performance in today's special firearms training. Sergeant Cho loses it, fuming this newbie is even trying special training, while his buddy throws shade at Min-jae, calling it favoritism. The others whisper Minjun's so good, he'd have snagged another vacay hitting all 20. Meanwhile, the squad's heavy hitter asks Dongjin what's so special about this elite training. Dongjin's still shook that this newbie is a straight-up first-class marksman. He explains rookies usually can't join as it uses improved conventional munitions, basically the big guns. Nice guy promises to explain later. Minjun will get a proper briefing regardless. Teams of 2 enter a monster-filled facility, clearing a path to the endpoint. Monsters aren't high-level threats, but they're fast and fight back, that's the catch. Civilian plates pop up unexpectedly, hit one, and it's a massive fail. Dongjin adds execs monitor everything, so no real danger, but it simulates actual combat. Still, real monster targets make Minjun's heart race. This is exactly what he signed up for. At the mess hall, the feast kicked off, soldiers diving in like they hadn't eaten in days. Minjun, digging in, complimented Dongjin on 13 shots, but Dongjin was still shook the newbie nailed 19. Nice guy blushed, downplaying it as just some experience. He then pointed out Sergeant Lee Seung-ho was the real beast, consistently hitting 17 shots on average, making him the squad's top shooter. That detail just hit Minjun. If the numbers are legit, he's officially the unit's top shooter. Dongjin's sure Minjun will crush the special firearms training. Curious about the 2-person team setup, Minjun asks. Dongjin was supposed to be his partner, but Dongjin explained execs pick teams, so pairings are random, decided by a thorough ladder lottery. At the special firearms range, the squad gets 5 minutes to gear up before training. Suddenly, Guangxik bellows he's stuck with the newbie. A sergeant and a private. Total mismatch, he claims. Minjun now sees this loudmouth as his partner, and by the looks of it. This guy's learned nothing, still hazing. The loafer smugly tells Minjun their squad's average finish time is 3 minutes, then warns him he'll regret not beating it. Minjun's silence makes Guangxik assume his confidence is shot. He mocks Minjun's 19 hits as dumb luck. Minjun pegs him as a lost cause, but calmly vows his best. Guangxik doesn't let up. If the newbie's slower, he's dead meat. After that, he tells Minjun to scope out the lead team and learn the ropes. Kim Minji locks in the first shooters. Sergeant Kim Moongi on lane 1, Sergeant Jiang Hanyang on lane 2. Both are ready to roll, stepping into their elevators, dropping into the underground facility, officially kicking off training. The mission? Tactical monster elimination, protecting civilian plates in an enclosed area. But low-key, it's a full-on troop showdown. Main goal, blitz the course, slam that red button before the other guy. Monster icons scale with danger, nastier creature, bigger icon. Guangsu casually tells Minjun, "You've got a solid idea of what you're stepping into." Each lane has 2 random monsters. No one knows what they're up against until face-to-face. Inside, a massive rake toad lunges at Moongi, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun clocks Moongi's quick start on lane 1, but with that monster he might lose his lead. On lane 2, Hanyang drops a monster rat, thinking it's a clear path. But as he speeds up, a giant worm slides in, totally blocking him. Moongi, though, goes full beast mode, butchering both rake toads. He figures the other guys already wrapped it up, thinking those rake toads caused chaos. But it's the opposite. Moongi slams the red button, clinching victory in 2:24. Cheers erupt. Everyone's buzzing about Hanyang's terrible luck pulling a desert worm. Moongi instantly trolls Hanyang. At that pace, you're better off not defending the nation, and reminds him, store treats on you. Hanyang grinds his teeth, muttering Moongi just got lucky. But Moongi saw everything, pointing out Hanyang even hit a civilian plate, instant DQ. As they beefed, Guangxik clocked their bet, sparking an idea for Minjun. He proposed a new bet. Loser grants the winner's wish, no cap. Guangxik laughed, thinking this noob got cocky cause seniors went easy. Still, the big gorilla agreed, but scoffed he had no wish a private like Minjun could grant. Instead, he joked he'd rather just get 3 months' salary. Minjun instantly pegged him as a basic money-hungry dude. But locks it in. Dongjin, watching, gets more nervous. Kim Minji calls the next group. Minjun steps up, facing Guangxik as they descend. Minjun's already kicking himself for falling for that cheap provocation. He knows it's usually best not to draw attention, but he can't just chill when poked. Outside, the crowd buzzes, hyped to see a sergeant bet a private during training. Some joke if Guangxik will save the newbie from a monster. Suddenly, a tremor hits, rattling everyone. Heads whip around, but no one knows what's up. Underground, Minjun freezes, confused by the quake. His eyes widen. A monstrous one-eyed freak is munching a rat like it's popcorn. Instant ick. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten snack, then fixes its hungry gaze on Minjun. He lets out an internal sigh. Seriously, this is such a drag. He remembered fried chicken for dinner tonight, so he needed to wrap this up ASAP. Still, he hesitated, thinking it'd suck to accidentally hit a civilian if careless. As the monster charged in to start something, Minjun wondered why this cranky thing was going berserk. The fight kicked off for real. Minjun shifted into serious mode, pouring demonic energy into every attack. One solid gut punch stunned the monster, calming it for a moment. Minjun thinks one shot will finish it, but then he sees something wild. The monster's torn hand regenerates in seconds. Nearby, others are losing it, wondering if the newbie's fighting something. Was there an accident? Kim Minji's brain melts down as he realizes what's happening. The newbie's battling a Cyclops that broke free from the second lane, not just any Cyclops. That thing is the devouring demon. Energy absorbed, the Cyclops' regen and attack power skyrocket until digestion ends. But something's totally off. This monster usually doesn't lash out unless cornered, yet it went berserk after eating another. The whole thing makes zero sense. This meathead shouldn't be losing it. Minjun's deep in the brawl, trading blows like it's just another Tuesday. He knows this should have been standard firearms training, not a live boss battle. He goes all out, unleashing a bullet storm into the monster's skull, aim locked. Shots shred its eye and Minjun clocks something. The eye regenerates way slower. Bingo, his opening. He keeps ghosting, dodging every swing with sharp reflexes. But even blind, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't dip. That's the real sus part. Minjun's dodging like a pro, yet the monster still tracks him, not by sight. He's thinking it's sound, scent, or something worse. Maybe it's his demonic energy, the trigger. On the sidelines, a guilt-ridden Kim Minji, fully loaded, watches the chaos. He blames himself for this screw-up. No private should face an energy-fueled Cyclops. Armed or not, it's a suicide mission. All Minji can do is hope Minjun hangs in there. Praying the rookie survives, Minji charges in, ready to back him up. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Guangxik sprinted towards the button, hyped he'd hit 230. He was totally full of himself, thinking Minjun couldn't keep up and had already flopped, just as he predicted. He even joked about blowing the brat's salary on vacation. This dude was seriously vibing. But when Corporal Kim arrived, his face went ghost white. The brat was just chilling by the button. Minjun shot Corporal Kim a look, then laughed in his face, mugging. Calmly pressing the red button, that stunt left Guangxik shook, sweating bullets, losing a bet to a noob. Minji was speechless, arriving at the scene. Cyclops down. He couldn't fathom how Minjun pulled off that shot. Back there, everyone's losing it, hearing the newbie clutched it in under 2 minutes. They can't believe Minjun soloed a fully fed Cyclops, especially since everyone thought it was a total fluke. Dongjun watches him, concerned. Asking if he's hurt or feeling off, Minjun calmly replies, "I'm totally fine." Dongjun's tension eases. He asks Minjun how he took down the Cyclops. Minjun grins, "All thanks to my training." Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Guangxik watches, seething with frustration. One guy pipes up, "The newbie actually won the bet." Guangxik smacks him, snapping, "Got a death wish." He yells, "This isn't fair, the bet's off." No way that rookie beat me. Guangxin insists. Special firearms training means 2 monsters before the endpoint. I did that. The newbie only took down one, so his win doesn't count. He rants about the unfairness, claiming if he'd only faced one monster like Minjun, he'd have smoked him. He yells at Dongjin, "Isn't this obviously rigged?" He pushes harder, even threatening him to speak. Dongjin pauses, clearly annoyed, as Minjun watches the chaos. Guangxik to Minjun is the absolute worst. Yeah, the whole thing was wild. Minjun took down the monster barehanded, but he wasn't planning to flex or rub it in. He was ready to let the bet slide, even forget it. Now seeing Guangxik act like this, Minjun's stunned and totally grossed out. He couldn't fathom why this punk was ragging on Private Dongjin, not him. Tension rising, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho stepped in, shutting it down. He shamed Corporal Guangxik, noting the newbie took the biggest risk. Sung-ho explained Cyclops monsters are usually chill, but Berserk, they're a whole different beast. He stressed everyone saw Minjun handle something way more intense than Guangxik. He calls him out for rubbing it in, the truth's out. The crowds shook. Seung-ho's intervention was unexpected. Guangxik fires back, asking if Seung-ho's just flexing for juniors. Seung-ho shuts him down, Guangxik's desperate. Guangxik brushes it off, telling Seung-ho to stop embarrassing him, saying he was joking. Sergeant Seung-ho shoots back, asking if everything not going Guangxik's way is always a joke. He adds with a smug look. Wild how a higher rank makes those stubborn mules who used to boss you around suddenly fall in line. That line hits hard. Guangxik, visibly ashamed and speechless, satisfies Minjun. As Guangxik stands in shame, Sergeant Sung-ho asks if he has anything else to say. A nervous wreck, Guangxik mumbles, "Nothing." Sung-ho nods, "Better that way." Later, during their evening stroll, Minjun and Dongjin chat about Sergeant Lee Seung-ho's rare double promotion, earned by crushing the advancement exams. It was a legit path, but the system got scrapped after another fast-tracked staff sergeant caused a major dungeon accident. Seung-ho was one of the last to snag that kind of jump. Minjun asks if special advancements are totally off the table now, and Dongjin replies that while exceptions still exist. Rescuing a civilian or pulling off a clutch move during a monster hunt? Super subjective. He said to assume that rules cap since no one ever levels up with it. Minjun got the hint. The commander probably has the final say. Dude's clearly desperate for a promo, not that he's wishing for danger. But what's sus is how quiet this place is. Monsters overrun this place daily, even wiping out the North Korean army. Minjun thinks 2 days is plenty. He's itching to advance even as a private. Dongjin praises him, promising promotion, then asks if he's even listening. Minjun just wishes a gate would pop up. Suddenly, command blares an emergency. Middle bats are swarming the oil reserve. All available hunters are ordered to respond immediately and deploy the protective shield. The repeating announcement grabs Dongjin and Minjun's attention. Minjun's eyes light up in excitement. Dongjin urges him to hustle. Middle bats are child-sized, colony-dwelling monsters, not threatening solo, but they're fast as hell and spit fireballs. Super dangerous near oil reserves if not handled quickly. The whole base could blow. Hunters at the reserve, locked and loaded, scan skies, counting bats. How'd these things even get here? One warns. No shooting near the oil reserve. What if they go wild, trigger an explosion? Other argues. We can't just stand by. Partner insists. We gotta wait and monitor. Reports in. Someone's coming soon with the shield. Both were on edge, the risk chilling them. Fire-spitting bats before the shield? That made their blood run cold. They debated, stumped why bats hit the oil reserve. Then Minjun pops up, casually announcing he'd draw the bats' attention. The hunters froze, shocked. He's a total noob from Company 2, no gear, no visible plan. Minjun just brushed them off. No time for gear. His guests, the monsters for leveling up, are already here. He's fully ready to earn the title, the private who single-handedly saved the entire military camp. Best of all, he gets to hog all the XP for himself. As expected, this cocky brat realizes the bats are drawn to his demonic energy. Now they're all his. Meanwhile, nearby hunters scramble to set up equipment, trying to prevent damage. But seeing Minjun out in the open, they freeze. Seung-ho sees them spacing out, yells to finish the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing at Minjun, already fighting. Seung-ho gets angrier, snapping Minjun's doing all the heavy lifting while they're just gawking. The hunters quickly apologize, jumping back into action. Minjun thinks it's taking too long, ripping bats apart one by one. Sergeant Seung-ho runs over. Shouts to fall back, asking why he's out there without a vest. Minjun wasn't budging. He felt this fight was his, not giving it up. Then his eyes snagged on Seung-ho's electric fly swatter and he lit up. Just then, Seung-ho suddenly buckled, clutching his stomach as it acted up. Minjun asked if he was good, and the sergeant barely managed a yeah. Minjun seized the chance to ask for the fly swatter, but Seung-ho refused. Told to fall back, Minjun just grins, promising he'll be back in a flash after handling these bats. Grabbing the swatter, his face lights up like it's Christmas, and he dives straight back into the fray. Seung-ho watches in disbelief as Minjun overpowers the middle bats with ease, swinging the swatter like a legendary weapon. Suddenly, a bat spits a fireball, freezing everyone nearby. Without hesitation, Sergeant Seung-ho commands, "Open fire! I'll take full responsibility." Whatever happens, Minjun stares down the bat and roasts it, warning, "If you don't know what happens when you play with fire, you're about to get torched." Everyone's stunned by his insane jump, wondering how he pulled that off. Hunters announce the shield's active, reminding everyone to secure cables. They're still asking how long to gather the middle bat corpses. Sergeant Seung-ho salutes his superior, who nods, "Good job." He asks if they've figured out where these bats spawned from, 0 radar signature. Commander scans, asks who roasted them so hard and how many. Seung-ho replies, 30 total. He's also low-key wondering where the commander was during the chaos. Ops officer Captain Song Jun-sik explains the battalion commander's due shortly. Even if he's not a combat specialist, an awakened exec ghosting during a crisis is not cool. He only shows up when it's all done. Seung-ho figured he just chilled in the control center, glued to the radar. Jun-sik asks Sergeant Seung-ho if he roasted all the bats, threatening to report him to the commander. Seung-ho quickly denies it. Jun-sik presses, "Who else could pull that off with a stun baton?" Seung-ho clarifies it wasn't just baton takedowns. All 30 bats were defeated by one person. He tells Jun-sik to report that. Jun-sik, stunned, asks for clarity. All other execs were off duty. If not Seung-ho, then who? Just then, Minjun strolls over, salutes Seung-ho, and casually hands back the electric baton he'd borrowed. He then grins, asking if that thing's expensive. Next day, in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Seung-ho questions Minjun. "Are you a re-enlistee?" Minjun shakes his head. "Nah." Seung-ho asks if he's a regressor. Minjun denies it again. Seung-ho sighs, telling him not to pull reckless stunts like yesterday ever again. He warns that while he got lucky this time, a hunter can't predict what's next. Minjun, knowing it wasn't luck, decides to keep his mouth shut. Seung-ho explains the Hunter Corps is a special unit, as Minjun probably knows. Everything's different, even division sizes, which only have 4 battalions. These battalions are way understaffed compared to regular units. Minjun knows why Awakened don't always re-enlist, but he's low-key confused why Seung-ho's bringing it up. Seung-ho then asks if Minjun knows how this is even possible. Minjun just stares, totally lost. Sergeant Seung-ho explains, the entire Hunter Corps is awakened. Not everyone fights. Many officers specialize in admin, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research. They're all awakened too. The dude explains, Hunter Corps advancement is purely on accomplishments and talent. Minjun's thinking called into the commander's office first thing, he expected good news. Now he's just annoyed, just an info session. He should have known better. Seung-ho looks at him, asks if he expected something just for being called in, then tells him to focus. Today, the hunter with most monster defeats in the 104th Division. Visitors are expected at the battalion. A car of serious men arrives at Hunter Corps base. Colonel Lee Junbeom, 2nd Battalion Commander, salutes the guests. Beside him stand Captain Seo Jong-woon, Deputy Commander, Captain Song Jun-sik, Operations Officer, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Chul-min, 2nd Platoon Commander, and Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, 2nd Squad Leader. All stand tall, sharp, and fully focused. Sir Du walks up and shakes Sergeant Seung-ho's hand. He'd heard about his calm handling of yesterday's incident, praising Seung-ho's work, who respectfully thanked him. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun sized up Seo Du, noting his commanding presence. He was super curious how strong a 2-star Hunter Corps officer truly was. Seo Du then turned to Minjun, asking, "You're the one?" Minjun confirmed. As Seo Du shook his hand, Minjun instantly felt insane strength, leaving him stunned. The big guy casually pats Minjun's back like a pet, telling everyone to chill. Sir Du orders, "At ease." then asks if the gate's location where the mid-tier bats emerged is pinpointed. Sergeant Sung-ho reports a hill 1.2 km north of the battalion. He explains the area's off-limits and they're ranking the gate. Surdu orders a direct report to the division commander's office once confirmed. Next, he asks about any radar issues. Captain Junchik reported the alarm didn't even ping till the bats were practically on top of them. Doesn't seem like a mech failure, but they're scoping out blind spots. Surdu mused, if not a glitch, then maybe just too many monsters slipped through. He ordered, inform divisional ordnance install 2 extra radars ASAP. The officer snapped a yes, sir. The air was thick with tension. Then Surdu turned to Minjun, giving props for his courage and quick thinking during the whole mess. Surdu reminds him to be more careful next time and not to forget his gear. Minjun apologizes, though he secretly thinks his equipment would have made things worse. Surdu laughs it off, then asks if Minjun really took out 30 bats solo. Minjun confirms it. Surdu praises his quick thinking, saying he saved the oil reserve from going up in flames. Everyone remains tense. Minjun was clueless. Surdu announced a gift from the division commander, plus congrats on his advancement. Outstanding soldiers skip red tape, get rewarded instantly. Sparky thanked him. Surdu ordered Sung-ho to grant Minjun a 3-day, 2-night vacation pronto. Sung-ho agreed. The brat lit up. He expected to advance, but not this fast. A vacation too, total win. Military life, not so bad after all. Kim's hyping Minjun up for crushing it. He just transferred, but already made a massive impact. Seriously, thanks to Minjun, even I snagged a commendation. Minjun thanks him. Kim asks, first time home since enlisting? What's the plan outside? Minjun's eyes light up. Duh, I'm obviously grinding dungeon power fighter at the PC room. Going home, nah, restricted zone, no internet. He'd rather game for 3 days, 2 nights, ditching travel hassle. At the PC room, 2 guys nearby are chatting it up. Big guy asks the cranky dude if he went there again. Cranky dude groans, don't bring it up. He complains the soldiers are so stingy. He wasn't trying to enter the cave, just foraging for pine mushrooms. He's like, got permission, paid up, so why the stop? Big guy says Changxian went before restriction, came back saying the mountain reeked toxic, headache for days. If this dude goes back, he's asking for it. Green cap dimwit's like, I'll just mask up. Suddenly Minjun asks, where's that place? Surprising both. They give him a ride to Hwashin. Minjun thanks them. They warn they can't go further, soldiers are ahead. Can he handle what's up on that mountain? Minjun reassures them the restriction lifts tomorrow, so they'll be back on the mountain soon. The guys tell him to be careful and keep their names out of it. Minjun promises. Walking, he wonders why he's in Hwashin, not a PC room on vacation. Then a familiar scent hits him. Demonic energy. Minjun clocks the mountain entrance security is tight, but surprisingly chill near the dungeon. He figures it's best to keep a low profile, especially as a private. Suddenly, soldiers at the cave entrance get stomachaches from Minjun's purple smoke, corrupting them. One tries to hold it, but quickly gives up, apologizing. Can't control it, he tells the other. No one's showing up here anyway. They'll be back soon, no biggie. The other guy agrees. Kim Minjun spots his chance, slips inside. No monsters, but the demonic energy feels super dense. He doesn't care, rushes deeper. His demonic energy stat ticks up, its steady rise shocking him. He pushes deeper into this toxic zone. Once it hits the threshold, his corruption skill auto-enhances. And boom, Nightwalker unlocked. Minjun's hyped, finally channeling Lumi Nuna, his idol and the cult founder he emulated. Stats are stacked. 60 strength, agility, stamina, and 15 demonic energy. Things are looking up. With corruption and Nightwalker, he's stoked for free demonic energy and a practical ability. Nightwalker summons a shadow familiar, a lifesaver he often relied on in Isgard. That shady character, an assassination specialist, thriving in shadows, staying hidden. Yeah, it saps his demonic energy, but totally worth the cost. But with a simple emerge, disappointment hits. The familiar looks pathetic, like it'd fall apart if the sun looked at it funny. Minjun wonders, dimensional travel side effect or just his low demonic energy stat. Still, after a beat, he reconsiders. This tiny, withered form isn't useless. Its small size is perfect for slipping into shadows, staying unnoticed. Not flashy, but in stealth it's already earning its keep. Kim Minjun salutes back from vacation. Everyone stares, surprised. Is he really the fastest advancing hunter in history? One asks. Another chimes, did the division commander personally grant him vacation and his badge? Minjun nods, confirming. Then the praise starts. Impressed, the kid just shrugs. He spots Dongjin casually handing him moisturizer he brought. Dongjin smiles, saying he shouldn't have, but thanks him. Just then, Kim Guangshik strolls over, grinning. He cracks a joke about their touchy friendship, like Minjun's off to war or something. He asks if Minjun brought his Maxim. Sparky tosses it, no sweat. Minjun and Dongjin chatted. Dongjin teased about honorifics if Minjun made corporal. Sparky, grinning, shot back, no if about it. Sergeant Cho, red-haired loudmouth, mentioned seeing Minjun's name on advancement exam list passing admin. Sergeant Kim, blue jacket guy, was shocked. Deadline passed before Minjun transferred, he pointed out. Cho raised an eyebrow. Everyone's wondering if the division commander pulled strings. The timing's wild. Sergeant Kim's like, no way, Minjun hasn't even hit a year since enlisting, he shouldn't qualify. The squad starts buzzing, shocked the unit's newbie is up for advancement exams. Is that even allowed? Someone asks. Then another points out, Sparky's a PFC now, so Minjun's not the baby anymore. Minjun just chills, saying the training commander hooked him up with a special offer. The whole group was floored. Sergeant Cho squinted, asking if he seriously came to the front lines just to take advancement exams a year early, calling him a total psycho. Even the red-haired loudmouth agreed. Sergeant Kim noted Min Jun's already PFC, clearly gunning for corporal. He shook his head, saying if the kid actually passes, he's 100% unhinged. The room erupted. Sergeant Kim then mentioned candidates taking exams this Saturday. Orientation and specialty weapons training starts tomorrow, so Sparky's gonna have to grind a bit. Sergeant Cho chuckles, telling recruits to have fun on his way out. He and Sergeant Kim leave, still chatting and laughing. Cho asks Kim if he's skipping the advancement exam. Kim just shrugs, saying no point staying in the army. Sparky, meanwhile, is deep in thought, wondering about the specialty weapons training. Is it more than just standard firearms? All right, settle down. At the Hunter Advancement Exam orientation, the officer's like, listen up. We're doing a quick run-through for tomorrow's exam. Vets, don't zone out just because you know the drill. Stay sharp for the newbie's sake. The Hunter Core exam has two parts, written and practical. The written, it's basic, honestly, easier than a driving test. Minjun immediately zones out. He's focused on the practicals, stat tests, specialty weapons, and monster handling. Passing, already a done deal for him. But then he wonders if perfect scores come with perks. That thought snaps him to attention. Time to stop cruising and level up his game. Coach announces they're starting specialty weapons training. All right, listen up. Everyone attention. Privates and PFCs grab swords only. Corporals, personal weapons, separate training downfield. Slack off and you're dead meat. I'm teaching Hunter Core swordsmanship basics from the manual, but just blindly following it, that's not gonna cut it. Instead, he urges them to use the course as a foundation, then craft their unique fighting style. Everyone shouts back, totally on board. He stresses basics are paramount. Keep eyes on him, focus up. Minjun instantly gets why this is specialty weapons training. Rifles only in battle, straight up dumb. As swords swing, he quietly compares their moves to his Isgard training. Honestly, Isgard's swordsmanship might be better, depending on application. Minjun starts practicing, and just like that, jaws drop. His moves are sharp, clean, precise, next level. Everyone's eyes are glued. Coach halts them, calling Kim Minjun forward. He notes their sword work is stiff, disconnected. Watch Private First Class Kim Minjun, he commands. The squad snaps to attention, eyes locked. Minjun steps up, running through forms again, each swing cleaner, more precise than the last. Eventually, Minjun, utterly drained, collapses into a seat. Why's he putting on this show when he's not the training officer? Wipes sweat. He's grumbling about the heat, wondering if the snow forecast is even real. Surha walks over, hypes his routine, then casually slips him a sealed packet. Eat this on the down low. Minjun stares, confused. Who just carries random stuff like that? Just then, Dongjin rolls up, complimenting Minjun's form, asking to check it out during the break. Minjun's kinda shook, didn't expect that request. Dongjin noted Minjun's first official training. The sword was clearly his jam. But for him, monster slaying with it never clicked. He politely asked to scope Minjun's moves. Minjun replied if Dongjin needed help, he could watch all he wanted. Watching Dongjin run sword forms, Minjun instantly clocked. This dude trained hard. His technique was solid, following standard Hunter core swordsmanship to a T. The issue wasn't his moves. It's his confidence. That's Minjun's jam. He knows it's not time yet, but when the moment hits, he'll level up Dongjin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, advancement exam day. The vibe's still chill. Two randos are glued to a girl group MV like it's peak entertainment. A squad's deep in a heated basketball game while one dude's laser-focused on go. Then suddenly, the school speakers crackle to life with an urgent announcement from the admin office. All hunters scheduled for advancement exams are to report immediately to the military training ground. The looping message made everyone freeze. Eyes widened, hearts raced. It's finally happening. They all knew, time to level up, time to become a corporal. Minjun grinned. His moment had arrived. On a bright, sunny day, hunters gathered at the training grounds, and soon after, 2nd Battalion's 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cheolman stepped up. He introduced himself as their guide, adding with a dry smile, "Try to actually listen, folks." Wasting no time, he called for a head count. "Companies, report your numbers." A bus rolled up. Kim Cheolman ordered everyone to board orderly, no cap. Once on board, he dropped the obvious. Advancement exams were at the 105th Division. Gapyeong, here we come. Before sitting, he gave one last tip: review practice questions on the way. The bus was pure chaos, packed with confused weirdos and jittery hunters. Some chatted about the 4th Battalion joining the advancement exams today. One guy perked up. "Girls, too." His mood instantly lit up. He started hyping how he'd finally flex his years of weapons practice to impress them. Both were hyped to snag numbers, though one dude's cringe pickup lines made getting digits tough. Kim Min-jun was pumped, ready to go all in. After a bumpy ride of cringe convos and delusions, they hit the 105th Division base in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi-do. Inside written exam room 7, the hunters sat, ready for the test. Invigilator Kang then stepped up and dropped the results. Everyone passed the written exam except Cho Jong-wook, 104th Div 2nd Bat. Other hunters went straight to the practical exam. Cho Jong-wook froze, stressed as others left. Room empty, Kang went off, reaming him for failing an exam easier than a driver's license. He called him a total noob, his voice echoing. Outside, hunters cracked up at the savage roast. Minjun stood with a satisfied grin while the others cracked up. Sun Yunseo among them quietly watched the group go. In the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kyeolju, overseeing the advancement process, addressed the gathered hunters. He welcomed examinees and examiners for the 105th Division, acknowledging the grind it took to make it this far, setting a serious tone. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kyeolju explained the exam's purpose wasn't just promotion, but fostering friendly, fair competition among the 3 divisions. As he spoke, hunters shifted, some zoning out or fighting yawns. But the moment he mentioned this year's advancement exams included special exception participants, the room perked up. He named Private First Class Kim Min-jun and Private Sun Yoon Si-ho from the 104th Division. Both hunters barely a year in. Kim Min-jun blinked, double-checking if he was the only one. The colonel then asked if they knew the 104th Division, warning against any drama. One hunter mumbled it was true. Top-tier grades could snag special frontline exceptions. A few guys in his year got the offer, but they all noped out. Then, the moment he clocked, they meant the 104th Division. His words froze, his face morphing into surprise. Everyone nearby was stunned, realizing Kim Min-jun had already hit Private First Class. As whispers and side-eyes spread, one guy noticed Min-jun couldn't care less about being the main character. While others were shook or curious, Min-jun just wanted to peace out. Then Yoon Seo and Min-jun's eyes met, a brief, tense moment. But no one seemed to catch on. The colonel then rallied everyone to give it their all. Captain Jeong Sang-cheol stepped up, took the reins, and announced the stat tests would begin: strength, agility, and stamina. He explained the first test, strength, was straightforward, just push back the examiner. They had 1 minute to complete the task, graded out of 100. Full marks for moving the stone 10 meters. Stress rose as Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103rd Division was called first. Jin-hyuk stepped up, gave his all, but the examiner didn't budge. He couldn't even twitch the stone, got a 0, instantly disqualified. Lee firmly reminded, under 40 meant out of the exam entirely. Panic spread through the group. Suddenly, everyone realized this test was brutal. Jang Won-ho tried, but only 10 points DQ'd. Lee Maju next, 20 out. Jang Yuna hit 0, Daewon 15, both DQ'd. Then Sun Yunseo from the 104th Division stepped up. Calmly, she pushed with steady force, scoring 50 and passing. Everyone was shook, not just for her pass. She was a total stunner. When they clocked her as the division commander's kid, it all clicked. Strength clearly ran in the family. Some even whispered getting too close was risky for their pride and their ribs. Kim Min-jun noticed her too, figuring she was another special entry just like him. Then his name dropped. Kim Min-jun, 104th Division. Stepping up, he vowed not to repeat his red stone blunder. This time, he had a game plan. Pushing the examiner past 10 meters might even snag bonus points. He squared up, eyes laser-focused, then exploded forward with raw power. The examiner went flying like a ragdoll, clearing 10 meters, no resistance. A perfect 100 flashed. Even the examiner looked absolutely floored, like he'd been hit by a truck. The room went dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Even Sun Yunseo, usually stone-faced, was visibly shook. Private Yu Zhanghua, disqualified with just 20 points, bursts into tears. The tension is palpable. Everyone's feeling the heat, wondering why this test is so savage. Sir Zhang steps up, silencing the crowd. He declares the strength test over. Agility starts immediately, no breaks. Disqualified must exit orderly from the rear, supervised by examiners. Meanwhile, 2 guys drag in a net board. A gun turret rolls in and the recruits freak out, thinking they're about to be shot. Seo Zhang reassures them, not real bullets, just rubber ones, but he warns if they get hit, it'll still sting. He tells everyone to dodge for dear life. Kim Min-jun finds this whole thing low-key exciting. Seo Zhang explains the perfect score goes to those who last a full minute. Now Seo's ready to start the machine. Stay in the zone or it's game over. The whole squad is on edge. Seo Zhang clarifies, this agility test also acknowledges those who tank hits for a full minute. Disqualification? Step out under 30 seconds or get seriously injured and you're out of the advancement exam. He announces the tests start. Suddenly, Dongjin walks up, calling Min-jun. The dude looks totally shocked and Dongjin just smirks. Min-jun, did you really think you'd get disqualified in the strength test? Min-jun chuckled. Of course not. Dongjin explained all other private first classes, unlike Min-jun, have taken the advancement exam before. They won't get knocked out by stat tests. Qualifications are the same, but the overall score standard has risen since they were privates. That's why I keep failing my exams. He tips Min-jun, rubber bullets fly as fast as real ones. Dodging by sight is a no-go. Focus on the gun's micro-movements to predict the path. Suddenly, Sir Zhang announces, Private Yoon Kid-I disqualified, escort him to the infirmary. Min-jun thinks, these stat tests are brutal. So many are out before real combat. No wonder the pass rate is abysmal. But this difficulty, it actually makes sense. Private First Class Jai Youngdu is disqualified. Sir Zhang, clearly disappointed, calls this batch of hunters underwhelming. He reminds them it's nothing compared to the sergeant exam next door, wondering how anyone expects to advance. Next, Private Sun Yunseo is called and the crowd goes silent. Everyone watches in awe as she dodges rubber bullets with insane precision. Sir Zhang raises his voice, telling the rest, this is exactly how it's done. She nails a perfect score. Everyone gasps, amazed. But instead of basking, she suddenly stops, locking eyes with Kim Min-jun. Sparky is completely thrown off. Whispers erupt. Are they dating? Sparky frowns, trying to figure out her game. He's overthinking. Does she want a compliment? If so, she should ask her family for applause at home. Then Private First Class Kim Min-jun gets called up. He steps forward, Sun Yunseo's eyes still on him, fueling his irritation. But once bullets fly, Sparky's a different beast. Instead of dodging, he charges, weaving through rubber bullets like a casual stroll. The crowd loses it, laughing in disbelief as he moves, making goofy faces at Sun Yunseo while ducking and spinning. She stands frozen, totally shocked. The timer hit 1 minute. Sir Zhang, totally wiped, finally called a ceasefire. He never expected such a slick move from a junior, so he proudly declared Kim Min-jun aced the agility test. Everyone regrouped, standing sharp and focused. Sir Zhang praised their solid performance. Next, Zhang announced the stamina stat test, the final part of the exam. Rules are simple. They enter a dungeon, marching through a transforming empty passage with a strict 40-minute limit. Instructions broadcast. Participants need hands stamped by an examiner at the turning point, then return before time's up. The catch: No one tells them how far the turning point is. It's just non-stop marching. Kim Min-jun wonders if everyone's already pacing, having just started. This crew moves so carefully, it's suffocating. He considered just bolting ahead. Then Sun Yoon-seo suddenly cut in front. Min-jun blinked, what's her deal? But a rush hit him, she was throwing down a challenge. Nothing hypes Min-jun more than an impromptu race. He instantly kicked into gear, matching her pace, dead set on catching up. Everyone around was low-key weirded out. What's up with him? In a flash, Min-jun caught up, flashed a confident grin, leaving her shook. Min-jun casually says, no biggie as they walk, but Yoon-seo's lost. He quickly brushes it off, muttering to himself. Then, without warning, he speeds up, dashing ahead, leaving her in the dust. Yoon-seo slows to a stop, catching her breath. A memory flashes. She recalls her friends freaking out, hyped about her meeting the battalion commander right after arriving at the training center. Blondie confirmed the rumors. Yoon-seo, a general's daughter with sky-high stats, was the talk of the camp. Her blushes surprised everyone. Behind the tough exterior was a shy girl. They'd expected snobbery from a two-stars kid, but she was anything but. Still, the girls couldn't help but feel a little jelly. Her military life was smooth sailing, clearly making her the top recruit. Yoon-seo in a corner quietly sheds her jacket. Her mind drifts to Min-jun shattering the redstone, a moment she can't shake. Later, the white team clinches the win, Yoon-seo raising the blue flag high. The announcer hypes their record-breaking flag capture, 3 minutes 34 seconds. Reward, a 10-minute break. Blue team, coach wants them like now. White team gets instant props for smashing the training center record. Told to rest up, Blondie pipes up, giving Yoon-seo all the props, saying the others were basically useless. Later, mid-vibe, Blondie bursts in, dropping a bomb. Someone absolutely destroyed their morning CTF record. The new time? A wild 1:02. She's speechless. How is that even possible? Blondie is seriously shook. Yoon-seo just observes. But Kim Min-jun's name instantly hooks her. Blondie yells, Min-jun, 4th platoon, just broke the record solo. Yoon-seo stiffens, recognizing him. The other girls spill. Min-jun aced the shooting range and crushed ICM training. News spreads fast. All eyes shift to this rising rookie. Yoon-seo's quiet, but his name sticks. Blondie keeps the gossip rolling, saying Min-jun runs like a lightning bolt, no sweat. She's still hyping Min-jun's elephant hound hunt. Someone finally tells her to chill and hit the hay. Yoon-seo drifts to a memory, her dad patting her head before leaving. From then, she vowed to be strong like him. Later, Commander Cho calls her in, praising her stellar 4-week performance. He wants a quick word with his old superior's daughter. Yoon-seo agrees, so Cho asks where she'll apply with such exceptional grades. They said any division would be lucky to have her. He wondered if she'd join the 107th, her father General Sun's division. That's when Yoon-seo, with quiet resolve, finally asked, which division is Kim Min-jun in? Back in the present, she knew her application wasn't just some childish whim. She did provoke Min-jun a bit out of spite. But now she totally gets why he's mad. Yoon-seo's face flushed, recalling Min-jun's antics, unsure if she was jealous or just plain annoyed. That's when it clicked. Her real goal wasn't just number 1, but getting stronger solo, no dad reliance. She figured an apology was due later. When someone skilled pops up, you learn not act childish. Yoon-seo went full throttle, pushing hard to the turning point, only to find that deadbeat weirdo chilling with another guy. Min-jun then smugly flashed his stamped hand right in her face. He teased he almost dozed off waiting, totally pushing her buttons. She snapped at the commander to stamp her, leaving the old man clueless why she was so fired up. An apology? Nah, that's off the table. Yoon-seo's inner demon officially woke up. Hyped, she sprinted ahead to catch him, leaving the normies in the dust. Later, the commander announced Private First Class Kim Min-jun took first place with a record 29 minutes. Yoon-seo snagged second with 32 minutes. Jeong cracks up. Min-jun aced perfect stats again, wild. Jeong then tells passing hunters to eat, gather at the training grounds by 1 p.m. sharp. Later, Yoon-seo grabs her jacket, catching Min-jun pulling a goofy face like a total dork. She's seriously weirded out by this clown. Sparky then jogs ahead to catch Dongjin. Yoon-seo smiles, realizing she totally bit the bait and lost this round. Nothing more to say. Back in uniform, she moves on. Inside the 105th Division's 2nd Practical Exam Center, bat-wielding goblins screech at Dongjin, but he's unfazed. He's sweating buckets, tearing through them. A goblin lunges. Dongjin draws his sword, but another sneaks up. He easily dodges the first swing, spins, kicks the one behind him, sending it flying. That second goblin isn't giving up, diving back in. Dongjin ducks like a pro, slashing its chest mid-move. Still, the thing's alive and clearly fuming. Now both are tag-teaming him, giving the poor guy zero breathing room. From the platform, Minjun quietly observes. He notes the second part of the practical exam, specialty weapons proficiency, is way simpler than he thought. They just need to demonstrate techniques learned from their Hunter Core training. Just follow the manual, that's enough to pass. Minjun knew he'd ace it. Most applicants, no surprise, went for swordsmanship. Dongjun topped the scores. Yet Minjun saw Dongjun seriously struggling, cornered by two bloodthirsty goblins. Privates must defeat 4 hounds, first-class soldiers, 3 goblins with their specialty weapon in this final monster-handling practical. This arena is legit like real combat. Dongjin takes down the blue goblin with a chest stab, ending his round. The commander then announces Dongjin finished the monster handling test in 7 minutes, 52 seconds. Dude's drenched, gasping for air, but he pushes through, walking out. Minjun, meanwhile, clocks that Dongjin had multiple chances to finish the goblins but always hesitated, making him wonder if Dongjin doesn't fully trust his own skills. Dongjin emerges head low, clearly bummed, next to Minjun. Minjun's turn is called. He tries to ease Dongjin's disappointment, but Minjun can't hide his smug grin. Corporal status is locked. He's ready to tear Dongjin's bad habits to shreds, rebuild him from zero. Jaws dropped when Minjun walked in, bat in hand. The commander, baffled, wondered why the top performer picked such a basic weapon. This won't be easy. Minjun figures this test only needs a solid hit, nothing complex. Then 3 goblins storm in, snarling, ready to shred him. As they rush, Minjun grips his bat and whoosh asterisk. He clobbers all 3. The hits so clean, so brutal, they're instantly done, dropping in pieces in 4 seconds flat. Everyone watching is stunned, jaws dropped, brains short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity. No one could believe a mere private first class pulled this off, especially after his perfect practical exam score. Minjun casually met Yunseo's eyes, flashing a smug look to mess with her. Yunseo glared back, thinking he was a total lunatic. Afterward, the commander praised everyone, especially Kim Minjun, now officially corporal. Commander Jiang laughed, admitting Minjun's moving up so fast they forget his rank. Jiang was worried Minjun was the only one from their battalion to advance, but the commander was stoked with the report. He gave Minjun a proud thumbs up. The commander had never seen a private first-class score so perfect. The whole squad erupted in cheers for Minjun, who totally saved their bacon. Seriously, without him, they'd have been toast before getting back. He warned him no bullying if he makes sergeant. Minjun's low-key gauging everyone's performance for their treatment. He pats Dongjin's shoulder. Dongjin's already plotting to level up his bro. Minjun plans immediate specialty weapon training upon return. He senses someone, turns, sees Yunseo. He knows she slayed those monsters solo. She's clearly got the smarts for the advancement exam. As the bus loads, Yunseo stays outside, confusing Minjun. He thinks this is his shot to apologize for the stat test. But then Minjun presses his face to the window, mouthing words that totally shake her. "Provoke me again and you're dead meat." The bus pulls away, leaving Yunseo frozen, a storm of thoughts, convinced he's a total psycho. On the bus, hunters kept grilling Minjun about him and Yunseo. She'd been eyeing him all day, even during the stat test, clearly interested. The guys were teasing him about his admirer, eager for the tea. But Minjun didn't give a damn, not interested, saying Yunseo provoked him. That's the only reason he trampled her. Everyone cracked up, knowing her interest was just provocation. But that wasn't all. The dudes wanted more deets. They're all dying to know what Minjun did to the 104th's hottest recruit. Haniun demands if he just trampled his dream girl. Minjun, annoyed, confesses Yunseo isn't her. A pissed Haniun demands Minjun's dream girl, and Minjun spills it's Lumi. Everyone's like, "Lumi? Name rings a bell, but where is she?" One asks if she's an idol. Minjun calls Lumi the dungeon power fighter's greatest beauty. Asked if anyone knew her, the hunter squad eyed Minjun with disgust. Later, the squad went hard on fried chicken, more boxes from the lieutenant. Sergeant Cho was convinced Kim Minjun had never looked happier. Minjun didn't deny it. Cho thanked him aloud, saying it was pretty much all him. He was hyped Minjun had 3 stripes, just a step from sergeant. Minjun agreed, mouth full of chicken, washing it down with Pepsi like a champ. Sergeant Seung-ho rolls in with the bottle cart, summoning second squad to the lounge. Something's brewing. Seung-ho confirms it's about the admin report on their squad's second sinner. But the real tea? A perfect exam score landed them beer. Sergeants Cho and Kim practically yeet out, hyped, refusing Minjun hogging it. Seung-ho cuts in, dropping the bomb. The beers accompany Commander's gift to Minjun. Technically, it's none of anyone's business. That instantly riles up the squad, everyone grumbling Seung-ho's annoying them. Sergeant Cho calls him out, saying Seung-ho knew this from the start, keeping Minjun in his squad from day one. Later, Minjun's out alone, summoning his Nightwalker. He makes small talk with the little guy, asking if he's okay. Honestly, he was flustered when it first appeared. Sparky's got a clear plan now. No assassin needed. He's got a better gig in mind. From now on, he's tasking the little one with intel gathering. Minjun wants it to keep tabs on high-ranking officials, shadow them quietly, and immediately report anything sus, especially if it's demonic energy. Suddenly, the Nightwalker lifts its tiny hand, leaving Minjun puzzled until he realizes the little guy wants a treat. With a sigh, Minjun tosses a ball of demonic energy. The little shadow snatches it, thrilled, strutting off like it's on a divine mission. Minjun warns it not to get caught, but deep down, he's low-key anxious seeing the Nightwalker so hyped. He knows if the squad spotted it, it'd be a full-blown emergency. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim pops up, asking what Minjun's doing. Minjun nearly jumps out of his skin, but quickly recovers, laughing it off. Just needed some fresh air. He hasn't had a drink in ages. Kim asks if his tolerance is low, but Minjun explains it's not like that. Dark mages don't get drunk normally. Their bodies naturally detox poison or alcohol instantly. The guy congratulates Minjun on advancing, but warns him not to get too comfortable. He also warns Minjun not to be late again. Even if his tolerance is fine, the squad will empty all the bottles by then. After that. Minjun finally breathes a sigh of relief, glad Seung-ho didn't clock anything. He knows he needs to be more low-key. Still, the more Minjun gets Seung-ho, the more he sees him as a total by-the-book soldier, not that he minds. Next day, the commander's hyping up Kim Minjun, saying he was practically born ready. He joked he'd fail the whole squad, but one legend aced it. Another officer adds, Corporal Kim Minjun just set a new record, 4 seconds in the monster handling test. Commander laughs, recalling thinking Commander Choi was wild for hyping this kid. Minjun's absolutely crushed it, blowing past every expectation. He even soloed the middle bat situation. The co notes Minjun was first to jump into the oil reserve emergency. Lee points out he hit Corporal in 1 month. That's unheard of. Everyone agrees. This guy doesn't just meet expectations, he smashes them. Soon, the entire Hunter Corps will be watching him. Seo realizes Lee hints at the Hunter Special Forces Brigade, questioning if Minjun can handle it. But Lee is sure, Minjun is the one, I feel it. He's seen many hunters, even Corps legends, but this kid hits different. A new monster might be born in the Corps, later in the desert. Lizard monsters, goblins, and orcs swarm the horizon. Minjun, bat in hand, chills, waiting for the real show to begin. Back at the dorm, the squad's going hard, wasted. One dude's already toast, can't even stand. Minjun walks in, spots his squad mates totally trashed. One guy, already feeling the hangover, slurs, Yo, Minjun, you good? Sparky just flashes a smug grin. Totally fine, fam. The guy's stunned. He can't believe Minjun's still standing tall, no wobble after all that booze. He straight up calls him a real monster. Just then, Seung-ho walks in. Minjun casually asks if he's good. The drunk guy stumbles into a salute for Sergeant Lee, who's all good after sweating it out. Minjun smiles, checking Seung-ho's fit build, thinking, this guy's a true soldier for real. Plus. Seung-ho asks if he's hit the gym. Minjun hasn't had the chance. Seung-ho tells him to use it now he's a corporal. Their squad's virtual device is actually legit, so Minjun should try it. Hearing virtual device instantly hypes Minjun up. Time to finally check out the Hunter Corps famous VR room. At Gym 2, the setup looks crazy realistic, getting him totally fired up. First, he needs to pick a monster. He scrolls and picks the orc monster. For the orc count, Minjun goes wild, maxing it to 30. Still, it feels like chump change. He wants that full Warrior series vibe. Weapon choice next, Sparky's mind blown by sick options. After locking his picks, he steps into the VR room, geared up, jockey in hand, ready to wreak havoc. Battle time. Minjun just dropped into this desert, totally pumped to fight monsters. The graphics, So real it's wild, orcs pop up ready to rumble, but Sparky's not even sweating. He swings his bat, nails a sixer, sending an orc flying. That first hit felt epic. Minjun was instantly hooked. He picks up the pace, smashing orcs like it's nothing, totally in the zone. The bat felt so good in his hands, he couldn't help but grin. He demands more monsters. Seconds later, it's over. Only Minjun survived. Too easy, 30 orcs, that's nothing. Still not enough. Minjun dials it up. 30 goblins, 30 golems, 30 lizardmen. Now 90 monsters, 3 kinds ready to tear him apart. But he's just warming up. Bat in hand, wild grin, he asks if they're all here. As they lunge, he casually counts 3, then charges like a beast. Pure brute force, ready to smack them all down. This maniac smacking monsters left and right, no pause. Pulping them, he wipes out all monsters, ending the simulation. Minjun Gear Off is super impressed with the VR system, calling it the GOAT after Dungeon Power Fighter. Suddenly, a new window pops up. Basic blunt weapon handling, skill unlocked. Stunned, he checks the screen. It boosts blunt weapon proficiency. Minjun is hyped. He didn't expect weapon skills just like that. No need to grind dungeons for new skills. He decides to hit the VR room, trying different weapons to level up. Suddenly, he bumps into Dongjin, looking ghost-white. Dongjin, pale and shook, points at the simulation results. This guy soloed 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Minjun's annoyed his stats are public. Dongjin demands, you wipe them all out. Sparky's stumped, then a lightbulb moment. Minjun, with a boss-level serious face, tells Dongjin they need a gym chat. Dongjin, sweating buckets, nervously asks why. Minjun just grins slyly, training time. No waiting, he shoves the poor dude into the gym. Dongjin whines about his hangover, but Minjun's like, perfect, sweat it out. Inside they go. Kim walks in, totally floored by Minjun's results. Kim Guangsik enters, asking for everyone, especially Minjun. A soldier explains the teams at storage for snow tools, but slips, calling Minjun corporal. He shouldn't have. Minjun isn't officially promoted. Realizing his slip, he panics, rushing to get Minjun, saying the platoon commander wants him. Meanwhile, Guangxik spots soldiers chilling, having a blast. Confused, he asks what's up. They welcome him, explaining a month's salary is on the line for Minjun's sergeant promotion. Predictions range, 6 months, 8 months, over a year. Guangxik's floored by their seriousness, asking why these bets are constant. Kim Moongi laughs at Jiang Hanyang's 6-month guess, calling it wild and impossible, others piling on. Vibing and teasing, Jiang got hyped, yelling Minjun's on a whole nother level. Kim Moongi ribbed him for being so worked up. Jiang snapped back, no regrets, don't bail later. The group laughed, locking in their confident bets. Then Guangxik dropped a bombshell, just 1 month, silence. Meanwhile, Minjun was at the gym. Feeling kinda bummed. Been grinding for days, but my stats are still mid. Was all that effort a waste? Then I remembered even the annoying Isgard incident gave me a passive skill. My 150% strength boost ability makes me crave a stat scaling skill like Returned Hero Strength. Just then, a notification. New skill unlocked. It's a basic one, Power. His strength stat gets a +5 buff. Simple, but he's hyped, knowing he can grind it later. Taking a breather, a soldier tells Minjun the platoon commander needs him. Minjun thanks him and makes his move. The soldier watches, confused by Minjun's unusual calm and focus today. The vibes are off. At the admin office, Minjun reports in. Kim Minchial greets him, leading him to the counseling office for a low-key chat. Corporal life almost a week in. How's it hitting? Minjun's like, it's lit. KMC congrats his promotion, thanking him for squashing the middle bat's drama. Minjun shrugs it off. No cap. Then KMC drops the real reason. He hands Minjun an official certificate, a special battalion commander award, for handling the incident and acing his promotion exam. KMC jokes Minjun shouldn't be bummed by the casual award handover. The Hunter Corps isn't big on formal events. This cert? It's an award of excellence signed by Colonel Lee Junbayam, officially recognizing your top-tier service, Minjun. Plus, Minchul says it counts towards your experience. Minjun side-eyes, wondering if this means more exceptions later. Minchul hesitantly agrees, maybe, but points out this award is super rare. Not many hunters snag it this early, let alone twice. Minjun's eyes lit up, excitedly suggesting that 10 awards might snag him another promotion. He blurted it out like a loyalty card deal, joking if awards were like fried chicken coupons or a BOGO event. Kim Min-chul just stared blankly, asking if Minjun was even listening. Days later, soldiers lined up, weapons ready. Their next real mission, clear a dungeon. Platoon Commander Kim Min-chul. Remember, stick to your training and you'll clear this safely, no injuries. Today's dungeon is the Monster Rat Nest, Aka the Sewers. Minjun's squad, Jiang Hanyang, Lee Dongjin, and Jin K-alho are here with their Ko's. First Lieutenant Kim K-alman, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, and Sergeant First Class Kim Minji. While not super dangerous, this dungeon is serious. Over 200 monster rats usually spawn. Plus, narrow tunnels make guns tricky. Even for a low-rank dungeon, it demands full focus and tight teamwork. The catch? Only one exit besides entry. The plan? Funnel the rats through that single route. Kim Min-chul orders everyone into position, bait ready. Bait goes near the second entrance to lure them. The dungeon reeked, so all soldiers donned Hunter Corps gas masks. One soldier. Zhu Xiangyi gripes about the stench and rats. Monsters eating rotten bananas just makes it worse, Breathing's tough, moving's harder, but the team pushes through, spreading maximum bait to kick off the plan. Suddenly, a massive horde of monster rats charges from the entrance. Everyone snaps into battle positions pronto. Commander barks, "Line up at the entrance." Lower ranks fall back with the vice commander for safety. Soldiers clown, betting on monster rat kills. Loser buys PX snacks. They even ask the commander to join. Despite the banter, they stay focused. Commander reminds them, hold concentration, hold formation. Plan, tackle rats head-on, no breaking formation. Up ahead, Corporal Kim Moongi, 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad, goes full send on rats. Beside him, Corporal Jiang Hunyang, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad. He holds his ground. Squad Commander Lee Sung-ho leads his crew through the chaos. Sergeants Kim Jong-ti, 4th, and Cho Ti-wook, 3rd, are absolutely owning it, slicing through rats with powerful strikes. Corporal Kim Gwang-sik, 3rd, is also going hard, ensuring 0 rats slip by. As the chaos unfolds, higher-ups notice. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jae, 2nd Platoon's Vice Commander, and 1st Lieutenant Kim Chulman, the overall commander. Troops are crushing it. Some soldiers are seriously leveling up, taking out rats before they hit the front line. Their skills are sharp, proving all that grind paid off. Even PFC Lee Dongjin from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, is finally flexing his special training, no longer lagging. Suddenly, a cry for help. A soldier instantly jumps into the fray, no cap. But then more monster rats spawn from the rear. Soldiers yell, "Rear under attack!" Commander orders squads 1 and 4 to the rear. Privates fall back slowly, shields up. "Don't push it, hold formation, we're almost done, just a bit more." But something's sus. Through his gas mask, Gwangshik feels it, something's wrong. Too late, he realizes danger isn't front-facing, it's from below. An irregular monster bursts forth. Gwangshik sees it's massive. It's fed on other rats, and its size is terrifying. Guangsu's frozen solid, can't move. Lee Dongjun tries to shout, but he's just as stuck. He finally screams at Guangsu, "Get out of the way, run, move, anything." But it's too late. Then Minjun looks closer, something's off with its eyes. They're completely blank, empty, no fear at all. That's when Minjun gets it. It's overflowing with demonic energy. Meanwhile, Lee Dongjin is praised for quickly saving Gwangshik. Soldiers behind shout to Minjun, "Too dangerous, fall back." They order all corporals to follow him, the rest of the squad to stay ready. Kim Minjun just smirks, secretly absorbing the demonic purple energy through the monster's eyes. A dangerous, mysterious power. He's wary someone might notice. Demonic energy use raises suspicions. Or even dangerous in their world. He throws shade at Lee Dongjun. His stunt distracted everyone, letting Minjun absorb the energy unnoticed. A message pops up. "Demonic energy absorbed. Demonic energy stat +1. Minjun then grasps the monster's immense power, vowing to use this energy wisely for good. Zhang admits defeat, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim confirmed it was an irregular monster, and the report came in. All platoon members have now pulled out of the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, taken down by a single platoon member. Even though things settled, the buzzing mosquitoes and lingering tension are a stark reminder. Nothing on the front lines is ever truly normal. Zhang approached Minjun, sincerely thanking him for saving them, admitting he froze solid seeing that monster. Minjun just brushed it off, apologizing for acting without orders. Jiang quickly reassures him, no need to apologize. It was an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking likely saved Guangxik and Dongjin from real danger. Minchul Kim checks on Minjun, asking if he's hurt. Minjun confidently replies he's fine, standing tall. As Minjun lets out a breath, Kim Minchul quietly warns him, "We'll need a private talk back at camp." Jiang watches, noting the platoon commander doesn't look pleased. Comms update, all evacuated members have minor injuries. Dongjin finished his checkup and is returning to camp. Guangxik, despite head bruises, should fully recover and be back tomorrow. Second platoon attention. Due to unexpected events, the dungeon clearance is officially called off. Everyone, check gear, prepare for departure. The squad responds in unison, no cap. Later at the admin office. Minjun is called in for the official report. He's told to detail how he defeated the irregular monster, but Minjun hesitates, stumped. He jokingly considers saying he tried smashing it with his shield, then just punched it. But who'd buy that? Mincheol Kim, whose view was blocked, still asks if Minjun really took down the monster with just his fist. Minjun, unsure how to respond, just mumbles the monster was full of energy. No time to think. Min Chul Kim then asked Min Jun about his stats. Min Jun replied, strength 65, agility 60. Min Chul Kim was floored. Even as a first lieutenant, his own stats barely hit 40. Min Jun's numbers were double a typical sergeant's. He muttered, with stats like that, he could have aced the Hunter Military Academy entrance. What a total missed opportunity. Kim knew Min Jun's high school dropout record made university enrollment tough. Still, he advised Min Jun, if he aimed for an executive role, a GED and university application were key. He added that as a staff sergeant, Min Jun could travel for or take online classes, even offering to research the process. Min Jun confessed he disliked studying, believing his achievements alone were enough for advancement. After hearing that, Minchul respects Minjun's decision, won't push him, but asks him to hit him up if he ever changes his mind. Minjun thanks Minchul. Minchul will finish the report, tells him to chill and won't forget today's save. Minjun salutes, ready to bounce. Minchul stops him, adding Minjun saved the platoon, dodging a major bullet and preventing a total disaster. He even admits he froze during the crisis, genuinely thanking Minjun. Minjun firmly states he only did what he had to do. Loki, he knew it was all to stack up demonic energy and prove his worth. Outside, Guangxik nervously asks Minjun if he can hop in on the special training sessions with Dongjin. Minjun's surprised. How did Guangxik even find their secret spot? And why would someone not fully recovered want to go so hard? Guangxik struggles to explain. He points at Dongjin, saying he's half-decent now. Guangxik admits it's their training, wanting to join. Minjun, unimpressed, asks if Guangxik really thought he could just jump in. He stresses the order and discipline, especially for Corporal Kim Guangxik. Guangxik bows, thanking Minjun for saving him, then apologizes to Dongjin for his past treatment. Dongjin is caught off guard. He nervously dismisses it. Guangsu, serious, apologizes for the hazing. He's truly sorry, hoping for forgiveness and sincere. Personal reasons drive his NCO ambition. He's determined to train properly with them. Dongjin nervously asks if letting Guangsu train is really so bad, looking to Minjun. Minjun calmly replies, no, definitely not all right. Guangsu quietly accepts, understanding their discomfort from his past actions. He genuinely thanks Minjun and Dongjin for saving his life. Then Minjun tells Guangxik he'll reconsider letting him join. If he pigeons for 24 hours. Guangxik is totally shook, yelling, what? Minjun just shrugs like no biggie. Feeling the heat, Guangxik hesitantly starts cooing. Dongjin just stares, floored. Minjun snickers at Guangxik's cringe bird act. Saint hypes the giant's grind, asking his thoughts. Hesitant, the giant asks how long Saint keeps this vibe. Saint shrugs, who knows? Then offers a gift for the lost. He adds, real talk, a heartfelt gift is always valid. Sergeant Cho's Loki fuming after a brutal dungeon mission. They're already stuck building these camps. He's griping about this treatment in his final year, calling it unfair. Purple's like, do these camps even do anything against monsters? Cho just shrugs, beats me. Then a delivery drops. Guangxik yells, it's finally here, Stettel. He explains they call it that 'cause no one's sure if it's stone or metal. It's named for its confusing, ridiculously tough nature. Moving it, Guangxik quickly finds its way heavier than it looks, solid as a rock. Struggling, a soldier explains it's why camps use it, tough and reliable. Guangxik adds it's a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons. He starts to name it, but Minjun cuts in, asking if he said something. Guangxik quickly plays it off. He brushed it off, just thought someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Minji drops a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, serious as heck, Minji pulls the platoon commander aside. He'd overheard something juicy picking up supplies at HQ. Word is the Tin Can dungeon might have popped up in the 104th Division's zone. That instantly got everyone's full attention. Sergeant Cho's jaw dropped. Is that for real? Dongjin started freaking out, screaming, "If they send us back there again." This is his and Cho's third run into that cursed dungeon. Cho's loud complaints about the situation being beyond ridiculous were met by Minji, who tried to chill everyone out, reminding them an investigation was still ongoing. Meanwhile, Guangxik mumbled about Tin Can dungeons, a hunter's term for places way bigger than normal and absolutely stacked with monsters, diverse ones too. No boss monsters or super high-risk enemies, so they're perfect for real battle experience. Divisions often use them for large-scale training, hunter field maneuvers. Minjun, hearing Guangxik mumble again, asks, "Who are you even talking to?" Guangxik just shrugs, thought someone might be curious. Minjun repeats, "Hunter field maneuvers?" Confused and not thrilled, he thinks. This isn't the training I want right now. He's over boring drills, just wants real action. Min Chul Kim reminds them this mandatory training is a golden ticket for achievements. Hearing achievements, Min Jun's eyes light up. Main quest, recognition, strength, frontline duty, a cheat code to prove himself. He's stoked he came here, best decision, exceeding all expectations. As the hype for achievements grew, Minjun spotted a faint purple glow at his foot. Quick as a flash, he slid his shoe over it, hiding it before anyone noticed. Dongjin and Cho, totally wiped, yelled they were done with more achievements, already being worked to the bone in their final year. Minjun, meanwhile, let out a quiet breath of relief, thinking he dodged a bullet. He brushed it off, shifting focus like it was nothing. The current issue, reinforcement requests. NCO's son, the female officer, explains reinforcements were requested for an irregular monster. The request came from the investigative team in a new Yanggu dungeon. The Co recalls it's a military zone dungeon, not civilian. NCO confirms, adding 2 team members suddenly passed out. No warning, no signs. She notes this weird stuff's frequent, warning the dungeon needs an immediate clear. The officer suggests regular soldiers take over, pulling Yanggu hunters to redirect forces to the new priority, the dungeon that just popped up in Hongchen's civilian zone. NCO accepts without a second thought. Minjun watches, smirking. Perfect opportunity just dropped right into my lap. Minjun, feeling the vibes, decided to take a day off. He checked his bag. Minchul spotted him, asking if he was already bailing. Minchul remembered Minjun hauling extra steedle during camp. Then it clicked. Minjun wanted to finish early for his day off. Half impressed, half annoyed, Minchul told him, "You're really something else." Minjun just smiled and thanked him. Minchul quickly clarifies it wasn't exactly a compliment. Pointing to the form, he notes Minjun's registered address is in a restricted area. Curious, he asks where Minjun stayed last time. Minjun honestly replies, "A PC room." As expected, Minchul pulls out a key. He offers Minjun his parents' empty apartment, available while they're on business if he's cool with it. Minchul keeps it clean during his own breaks. Minjun tried to refuse, but Minchul cut him off. This time, it's a must. Minjun quietly read the note, an apartment far from camp, but in Gangwon-do, Chuncheon XX Villa. Definitely beats a noisy PC room, he figured. Chuncheon wasn't far, a decent shout. Minchul's words echoed. Grab the key, even if unused, just get proper rest. Minjun folds the note, stashing it. Minchul side-eyes Minjun's info sheet. Kim Minjun. Address, Gyeonggi-do, Nimdaehyun, parents Choi Yoon-ju and father both marked missing. Meanwhile, Minjun hits the Yanggu County bus terminal. Nearby soldiers are low-key buzzing about a dungeon that just dropped near an old, abandoned school. Orders are to keep a click away and secure the perimeter. Minjun chills quietly, taking it all in without making waves. His eyes lock onto a distant, silent building, definitely the dungeon. As he gets closer, he wonders what creature awaits him this time. Annoyed, he thinks, seriously, they didn't even check the monster type. Typical. Minjun decides if things get too sus, he's out. The moment he steps in, a faint glow flashes, confirming his dungeon entry. The air inside is thick, sticky, and super humid. Walls are cracked and the ground's all torn up. Signs of violence. A shattered object confirms battle. He feels watched. Minjun, without missing a beat, demands it show itself. A monster steps forward. Minjun studies the massive creature, goblin, kobold, whatever, it's huge. He's shocked the team survived this. Without waiting, Minjun charges, mocking its earlier survival. He activates his corruption skill. The monster doesn't even flinch, no block, no reaction. Minjun usually sees enemies as ants, but this one's a giant beetle. Still, a bug's a bug. Frustration boiling, Minjun glares, launching one last attack, demanding payback for his ruined new clothes. Monster defeated, Minjun gets a system message. More demonic energy absorbed, stats up again. Another notification. His demonic energy stat shot up by 3 times. Minjun finally crossed a major threshold, unlocking the new skill, Dark Arrow. His Nightwalker skill also leveled up, plus he gained basic swordsmanship. Pumped, Minjun checked his status. Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He totally grinned at Dark Arrow. He can now attack from afar with Demonic Energy, exactly what he needed. But his basic swordsmanship surprises him. Then it clicks, it must be from that critical hit during the fight. Lucky break, Minjun recalls a strange shine before the battle. Curious, he investigates, spotting something. It looks like an arrow tip, a broken sword piece, or something the investigative team left. The shape and color feel oddly familiar. A strange familiarity. As Minjun held the object, monsters swarmed from behind. Then it clicked, a new skill untried, and the timing felt chef's kiss. Mission done, but he decided to chill a bit longer. Why not clear out the stragglers and test his new power? Dungeon cleared, he felt proud and relaxed. Finally, free time for his favorite game, DPE. What a perfect end to a productive day. His day off felt satisfying, but that peace was short-lived. Back at camp, Minjun immediately sensed something was off. Everyone looked serious. The platoon's vibe was heavy. Zhang quickly spilled the tea. It's a tin can dungeon for real. Next week, they're doing large-scale hunter field maneuvers. Platoons will start at random points, converging on the dungeon's center. The mission: respond to emergencies, fight monsters. To survive real combat pressure, no one gets to chill. Everyone's locked in, battle-ready. As the exercise kicks off, Minchul Kim barks orders. Hill positions! Suddenly, dark, floating monsters appear, thick-skinned and tricky. Melee weapons are a no-go. Troops ditch specialty gear, grabbing firearms. They open fire non-stop, keeping those dark balls from getting closer. Minjun, though, is totally hyped. This dangerous training, exactly his vibe. Minji warns, if those monsters get too close, start draining blood, they're unstoppable. One bite, and it's game over for any soldier. Minjun clocks that too many casualties will tank their platoon's score, and he's not about to let that slide. Getting serious, he yells for Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, sprinting across the battlefield. Minjun's foot slams into a black monster, sending it shooting skyward like a kicked ball. Everyone around him freezes, watching it vanish into the clouds. Minjun wishes his dark arrows could just take down the floating monsters, making things way easier. Meanwhile, Commander Minchul Kim loudly orders troops to fire freely at the dark balls in the air. As the battle calms, they finally catch a short break. The troops get 10 minutes to chill, check gear, and report injuries. Sergeant Cho is wiped, saying this session's a beast compared to the last. He wonders how many fights they've even had. In-ho isn't sure, but drops a weird rumor. This dungeon might not be your average tin can. Cho's like, huh? In-ho explains there's a hidden boss monster inside. This dungeon shouldn't be like this. Rumor has it the creature was captured alive, locked in the central assembly area. As break ends, Minji calls everyone back to training. Soldiers follow. Moving on, Minjun spots a 2-star Hunter Corps soldier in the distance. Minjun instantly recognizes him. The scene shifts. A giant returns with a broken sword. An old man calmly speaks to the giant, noting his quick return. The old man figured the mission was rough, or someone totally messed up following her orders. He frowned at the blade's severe damage, asking if the giant was hunting demonic monsters again. At the central dungeon assembly point, tension mounted. LT. Call Co Zhangqiao, 3rd Battalion, saw monster numbers were way higher than expected, quietly hoping things wouldn't go south. Standing next to him. Colonel Seung Kyan, 1st BN, explains the Div commander sees troop combat ability declining. Ko Young-chul worries they're pushing soldiers too hard, physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lee Jun-byam, 2nd BN, shows up anxious, asking where the div commander went. Seung Kyan just shrugs. Everyone knows how unpredictable he is. Once he's set on something, no one can stop him. An uneasy feeling remains. Lee Jun-byam wondered why the commander was even here. His concern spiked when the division commander headed straight for his battalion. Then LT. Col Ko Jong-chul spilled the tea. The commander wanted to see a soldier with his own eyes before leaving. Min Chul-kim was shook. He knew these drills always had a penalty mission. Someone fakes an injury and their squad carries them. He's shocked by who's playing the injured soldier. That role was for a regular HQ officer, yet the division commander himself is on the stretcher playing along. While Minchul processes this, the commander casually says, "Take good care of me." Minchul snaps to attention and salutes, still stunned. Then SFC Kim Minji steps up, explaining by the book proper transport for the injured. Respectfully, Minji offers to carry him. But the commander cuts him off, reminding everyone they know his vibe. Seo Kyung, the division commander, straight up refuses to be carried, saying he's out for that drill part, insisting they stick to the plan. Everyone's shook. Meanwhile, Min Jun thinks this training is wild, but also low-key fun. The hype doesn't stop. The field's crawling with monsters, each a new danger. Plus, the division added special traps and challenges, making the session a real dungeon expedition with new surprises at every turn. Private Jin Kialho from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad was falling behind. Breathing hard and clearly stressed, he couldn't take down a frog-like monster. As it lunged, Minjun swooped in, one-shotting it and saving Kialho. Reflecting, Minjun realized his basic swordsmanship, simple as it was, made him hit harder and stay sharper. This intense training might be his secret sauce to level up. KLO, winded, quickly thanks Minjun. From afar, Seo Kyung scopes the battlefield, Loki admitting this is their toughest Hunterfield maneuver yet. Meanwhile, Mincheol Kim hypes up the troops to hang on till the break. Everyone pushes, but Kim Minjun is clearly built different. Simultaneously, in the dungeon's north, PFC Sun Yoon Seo solos multiple monsters, no cap. She's breathing hard. Wiped out, but Yoon Seo, a total MVP, charges in, saving a fellow soldier without a second thought. The whole platoon, absolute legends, made it this far, no serious injuries. Seo Kyung beams with pride. Min Chul Kim, seeing their grit, admits this platoon's got serious game. When he gives props to the squad, Seo Kyung drops some wisdom, spotting and leading top-tier soldiers. That's peak leadership. He hypes Min Chul to go all out for the final training phase. Min Chul thanks him. Suddenly, Seo Kyung loses balance. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jae snaps, scolding him for relying only on his left hand, not supporting himself. Seo Kyung apologizes immediately. Nearby, a curious junior soldier approaches Corporal Lee Sung-woo. It's Lee's second time in Hunter field maneuvers, so someone tries to ask, but Lee bluntly tells them no. As they prep to move out, the younger soldier, confused, asks about the hole. Lee confirms, calling it the dungeon hole. The younger one stares at the massive pit. He gets it's a hole, but clearly misses the memo. Lee shrugs, "Dude, you must have been napping during the dungeon info session." Not much is known about dungeons, but the common theory is this. A dungeon is a space linked to another dimension via some gate, even though it's connected. Dungeons aren't perfect or endless. They've got borders, and inside, the connection can get super glitchy or just drop. Those weird, random spots? People call them dungeon holes. A nervous soldier asks what happens if you accidentally hit a dungeon hole or cross the edge. Lee isn't sure, but folks believe you'd suddenly pop to a random spot inside the dungeon. Just then, something unexpected goes down. A sudden appearance causes a stir. A helpless girl soldier is down. Mincheol quickly steps up, reassuring her. "I've already hit up the 4th Battalion. Chill, rest up." Still anxious, she asks about her squad. Mincheol gently confirms, "They're all good and super worried about you." He adds, "Training's paused, our focus, getting Private First Class Sun Yoon Seo back on her feet." Mincheol explains the situation's reported, so training should resume soon. Yoon Seo quietly thanks him, clearly relieved things are handled. Minji reminds her, fractured foot means chill. Hunters gotta protect their health as much as their skills. Mincheol adds, HQ's contacted, transfer crews already en route. He starts to say her session participation is over. Before he can finish, Major General Du Seok-young arrives. The division commander's unexpected arrival during training totally blindsided Yun Seo. The soldiers went quiet, feeling the weight of his presence. Min Chil Kim reported Yun Seo's left ankle was fractured. She was out, despite no major external injuries. Du Seo Kyung, bummed only a bit of training remained, turned to Yun Seo for her debrief. She explained she'd slipped off a cliff during a monster fight and blacked out. Waking up, she'd been moved. Her words made it clear she'd fallen past the dungeon's inner boundary, probably somewhere off the radar. Dungeon hole or not, whatever, the main thing was Sun Yun Seo was found just in time. Seo Kyung felt a wave of relief, realizing her quick discovery was pure luck. Then something clicked. He asked her name again. Hearing it, his expression immediately shifted. He recognized her background. Yun Seo-ho from the 4th Company, 4th Battalion, is Sun Ti-ho's daughter. This revelation prompts Du Seo Kyung to call Corporal Kim Min-jun. Min-jun quickly responds, confused why he's singled out. Before he can process, the order is given, carry the injured Yun Seo-ho. Min-jun is caught off guard, hesitating, but Seo Kyung's sharp voice cuts through doubt, leaving no room for debate. Despite Yun Seo-ho's protests and confusion, the decision is final. For the commander, this isn't just an order, it's a valuable win. The situation's locked down, mission's clear, transport the injured safely ASAP. Minjun preps to give Yunseo a piggyback ride. She's clearly annoyed, but caves after Minjun calmly drops the bomb, quit, and her training score resets. Faced with that, Yunseo chooses to push through, politely asking to be looked after. The platoon, especially Jiang, was shook by Minjun's unreal stamina, questioning if he was even human. Min Chil Kim told the pair to stick with the vice commander at the rear, reporting if NCO tired. Minjun, though, showed zero signs of slowing, not expecting to fall behind. Meanwhile, Minji quietly spilled the tea to Seo Kyung about NCO's special treatment, just for being a division commander's daughter. Seo Kyung hears this, calmly reminding them, helping the injured, totally allowed, it's part of training. Minji accepts it without pushback. But then Major General Du Seo Kyung mutters something harsh, personal under his breath, aimed at Sun Ti-ho. No doubt a deeper story lies beneath the surface. Minjun walks on, NCO on his back, steps steady despite the awkward weight. The position isn't comfy, but he doesn't complain. After a while, NCO offered to stop training, saying he could put her down if tired. Minjun, unfazed, said it was chill, casually adding she's lighter than Stettel, their heavy camp stuff. Confused, NCO echoed the word. Minjun, like it was nothing, explained it's a dense mineral, guessing she's 50 kilos. A mortified NCO cut him off before he could finish. Stop talking! A brief silence, then she spoke, calmer. She promises to repay him for helping. Minjun smiles, but secretly hopes for a reward from her dad. To lighten the mood, he repeats she's lighter than Stattel. NCO immediately yells, "Shut up!" her voice echoing. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho groans, complaining this training feels like hell mode, wondering who made it so tough. Min Chil Kim checks the distance, only 2 kilometers left. He reminds everyone to stay sharp, don't drop your guard. The message spreads, giving squads a jolt of energy. Suddenly, 2nd Platoon's CPL, Lee Ik-jun and SGT, Lee Gi-tai report flying monsters ahead. Minchul hears the call, orders immediate prep. These airborne monsters won't be easy. Worst part, black rakes. Nasty, sparrow-sized creatures, aggressive enough to tear skin with sharp claws and teeth. Wounds might not kill, but the pain is brutal. Everyone's wiped from training. Worse, carrying an injured person makes this fight super risky. The black rakes are relentless, they never quit. Far off, Du Seo Kyung, the high-ranking officer faking injury, watches quietly. His vision's faded, so he can't clearly see the monsters. He gets how tough this is for his troops. He's clocking their reactions, not just the fight. Panic or a screw-up hits their training scores. Low vis wiped out. No cap, no excuses. They're hunters. Breaking formation to help feels right, but it'd chaos the squad. Stay in line, trust the platoon commander's call, no matter how rough. Then Kim Min-jun clocks something, suddenly moving forward, catching everyone off guard. The others try to stop him. Confused, they watch him step up, still carrying an injured soldier. But Min-jun speaks, asking for a chance. He knows this can't last, everyone's at their breaking point. Platoon Commander Min-chul Kim is stunned, yet listens, questioning how Min-jun plans to pull this off with someone on his back. Min-jun insists. Min-chul warns, fail, and they retreat immediately. This is his one shot. Minjun refuses to abandon the injured, opting to execute the plan himself. The order, fall back, provide cover for Minjun. Mincheol then orders open fire prep, tensing everyone. Seo Kyung, disbelieving, asks if they're really rifling down airborne monsters. Minjun quietly tells NCO to hang in there, he won't lose anyone. NCO, shocked, mutters how insane this all feels. Minjun, ever chill, stays calm. As a dark mage, shadows are his playground. This feels like grinding early levels he's mastered. His low-rank dark arrow skill, combined with his long-range weapon, hits different when used right. Without a beat, Minjun launches it. Demonic energy wraps the arrow like a cannonball, massive, fast. Too massive to dodge, especially in the pitch-black night. The monster drops instantly. NCO is shook. Minjun swiftly finishes the rest, clearing the battlefield. Still, it feels unreal to all watching. Minjun isn't just skilled, he's a force of nature, and the squad silently realizes he's in a league of his own. Soldiers exhale as the fight ends, monsters gone, calm returns. Then the announcement. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon officially passed training. The whole group hears it. Med team swoops in, checking injured. Mincheol Kim scans the crew, giving props for holding strong till the end. Minji reminds the squad, stay focused. Barracks and chill time next. Minjun briefly wonders about props, but that thought dips when Mincheol Kim shouts his name. In front of everyone, he tells Minjun he went all out, always first to act, never bailing on danger. His bravery was next level. Corporal Kim Minjun, a bit shy but beaming, had all eyes on him. Sun Yoon-seo, still piggyback, whispered thanks, asking to be set down. Later, she apologized for being a burden, but Mincheol quickly shut that down, saying everyone was just stoked they finished the training as a squad. Major General Du Seok-young watched, a small smile on his face, clearly impressed by the platoon's teamwork. They totally crushed it. Despite immense pressure, the entire platoon aced training. Relief washed over them, laughter erupting. Many agreed Minjun was the real MVP, his actions truly clutch. Suddenly, Colonel Yu Jai-hai, 4th Battalion commander, arrived to check on Yoon-seo. Yoon-seo reported a minor ankle injury, but was otherwise fine. Colonel Yu noted her luck, especially after that dungeon hole fall. Yu Jai-hai tells the squad to move her carefully. They comply. Colonel Yu Jai-hai then seeks Major General Du Seok-kyung for a private training chat. Seok-kyung hesitates, but Jai-hai insists it's now or never. Later, with the camp asleep, Kim Minjun finds a quiet moment. The chef offers him fried chicken. Minjun's eyes sparkle. He asks, "Is this all for me?" The chef grins. "Everyone's out cold, it's all yours." Minjun happily digs in, declaring his efforts won't go unrewarded. The chef confirms Minjun's from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, adding he heard their unit was division best. Minjun nods, munching. The chef then shares he overheard higher-ups praising Minjun's performance, especially during the Black Rake's night attack. He confirms Minjun handled them solo, genuinely impressed, wondering how anyone pulls that off in the dark. The chef continues. This training was brutal. Word is 70% of privates across the division tapped out midway. Minjun reflects, then quietly gasps, totally stoked by the juicy meat. Camp's chill this morning. Most soldiers are still catching ZS, enjoying downtime after that grind. Officers nearby chat. The exercise went better than expected. Division commander was super impressed. The commander personally watched 2nd Company's 2nd Platoon. Everyone agreed they absolutely slayed the exercise. 1st Company's Captain Kim Kaiwoo proudly grinned. "Our division commander, he's totally chill, not scary." He paused, worried he'd been too casual. But another officer quickly reassured him. "It's fine. You were honest but firm. Plus, the commander went rogue, so no one can argue." The 4th Battalion commander, NCO, was low-key intimidating to some. Still, Kim Minjun's huge impression stood out. Everyone agreed he crushed it. Minjun stayed strong, reacted fast, and never backed down, all while the division commander watched. As things calmed, everyone looked forward to the monthly meeting. At 104th Division HQ, Major General Du Seok-young reviewed the dungeon cleanup schedule. Everything's good, so he checks on Private First Class Sun Yoon-seo. Colonel Yu Jai-hai reports her injury isn't bad, no fracture. Recovery smooth. Yoon-seo finishes treatment tomorrow, back to duty. Seok-kyung quietly thinks she's a chip off the old block. Suddenly his phone rings. Seok-kyung answers. A voice greets him. "Hey, bearded bastard." Confused, Seok-kyung asks, "Who is this?" The voice retorts, duh. Then it clicks. It's Sun Taeho. Yoon Seo's dad, Sun Taeho, wastes no time. He challenges Seo Kyung to a duel. Seo Kyung doesn't answer. He blows up, demanding why he was called out of nowhere. Taeho, totally unfazed, repeats his challenge, letting Seo Kyung pick the spot. Seo Kyung, trying to keep it together, asks if Taeho's acting like this just because his daughter got injured, questioning how a general like him has the nerve. Taeho stays chill. The general just wants a workout on the Seo Kyung punching bag, claiming it's way tougher. That pushes Seo Kyung to the brink, making him curse. He admits feeling bad about Yoon Seo, but insists it was just training, nothing to get heated over. Just as things might chill, Taeho goes for the jugular, mocking Seo Kyung for not even getting hitched, asking how he could possibly get it. That's it. Seo Kyung's face went crimson. He snapped. He demanded Taeho's location, yelling, "Stay put. You won't be laughing when I get there." Taeho's silence made Seo Kyung slam his hands on the table in pure frustration, cracking his phone. The room fell into tense silence. Yoo Jae-hee carefully approached, letting him know the call just ended. Seo Kyung, still fuming, demanded she call Taeho personally, but she urged him to chill. Taeho's justified anger fueled his rage. He couldn't believe she was on Taeho's side. Suspicion crept in. Did she spill the tea about his daughter's injury? Jae-hee firmly denied it, explaining the hospital likely contacted Yoon Seo's guardian. Taeho likely knew his daughter got special permission to finish training before transfer. As those words landed, Seo Kyung's rage began to waver. Guilt hits him hard. He should have explained it was just a test for the 2nd platoon, not personal. He sighs, realizing it's time to clear the air with Taeho. This whole mess was a total misunderstanding. Do Seok-young's phone is toast, so Yoo Jae-hee dials Taeho herself, putting him on speaker. The second Taeho picks up, his voice is sharp, clearly annoyed. Taeho already suspects Seo Kyung is with Yi-hee. Yi-hee quickly apologizes for the unexpected call, explaining the division commander's phone is broken, so she called instead. Seo Kyung then steps in, taking full responsibility. He calmly clarifies the misunderstanding and sincerely apologizes, but Taeho isn't letting it slide. He mocks Seo Kyung for chickening out of their duel, then demands to know who carried his daughter. A non-medic getting so close to her clearly doesn't sit right with him. He warns Seo Kyung to be ready next time. Realizing the call was dead, Jae-hee hung up, no time for more drama. Seo Kyung, fuming, gripped the sofa, glaring daggers at her. He totally blamed her for making him call. No words needed. He demanded a car pronto. They're off to Daejeon to confront Taeho. Jae-hee, knowing she couldn't win, stayed quiet, thinking how extra these hot-headed men were. Across the base, Minjun Kim, hyped for his free cafeteria chicken, strolled the hall. Lost in thought, he sensed something. His Nightwalker, hyped, was bouncing. Cute as he was, Minjun was over him, popping up unannounced. No time wasted. He grabbed the creature, pocketed him, and dipped out for a private talk. Behind the building, Minjun double-checked for prying eyes before letting the Nightwalker out. Once the little guy was free, Minjun laid down the law, don't pop up unless it's totally safe. Hurt, the Nightwalker explained he'd checked for all clear, only coming because he missed his master. Minjun, realizing he'd been a bit much, softened, summoning demonic energy to feed him. Fed, the tiny creature suddenly pointed at Minjun. Curious, Minjun touched the finger and bam, an instant connection formed, through the link. Minjun now sees what his minion reported. Hua Chen, totally wrecked, oozing demonic energy. He's low-key shocked the Nightwalker went that far and snagged solid intel. Praising his little guy for the clutch job, Minjun watches him glow with pride. But as the Nightwalker soaks it all in, Minjun's already cooking up an excuse to dip out of base again. Nearing the dorm, his mind races, leaving right away. Sus. He hated wasting vacation days on a false alarm, still buzzing from his last day off during the Yangwoo op. Opening the dorm door, *bam, a burst of noise, everyone celebrating. The moment he stepped in, they all cheered, "Congrats, Division's best soldier from the Hunter maneuvers." An award ceremony was coming, and even better, the whole platoon got a day off because of him. Minjun's eyes lit up. He immediately asks for tomorrow off. Commander, with no real comeback, agrees. Minjun scores a day off. Next day, he hits Hwashin, but the vibe's off. Chaos over, Hunter's cleaning up, but why so many still around? He's especially peeved he juiced his minion with demonic energy as a reward, only to miss the main event. Suddenly, a voice calls his name. He turns to see a girl lowering her mask. It's Sun Yoon-seo. Minutes earlier, outside Huekian's civilian zone, before Min-jun, the girls were already sanitizing. Corporal Cha Marie was tired and annoyed, baffled by cleaning up after their hunter maneuvers. Corporal Yoon Haiju, more level-headed, figured it was battalion commanders' punishment for their bad training, given the company commander's look. This wasn't something to take lightly. She told the others to stop whining and just get it done. Mari, totally wiped, grumbled about a monster popping out right after training. Still, she knew they dodged a bullet not being on the attack team, especially with Holmes lost in the chaos. Their eyes then landed on Yoon-seo, quietly scrubbing at the road's end, not a peep from her. Mari went over, checking if she was all right, gently telling her not to overdo it. True to form, PFC Yoon-seo stood at attention, assuring Mari she was totally fine. Mari was low-key impressed by Yoon-seo's quick recovery but still told her to chill, just in case. Then they overheard murmurs from other girls, wondering what a male hunter was doing here. The corporal might be clueless, but Yoon-seo instantly recognized the guy, Min-jun. Some girls knew he was from their division, but that's all they got. Anyway, back to now. Yoon-seo lowers her mask, stunning Min-jun. He never expected to run into her here. Yoon-seo asks what he's doing, noting only his battalion was called for support. The other female troops are totally thrown off by a male hunter in their zone. Annoyed, Min-jun replies he's on vacation. Yoon-seo gets irritated, demanding who in their right mind visits a recently attacked site on leave. Her suspicions spike and she starts grilling him. Yoon-seo grilled him. "Did you just pull that out of thin air?" She pressed. "Who vacations in uniform?" Min-jun, unfazed, handed over a signed leave form. Yoon-seo read it, her suspicion eased, but she wasn't buying it. Handing it back, she asked, "Why HWASH in a restricted zone?" That question blindsided Min-jun. Unable to spill the beans, he cooked up an excuse. He claimed business in Huekin, checking out the emergency. Suddenly, an unexpected gate materialized behind the troops, stretching wide, instantly spiking anxiety. They'd just cleared the area, now facing another round. A corporal quickly ordered retreat to the platoon commander. Chaos erupted as troops fell back, but Min-jun, defying the mess, walked straight toward the gate. Yoon-seo spots him, immediately urging evacuation, but he's got other plans. Chill, he gives an excuse. He'll buy time for the others to escape. Yoon-seo's low-key frustrated, thinking he's reckless, they've no clue what's coming. Min-jun points out the attack team already dipped. If a monster pops up, everyone's toast. He'll stall it, and if things go sideways, he'll bounce. Then he asks for any spare gear, telling her to lend it. Yoon-seo, still worried, hesitates. But when he mentions her injured foot, she clenches her jaw, reluctantly handing him her weapon. Before leaving, she warns him again. If things go south, he better bolt. With everyone gone, Min-jun finally has the gate to himself, ready for action. As he approaches, he recalls some monsters prefer staying in dungeons. Drawing his weapon, he hopes this isn't one of those gates. Otherwise, his hype would be for naught. Solo monsters were rare, they usually rolled in packs. Just as he'd figured, a smirk played on Min-jun's lips. A red boar, thick with purple demonic energy, stepped from the gate. Soon, more boars crawled out, forming a squad. Min-jun waved off their foul stench. They didn't wait, charging him all at once. Unflinching, Min-jun braced himself. He takes an attacking stance and charges forward. He opens with dark arrows from his palm, but they just bounce off the boar's thick hide. Realizing their defense is op, he leaps high, crashing down with sharp, calculated slashes. His blade cuts their hides, but none fall. Min-jun narrows his eyes, knowing their tough exterior doesn't mean their insides are the same. So Min-jun unleashes his D-rank skill, corruption. He pulsed demonic energy into the monsters through their thick skin cuts. The red boars bled internally, attempting one last charge before collapsing miserably. Min-jun, without missing a beat, absorbed their demonic energy. To ensure they were truly done, he slashed them one final time. He gained a demonic energy boost and saw noticeable growth in his Nightwalker and basic swordsmanship. Boars done, he waited for more. Suddenly, his face dropped. Platoon Commander Jae-yoon with corporals was behind him. She grabbed Min-jun, checking if he was okay. The other female troops, seeing his solo monster takedown, totally blushed. Jae-yoon immediately laid into him for being reckless, fighting instead of reporting the gate. She demanded his unit and why he was here. Min-jun hands over his signed leave app, explaining he was in the area for biz but rushed to help after the emergency. Doubts cleared, Jian tells everyone to bounce. Monsters handled, the investigation team's on its way. As she walks off, the girls swarm Minjun like bees, hitting him with questions about his solo fight. Jian sighs tiredly, seeing them act like total fangirls. Yunseo stands back, quietly observing the chaos. Meanwhile, Minjun's patience was shot, secretly wishing everyone would just yeet themselves. That night, a confused shout from the admin office. The platoon commander got a call about Minjun's vacation incident in Huaqian. He double-checked. "Corporal Kim Minjun, from 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company," the caller confirmed. The commander shot up, stunned, hearing Minjun single-handedly took down the monsters and even volunteered for community service. Over the comms, Yoon Seo's platoon commander, Jai Yoon, reported all gates are sealed for now. They're disinfecting affected homes, and get this, Minjun's still helping out. She's never seen anyone like him. Back here, Corporals Yoon Haiju and Cha Mari were low-key watching Minjun from afar. Hyeyu still shook he clapped those red boars so easily. Heard getting hit by one is like getting trucked. Chamuri, meanwhile, is totally simping for Minjun's brutal monster-slaying skills. Minjun's low-key annoyed he didn't get full XP from those kills. To salvage this L, he helps with cleanup, boosting his rep before dipping. Just then, Yunseo quietly walks up, catching him off guard, his mind already spiraling. He blew off greetings, blurting nonsense about almost clocking her, then dismissively told her to move. Yunseo stayed firm, cutting straight to the point, something to discuss. Cleanup done, Minjun and Yunseo faced off, the vibe tense but chill. Minjun straight up asked why she came. Yunseo didn't beat around the bush, bringing up their first encounter if he cursed at her from the bus. Minjun looks confused, then it clicks. He corrects her, "I didn't curse, I just said if you mess with me again, you're dead." Yunseo sighs deeply, frustrated but trying to be the bigger person. She admits she got pissed first that day and apologizes. Surprisingly, Minjun waves it off, no grudges, let it go. As he turns to leave, she stops him again, bringing up something more serious. She mentioned only one other person ever aced the promotion test. Minjun's ears perked up, assuming she meant him. But he was caught off guard when she revealed it was her dad. With a proud grin, she explained her father was the only one to start as a private and earn stars. Wanting to follow in his footsteps, she enlisted as a private too. Minjun was genuinely curious, hearing about someone else who achieved something similar. He stumbles back, mentally connecting the dots. The hunter army only formed when Gates appeared. He was just 7. He assumed Yunseo's father re-enlisted as a private after awakening. Yunseo quickly clarifies. Her dad wasn't strong back in the day, even unfit for service due to poor eyesight and other physical issues. But after awakening, seeing his body improve, he voluntarily enlisted. Her pride when speaking of him makes Minjun want to meet him someday. Yunseo assures him her father would be thrilled to meet someone like him, respecting strong warriors. Meanwhile, at DGN 107th Division HQ, the hunter gym is pure chaos. The building's shaking, and Colonel Lee Sangjin, 3rd Battalion commander, looks like he's about to flatline from stress. Yu Jaihai is also there, totally overwhelmed, unable to get a grip. Turns out it's not an earthquake, but a full-on throwdown between Tiho and Du Seokyung. These seasoned warriors are going at it like wild beasts, battered. Mid-clash, Tiho snarks, asking if Seokyung came just to name-drop Minjun. That blindsides Seokyung. He didn't expect Tiho to already know. Tiho chuckles, asking if Seokyung thought he wouldn't catch on just because he kept mum, without wasting another second. They're back at it, throwing punches like they forgot their age. Lee Sangjin's losing it, convinced no one can stop them. But then Yu Jaihai jumps in, realizing things are getting way too intense. Punches stop, but they're still glaring, slinging insults like schoolyard kids. Eventually, the madness cools and they're outside on a park bench. Yu Jaihai walks to Seo Kyung, delivering a report from the 3rd Battalion commander. Red Boar's gate cleared. Seo Kyung praises her and the commander, then she's off. She's gone. Tiho breaks the silence, demanding Seo Kyung's real reason, convinced there's more. Seo Kyung doesn't pull punches. He's here to promote Minjun to sergeant. Tiho's calm twists to rage, furious Seo Kyung's backing the guy who dared mess with his daughter. Seo Kyung fires back just as heated. No one messed with Yoon Seo. He tells Tiho to stop being a raging bull and be grateful Minjun helped her out. Tiho reminds Seo Kyung Minjun just made corporal with a special promo to PFC before that. Seo Kyung nods. admitting he plans to make Minjun a commissioned officer. Tiho sighs, knowing Guhak Chul won't sit still, eyeing anyone Seo Kayung values that much. But that's exactly why Seo Kayung spilled the tea. He wants Taeho on his team. Taeho smirks, saying he'll decide after meeting the guy himself. Meanwhile, in Huachian County, a dark figure radiating demonic energy pops up right in front of Minjun. Minjun freezes, too stunned to even react. The man slowly rises, a twisted smile spreading, clearly hyped to have finally found Minjun. Moments earlier, Minjun saw off the female corporals already on the bus. Waving, the girls shouted hopes of meeting again. Cha Marie was this close to shooting her shot or slipping him her digits. But Yoon Hyeju quickly shut that down, politely thanking Minjun. Cha Marie bickered about fumbling the bag while Yoon Seo quietly shared a look with Minjun. And just like that, the bus rolled off, leaving him behind. Honestly, he was kinda relieved to finally drop the nice guy act. But as he turned, the Nightwalker just popped up. The little shadow creature coughed, shamelessly begging for more demonic energy to feed its huge belly. What it didn't get was that its master was still fuming about the bad intel. No rewards today, buddy. The minion looked heartbroken, denied its treat, but then its expression totally changed. Suddenly, it started bugging out, pulsing with demonic energy, blasting urgent thoughts to Minjun. He quickly realized foreign demonic energy was breaching this dimension, not via a gate, but ripping the boundary. Minjun was low-key shook the Nightwalker caught such faint traces, seeing its potential as a danger radar, not stealth. He told the little guy to lead. Minutes later, they were deep in the forest. Minjun rewarded his minion with demonic energy. But before he could chill, the air twisted and a demonic portal ripped open. A figure slowly emerged. The moment he stepped out and saw Minjun, his face lit up with pure joy, yelling, "Master Minold!" through tears. Minjun was not feeling it. He instantly backed off, telling the dude to keep his distance. But when the guy clumsily tripped, Minjun instinctively rushed to him. Frustration crossed his face as he knelt, asking why he followed when told not to. The overwhelmed man just sobbed with joy, thrilled to see his master again. Minjun sighed, memories of their first meeting flooding back. In the other world, this guy was on death's door, helpless in a deserted dungeon. A monster appeared, ready for the final blow to someone who'd lost all hope. Plot twist, demonic energy ripped through the creature, saving him last second. He looked up to see Minjun, tall and radiating a dark aura. The guy immediately assumed he was Master Minold. Minjun didn't know how this rando knew his name, but saw he was seriously weak. Before dipping, Minjun warned him to avoid such dungeons unless he had a death wish. Just for kicks, he asked his name. Minjun, stunned the guy had no name, just dubbed him Lee Bangu right there. Back in the present, Minjun grabs Bangu, shaking him, calling him crazy for solo dimension hopping. Bangu desperately tries to explain. After Minjun vanished, everything back home went sideways. The cult crumbled without its master. But Minjun never asked for that devotion, never wanted followers or worship. So why would he spill the beans about leaving? Frustrated, Minjun shoves Bangu down. Bangu balls, whining Minjun should have made him his right-hand man. Minjun can't even stay mad at his pathetic state. Shaking his head, he sighs, then injects demonic energy to restore Bangu's strength. Instantly, Bangu feels alive, vowing to repay his master's kindness. But Minjun's got no time for drama. He just wants to know how Bangu actually got here, dropping the formal act. Bangu claims his arrival here was a miracle, powered by faith in Minjun and his desperate wish to stay. Minjun rolls his eyes over the drama, demanding the real scoop. It just doesn't track. Someone with Bangu's skills couldn't dimension hop solo unless a powerhouse like the Saintess was involved. That's when Bangu spills the tea. After Minjun vanished, he stuck around to watch the giantess due to weird whispers. Apparently ever since that day. Eerie noises echoed from the temple nightly. Rumors said many monsters were caught, but Bangu found no bones, no meat, just empty space. Then it clicked. They weren't killing them. They were sending them to Minjun. Minjun was floored, seeing how low the Saintess would stoop. Now sure she's behind the recent demon attacks, he wondered if Bangu knew about that weird item he found days ago. He pulls out a piece of steel retrieved from a troll monster. Bangu instantly recognizes it as a broken fragment of a temple guard's blade, likely the captain's. Meanwhile, Minjun can't shake off Bangu's sheer recklessness. What if that gate had yeeted him into another dimension? A second late and he'd be stuck in the dimensional gap, gone without a trace. But clueless Bangu had no clue how close he was to disaster. Minjun just shook his head. Minjun eyes the blade fragment, his thoughts spiraling. He can't get a read on the Saintess's true agenda. That unknown gnaws at him like a stubborn splinter. Flashback, 1,224 days before Minjun returned to Earth. In Isgard at sunset, the Saintess stood, gazing into the distance. A familiar voice asked why they were summoned. She turned to find Minjun. The Saintess smiled warmly, enjoying the breeze. Minjun, clearly annoyed, shot back. He'd been sleeping outside for days. What's the big deal? Realizing her blunder, the Saintess apologized, reminding him she couldn't leave the temple grounds. Then she mentioned hearing his colleagues were seriously injured at Parka's dungeon. She was about to drop their ridiculous cult name when Minjun cut her off. He clarified, those idiots weren't colleagues, no cult existed. They just followed him, got wrecked by dark hounds, but were treated and would survive. The Saintess smiled, amused by his dark hound's term. Minjun leaned in, explaining Cass means hound in his world, so he called the Parcuses dark hounds. He kept dragging the topic. He just wanted to know if Isgard and Earth's monsters were connected. The Saintess said no. She explained Isgard's had gates and monsters for ages. If there's a link, both just face the same problem. She got why he was sus, seeing the same monsters back home and even arriving via a gate. But she reminded him, jumping dimensions isn't easy. Even summoning him took immense effort. Transporting entire dungeons and monster armies? That's just Cap. He didn't argue, just dipped, but warned her not to flake when his time to return home came. Back in the present, Minjun recalled he never truly trusted the Saintess. He'd done his own digging, confirming Isgard had gate issues long before his arrival. He learned moving a dungeon cross-dimension wasn't impossible, just seriously tough, even for the Saintess. What bugged him was her wasting holy power just to send monsters, luring him back, or burning relics for a twisted plan. Pure speculation, only the Saintess knew the truth. As his thoughts spiraled, his gaze hit the idiot kneeling, ready to die for his master. Minjun was so over this religious weirdo. Stuck with him, he just told him to ditch Minold and use his real name, Minjun, to shut him up. The fanatic, hyped, tried calling him Minjun, but totally butchered it. Minjun tried correcting him, then gave up, realizing the guy had a few screws loose. Shaking it off, he asked Bangu if he could use the imitation skill. The man eagerly confirmed he could. Minjun's skeptical, having given him minimal energy. Still, the fanatic thanks him profusely, assuring he can still transform. Hearing this, Minjun points at a crow, telling him to mimic it. Without hesitation, the dark mage wraps in demonic energy, transforming into a crow. Proud, Bangu flaps excitedly, but Minjun tells him to chill and move with the Nightwalker for now. Nightwalker was clearly over Bangu's presence. They were seconds from throwing hands until Minjun stepped in. "Seriously, both of you chill and get along," he ordered. With no choice, they quietly obeyed. Minjun then told Bangu to get instructions from Nightwalker, who'd also keep a hawk eye on him for any reckless moves. As they took off, Minjun let out a huge sigh of relief. His rumbling stomach, though, quickly reminded him, food stat. A few days later at camp. Kim Gwangsik burst in, practically vibrating with hype. The guys stared, thinking he'd lost it, but he dropped the bomb. The platoon's quarterly chart was finally posted. Everyone's attention snapped. As Sergeant Lee buttoned up, someone joked he'd aced first again, but Gwangsik leaned in, revealing Lee Sung-ho actually snagged asterisk second this time. Jaws dropped. Silence. Curiosity peaked. Everyone was buzzing, dying to know who aced over 75 points in their platoon. Just as the guesses peaked, Minjun strolls in, casually announcing he's back from vacation. As he greets them, corporals start whispering, "Could he be the one?" Gwangsik spills the tea, confirming Minjun's performance literally shook the entire division. Everyone's shook, still processing, when the platoon commander walks in, and the room snaps to attention with a salute. The commander steps forward, sergeant's badge in hand, announcing Minjun's promotion. The room goes dead silent. No one can believe he's leveling up again this fast. But the commander confirms documents from Division HQ just landed. Minjun was officially named the division's best soldier during Hunter Field maneuvers. His voluntary dungeon clearance during vacation also earned major props. The commander congratulates him, beaming with pride. Explaining the promotion came straight from Division Commander Seo Kyung himself. The platoon commander then swaps Min Jun's corporal bars for sergeant stripes, making it official. The unit erupts in cheers for their new sergeant, everyone but Jiang Hanyang, who looks a bit sus. He pulls out a folded paper, revealing their pre-dungeon bet on Min Jun's next promotion. This is the paper where Guangxik boldly bet his entire salary on a 1-month prediction. Guangxik is beaming, flexing his win, while Jiang Hanyang grudgingly takes the L. Suddenly, Minjun snatches the paper, freezing them both, unsure what he'd pull. As Minjun reads, his expression shifts. Realizing Guangxik won, a wicked grin stretches across his face. The two got even more stressed, bracing for the new sergeant's chaos. Minjun, though, was grinning like an idiot, clearly living his best life. His joy, the misery of those who bet on him. Kim Moongi and Jung Hanyang were already sweating bullets. Guangxik's face looked about to crack, nervously offering Minjun 30% of his winnings. Minjun, fully vibing, claimed it wasn't for money. "Nah, it's for their own good," he said. Guangxin's offer just hit 40%. Minjun's casually making him rep out with heavy dumbbells, still claiming it's not about the bet or money. Poor Guangxin. Guangxik's almost in tears, apologizing non-stop. Minjun, being extra, piles on more weight, panicking Guangxik. Just as it seems too much, Minjun casually one-hands the heavy bar. The two corporals nearby are shook not just by Minjun's strength, but legit worried their buddy might drop dead. Minjun calls it training, not punishment, since asterisk they wanted to get swole. He then eyeballs the others, calling one to join in. They nervously declined, citing prior training and urgent duties elsewhere. As they tried to slip away, they froze. The sergeant's tone turned terrifying. Minjun, with a wicked smile, calmly told them it was a real shame they thought they could say no. Fear instantly flooded their faces. Soon, screams were the only sound from the training room. Later, Guangxik was out cold. The others were left panting, utterly wrecked. Minjun casually pitches a favor to the corporals. Desperate for a break, the guys instantly agree to anything but more PT. Minjun then lists facts. Soldiers below private first class can't use the training or PC room for games. Confused, the guys hear Minjun keep going. No gym either. The list just keeps growing. Armed with this info, both guys call out the rules as totally unfair. They look at each other, deciding to team up and take them down. Just as Minjun planned, though he still warns them not to go wild. He'll handle the sergeants, they handle the rest. The moment he dismisses them, they yeet out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangxik finally wakes up, tries to follow with his shaky body, but Minjun stops him again. Guangxu turns, bracing for more torture, and Minjun doesn't disappoint. He casually drops the bomb, a staff reshuffle. Guangxu is now officially assigned to his squad. That means poor Guangxu is stuck training with Minjun daily. Meanwhile, in a different realm, a dungeon houses the dangerous snake mine, a subterranean, snake-like monster. Unlike Earth snakes, these aren't venomous, but they explode upon death. Tails must be removed before killing them. They're detonators, otherwise, boom. Minjun's platoon is handling this mess. To prevent explosions, the commander and squad are carefully cutting tails to clear the dungeon safely. Usually, experienced hunters handle these, but this time it's different. As Sergeant Lee faces an attack, a tail is suddenly severed and the creature taken out by Minjun. He'd soloed tons of these in Isgard. Minjun's fresh, but the others are wiped. A 10-minute break is called. Soldiers chill, Lee checks weapon. Minjun's stoked, having just unlocked Agility Boost, upping agility by 5. He's low-key wishing for a class skill, but this one's a win. While checking stats, a familiar voice suddenly hits him telepathically. It's obviously Bangu, clueless as ever, pinging Minjun about a massive demonic energy wave. Minjun's instantly on high alert, demanding this clown's location. He's shook when Bangu drops he's in Inchin. Days later, Minjun finally rolls up to the spot. Bangu lands on his shoulder, explaining he just kept eyes on it, no reckless moves. No monsters around, so he figures it's a dungeon byproduct. He reveals the house was empty till yesterday, but someone's inside. Demonic energy radiates. Bangu's like, "Wish Master was here yesterday." Minjun barely squeezed in an overnight stay. Still, he masks up, ready to roll. He knows it's technically sus, but they're clearing out something dangerous inside. Slipping in through the window, Minjun scopes the room, spotting a purple crystal chilling on the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he senses the demonic energy, though it doesn't feel harmful. Just as he reaches for the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him to stop. Minju knows he's busted but doesn't dare turn. To his shock, it's Yunseo. Moments earlier, Yunseo was chilling in her room, totally clueless a familiar guy had snuck in. She was just vibing on the phone with her mom, who was hyped about a movie date with Dad. Yunseo chuckled her dad could be such a softie. Mid-text, a weird rattling sound echoed, instantly putting her on high alert. No time to waste, she cracked the door. Realizing the noise was downstairs, she ghosted down. There, a hooded figure was nearing the crystal. "Don't move," she snapped. Seriously, who'd be dumb enough to steal these days? She demanded he spill his identity. Minjun slowly turned, eyes wide. Never thought he'd bump into Yunseo again, especially here. The whole vibe? Absurd. He was hunting a demonic dungeon byproduct, and this house, Yunseo's. Bangu quickly snitched. The dumb Nightwalker found it first, not him. Item at the division commander's, not shocking given his role. But the real plot twist, Yunseo's home today. Fate keeps throwing them together, just like in Hua Chen. That alone frustrates Minjun. His attention snaps to the alert girl behind him, commanding him to freeze, hands behind his back. Minjun, ever greedy, wasn't about to leave after coming so far. He ignores her. Yunseo launches a high kick, but Minjun dodges it easily, casually digging for a pen and some random folded paper. Yunseo, still intent on making this robber scram, unleashes a flurry of boxing punches. But Minjun, ever himself, effortlessly dodges each one, casually scribbling away. As she leaps for a kick, Minjun's gaze finally tracks her. He mentally notes she's legit, probably sergeant-bound soon. Finally, bored with the dodging, he blocks an attack, grabs her wrist, and shoves the paper into her hand. Yunseo senses this guy isn't just a random thief, but clearly trained. She tries another kick, but he dodges, as expected, creating distance, eyes on the crystal. Minjun then cleverly dashes, not to attack, but snatches the crystal and yeets from the balcony like it's nothing. Yunseo stands on the balcony, fuming she didn't land a single hit, then notices the paper he forced into her hand. Curious, she opens it. Her face went crimson, absolutely livid. He'd written burb to troll her, as always. Minjun bailayed, finding a safe spot near the woods. He pulled out the crystal, inspecting it. It pulsed with more demonic energy than most monsters he'd faced. A Hunter Core 2-star had this lying around, so it's harmless to humans. But that weird energy? So sus. He's sure it's a monster crystal, but unlike any he's seen, even in Usgard. Monster crystals are rare minerals from creatures, varying by age and danger. They hold mana, making them valuable hunter loot. But a crystal with demonic energy? That's totally new to Minjun. He's never seen or heard of it. Dropping it, the crystal splits open, and without missing a beat. Minjun immediately absorbs all the demonic energy. Boom, a system notification pops up. His demonic energy stat just went absolutely bonkers, getting this kind of power-up without even trying. This whole trip was a total W. Whatever the Saintess is plotting, Minjun's not gonna sweat it. Then another system update. 2 new skills unlocked, demonic energy singularity and demonic energy grasp. Minjun's stoked about new skills. He quickly checks out demonic energy's singularity. It makes his demonic energy colorless, odorless, totally undetectable. What a relief! He was low-key stressing about controlling the pressure as his stats climbed. This skill is a godsend. Plus, demonic grasp lets him physically control that energy. Time to test it. He points his hand at that dumb Bangu, who's instantly airborne. Minjun's unsure about a weight limit, but it's still kinda impressive. Next, he tasks Bangu and Nightwalker, find dungeons and byproducts holding demonic energy. As a reward, he tosses them some demonic energy to snack on. Naturally, the 2 idiots immediately squabble over whose portion slaps harder. When Minjun glares, they suddenly act like lifelong brothers, never having disagreed. Still, Minjun's mood is surprisingly good. Minjun asks Bangu if he's ever tried Korean food. Just like that, the trio hits up a Korean spot. The table's loaded with dishes. Bangu takes one bite and immediately bursts into tears, totally blown away by the deliciousness. His over-the-top reaction makes Minjun wonder if he's for real, while the waiter just stands there, jaw dropped. Still, watching him eat, a small smile plays on Minjun's lips. He remembers their old Isgard diet, dry, bland biscuits. He realizes this is Bangu's first real meal. Minjun's phone buzzes in his pocket. He checks it, a flood of messages from Guangxik practically begging for a reply. Guangxik sounds freaking out asterisk, urgently reminding the sergeant guerrilla training starts next week. Schedule looks insane asterisk. Fast forward, guerrilla training officially kicks off for awakened soldiers who have surpassed normal human limits. Initially, training looks standard. Squats. Burpees the usual. Most soldiers are half dead, barely keeping up, but Minjun, he's actually vibing. Third course, 3-rope bridges. He swings like a playground kid, others cling for dear life. Drop-down drills, nailed effortlessly. Then a hazmat-suited guy gives a random lecture, forcing memorization of the anthem's 4th verse and the full Hunter military pledge. Dismissed, most soldiers trudged to beds as grim as the grub awaiting them. Others sat, staring at the gross slop, clearly regretting everything. They'd hoped for rest and edible food after training, but got stuck with straight-up trash. Some genuinely wondered if the division master had a personal beef. Meanwhile, Minjun was totally unhinged. He's absolutely gobbling his food, like it's a Michelin star feast. Meanwhile, another guy's barely touching his, dreading the post-meal washroom situation. Later, Captain Seo Jong-woon, the platoon commander, rolls up to camp. Sergeant Lee snaps to attention, saluting his superiors. The captain tells them to chill, noting their exhaustion so instructors will take watch tonight. He also gives props for their solid training performance. His tone shifts, getting serious. Determined, he shouts, demanding everyone give their all in tomorrow's trench combat. Next morning, platoons are hyped, cheering their squads. Trench combat is straightforward in a square arena simulating a trench. Objective, push opponents out or defeat them within bounds. 2 heavy soldiers dominate, tossing people like rag dolls, slamming them down. Losing soldiers pile up. The referee calls it. Round 16, Fight 3, and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad snags the win. No weapons, no outsiders, just pure raw strength. This trench combat, part of the hunter-guerrilla training, means a lot to the 104th Division's 4 battalions. Even 2nd Battalion Commander, Colonel Lee Junbeom, is shook, calling their strength absolutely wild. These are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel John Sung Kyan from 2nd Battalion agrees, reminding him they were just corporals then, now sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged, that heavy hitter Choi Sung-woo pushed them all out solo. But then 3rd Battalion Commander Colonel Ko Young-cheol casually reveals Sergeant Choi Sung-woo passed his promotion exam, yet 1st Battalion is stalling it. This instantly triggers Jun Byam. He yelled at Seong Kyan, accusing him of blocking the man's promotion to keep him in trench combat, since a higher rank meant ineligibility. Seong Kyan snapped, denying everything, insisting he never agreed. This clash, totally expected. Trench combat, always a proxy war for battalion commanders. Colonel Ko Jong-kal watched, smugly grinning, enjoying the chaos. 4th Battalion Commander Yu Jae-hai stayed silent. Then the referee announced, 4th Battalion up next. 4th Company's Yu Jae-hai 4th Squad is on edge. Only one squad from her battalion made it this far. Underperformers face tougher training. Choi Sung-woo's team exits the stage, while Min-jun's team watches from the corner. Choi Sung-woo spots Min-jun, greeting him for the first time. He confirms, Hunter Min-jun, 2nd Battalion. He seems genuinely stoked to meet him. He claimed he never expected to meet a celebrity here, fastest to sergeant. Then, scoffing, he declared his rumored high hopes were dashed. Minjun's a total idiot. Hearing this, Guangxik and Jiang Hanyang both flew off the handle, ready to throw down. But they froze as the giant guy stopped them, claiming he meant it in his heart. With a smirk, he apologized and left with his squad, a mocking laugh. Guangxik and Hanyang were fuming, faces beat red. Minjun tried to calm them, saying it was fine. Guangxik, however, couldn't hold back. He wanted to obliterate that guy. Minjun, chill moments ago, was now a ticking time bomb, red as a tomato, yet he reigned in his explosive anger, assuring them it was okay. They'd get another shot at that bull-headed jerk soon. Trench combat resumed. The 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad was on standby, Corporal Chum. Mari sits quietly, clearly over it. These fights feel pointless and are totally draining. And the physical contact, just gross. Corporal Yun Hyeyu agrees, calling it unfair. They always get roasted if they mess up. Why all this for some guerrilla king? Seriously. But while Hyeyu vents, Mari's more worried about their battalion commander losing it. They're the battalion's last squad standing. Mari clocks her commander's stern face, feeling uneasy. No turning back now. The referee calls, 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad, Arena. Sergeant Osetbial hypes them up. Win this, grab that Gorilla King title. She's hyped and confident, but the others are barely holding it together. Round starts. Mari dashes around the arena, dodging touches, while Hyaju holds her ground, pushing her opponent back. In the back, Ha Yi-yoon and Kim Na-yoon struggle as a massive soldier grabs both. Suddenly, a hand grips the guy's collar, slamming him across the arena like a rag doll. It's Sergeant Oh Setbyol, totally stealing the spotlight with her insane strength. Before he can even react, she's in position, then charges, tackling him with a brutal spear move. Knocking him out cold, his body skids out of the ring, game over. Setbyol casually dusts her hands, turning to her squad. Her eyes lock on Mari, still dodging like crazy. Just as a soldier grins, thinking he's got Mari, she snatches his wrist, slamming him down. A loud thud stuns the crowd. Setbyol smirks with pride. Mari glances back at the unconscious guy. Told you to stay away. After dealing with that scrub, her focus snaps to Yoon Haiju, still duking it out. His friend smirks, rushing over, spotting an opening to take Haiju down. But in the chaos, he's clueless he's about to get clapped. Before he can react, he's flipped midair, yeeted from the arena. It's Yoon Seo, her precise instincts sealing the deal. The guy fighting Haiju, blindsided, drops his guard. Haiju doesn't miss a beat, slamming him down with all her strength. Small fries are out. Now just two massive, bulky guys remain. They never expected the girls to take out one, but now they're serious. Confident, they charge in, sure they'll win this round. But before they land a hit, Oh Setbyol stops them dead, holding them with both arms. Guys laugh, thinking she's nuts for a solo fight, but their chuckles vanish when she doesn't budge. While they're processing her strength, the squad charges in. Together, they yeet both bulky guys out of the arena in one swift move, leaving everyone shook. Ref announces their win. The squad goes wild. Minjun, watching from the sidelines, quietly clocks the girls' solid teamwork. Plus, they're clearly skilled and well-trained. Gwangshik and Hanyang agree. This squad will face the giant bull Choi Seung-woo in the quarterfinals. They're hyped to see that beast finally lose. Hanyang still hopes Seung-woo reaches the finals, wanting to face him and teach him a lesson. But seeing the girls' squad's strength, they wonder if they'll even get that shot. Still, they remember they've got Min Jun and Lee Seung-ho. So there's no way they're losing. Just then, Mari spots her crush Minjun and waves, but he stays serious as usual. Meanwhile, Gwangshik and Hanyang both blush, thinking she's waving at them instead. Yoon Haeju, completely fed up, tells Mari to stop being such a simp. The guys are even worse simps, now cheering for the 4th Battalion instead of fighting that giant bull. Watching them, Minjun lets out a quiet chuckle, convinced they're absolute idiots. At the judges' panel, Colonel Lee Junbeam is visibly disappointed, his high hopes for the boys dashed. He points at the 4th Battalion commander, asking if she's proud. She stays silent. Next, the referee calls the next two squads, Min Jun's among them. Yu Jai-hai's gaze shifts to Min Jun, remembering he's the guy Seo Kyung's oddly obsessed with. Her curiosity kicks in. She's keen to see what he's capable of. As the boys walk to the arena, Hanyang casually tells Minjun, win this and the squad gets a vacation. Minjun's mood instantly tanks. He's got zero interest in a trip with these clowns. Gwangshik and Hanyang crack up, joking they should just ditch first place. Ignoring their cap, Minjun's eyes lock on the arena. A smirk plays on his lips as he confidently declares, we'll still get that vacay, just separately. The test kicks off, teams face-to-face waiting for the signal. Coach yells, get ready. Whistle blows and the match is on. Han-young and Lee Seung-ho charge their opponents. Sergeant Kim Min-jun stays still. Lee Seung-ho grabs two opponents by the waist, pushing them back with ease. Gwangshik locks onto another, grabbing his waist, noting how light they feel. He and Brownhead lift opponents effortlessly. But on the other team, there's Muscle Man, built like a tank. He sizes up Hanyang, then Lee Seung-ho, weighing his options. Minjun steps up. He gives Muscle Man the once-over, thinking he could be useful for a test run. Muscle Man charges without hesitation. Minjun grins, admitting his control's still a WIP, but messing with balance, that's a go. Activating his E-rank skill, Demonic Energy's Grasp, he instantly sends Muscle Man crashing. Pissed and confused, Muscle Man gets up, charging again. Minjun calmly uses his ability once more, yanking his arm and slamming him down. Muscle Man is now shaken, terrified, and totally lost. Minjun knows better than to flex his skill openly. someone might get sus. He signals his opponent to get up. This time, Sergeant Kim Minjun doesn't rely on his ability. He relies solely on agility and raw strength. The moment Muscle Man stands, Minjun charges, grabs his waist, and easily throws him, ending the match. Their team wins, advancing smoothly to the final. But Minjun points out they won't face the 4th squad from the 4th Battalion in the final, a curveball for Gwangshik and Hanyang. The coach announces the final battle starts shortly, instructing teams to the arena. The opposing team has a powerhouse, Choi Seungwoo, known for his strength. As both squads enter the arena, Hanyang asks Gwangshik if Seungwoo was a wrestler. Gwangshik confirms he wrestled until high school, quitting only due to his awakening. Hanyang notes, judging by his moves, he was definitely skilled. Gwangshik adds, I heard he pretty much swept every competition. This just fuels Hanyang's anger, especially since Seungwoo now resorts to cheap tactics to win. Hanyang and Gwangshik are steaming mad, but Lee Seungho holds them back. Minjun explains the real reason. It's not just Choi Seungwoo's team winning quarterfinals, it's asterisk how they won. Their opponents were an all-girls team, a 6-0 shutout. Not one girl was even pushed out. Minjun says Seungwoo played fair, no dirty tricks, so it's not his fault. It's more about the opposing team's weakness. But Gwangshik isn't having it, yelling at Seungwoo. Promising to teach him manners, Minjun watches, thinking they've got a long way to go. This anger at Seungwoo? The only real answer is to crush him in the match. No need to get so hyped before the round, but tension's already thick. Both teams finally step into the arena face to face. Hanyang glares at Choi Seungwoo, asking if he plans to take them all on solo. Seungwoo smirks, replying he wouldn't dare with the infamous Sergeant Lee Seungho present, then mocks. Could you even win? Even solo, his smug grin triggers Hanyang and Gwangshik, but Seungho restrains them. Choi Seungwoo eyes Sergeant Kim Minjun, claiming roughing up Minjun's little girlfriend would get a rise, but the dude's unfazed. That bombshell stuns the team. Confused, Gwangshik asks, what's he talking about? Seungwoo casually brings up the pink-haired girl from 4th Battalion, hyped for Minjun, cheering like mad. Gwangshik. Blushing and fuming, she was like, I wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. Hanyang chimed in, Minjun only simps for Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. That comment created an awkward silence, the battleground feeling like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Seungwoo and his squad burst out laughing. He clowned them, y'all seriously talking about that noob NPC from that trash game? Still wheezing. Seungwoo teases Lumi about being Sergeant Minjun's crush. Hanyang thinks he's a total dumbass. Gwangshik and Brownhead shoot Minjun scared glances. Seungwoo laughs louder, saying he's only heard of losers like that, but now he's met a 2D waifu simp. The coach steps in, telling both teams to get ready, reminding them the match starts at the whistle. Seungwoo chuckles one last time, wiping away tears. He'd go easy on Minjun, who needed to get back safe and sound to his precious Lumi. The whistle blew and the match began. Both teams charged, but SGT. Kim Minjun stood still. Choi Seungwoo rushed him, grinning, still spacing out Minjun. Suddenly, Minjun tilted his head and slammed it into Seungwoo's face. The slam echoed, freezing everyone. Seungwoo's forehead turned red and swollen, but he quickly brushed it off. He claims it was just a misstep, asking the coach to let it slide. The coach checks with the judges. They give a silent nod. He tells both teams it's overlooked, but warns striking is banned and must be avoided. Choi Seungwoo, clearly fuming, forces a grin. Cute move, Sergeant Kim Minjun, but no more Mr. Nice Guy. The coach restarts the match. Minjun smirks. I'm not done being cute yet. He bounces off Seungwoo, then yeets Hanyang and his rival out of bounds, even though Hanyang's his teammate. Minjun's clearly still fuming about Lumi Nuna. Seungwoo watches, stunned, as Minjun starts taking out everyone, teammates and opponents alike. Next, Minjun charges Kim Gwangshik and his rival, tossing them out effortlessly. He then moves toward Lee Seungho and his opponent. Unlike the others, Seungho stands his ground. Calling Minjun a psycho, he reinforced his body, ready to counter, but was soon overpowered and tossed out. Now only two remain, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Seungwoo. Minjun grins darkly, sinister mist seeping from his mouth, eyes pure white, every muscle flexed, brimming with power. Choi Seungwoo is terrified, wondering what kind of messed up psycho this guy is. Hefty Guy stands, demands match stop. He's taking out his own squad. Gray counters they can't, no rules broken. He argues, rules or not, taking out your own team is wild. He asks, will you own it if someone gets hurt? Malai interjects, Judge handles it like always. Suddenly, Sergeant Kim Min-jun tackles Choi Sung-woo. Choi's blindsided, totally confused. He insisted on a one-on-one, then challenged him to wrestle. Choi Sung-woo thought Kim Min-jun was tripping. Wrestling isn't just brute strength, technique is everything. He dug deep, trying to throw Kim Min-jun out, but the guy didn't budge. Then Kim Min-jun suddenly lifted him clean off the ground, slammed him hard. "Get back up," he commanded. Choi Sung-woo gets back up thinking, this guy is seriously next level. He nervously chuckles, "Okay, I surrender." But before he can even finish, Sergeant Kim Min-jun snatches him again, hitting a suplex. Locking his waist, he lifts him. "Nah, you're not tapping out yet." He throws him again. Before a third time, Choi Sung-woo quickly yells, "I give up, I'm out." Sergeant Kim Min-jun stares him down. "Listen up. Lumi Nuna isn't just some two-dimensional character. She's totally his fave." He slams Choi Sung-woo one last time, foam dripping from his mouth. The coach announces the match is over, declaring the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon the winners. Sergeant Kim Min-jun steps off stage, looking at the guys he benched earlier. He nervously admits he got a bit too hyped, but his teammates cheer him on, stoked about the win. Kim Gwang-sik calls it the most epic match he's ever seen. He totally bodied the infamous Choi Seung-woo in a straight-up 1v1. Han Young was hyped to see Choi get wrecked, asking if Kim Min-jun did it on purpose for the drama. Kim Min-jun appreciated the positive vibes, but Lee Sung-ho cut in. Team kills are never justified. He was super disappointed and dipped. A short walk later, Lee Sung-ho smirked. He couldn't let his guard down, he might be next. He vowed to himself, next time Kim Min-jun was asterisk toast asterisk. Meanwhile, Malai awarded medals to the winners. Just then, Sir Hunter stepped out for a bathroom break, grumbling about guerrilla training for Hunter Corps members. Suddenly, a voice called out to Eyebrows from behind. He turned, blushing, seeing Yoon Seo. The next day, after the 104th Division's intense guerrilla training, the gang started plotting. Kim Gwang-sik urged caution. Han Young added, "Flak or not, we push through." Brownhead looked twitchy about the sergeant, but Kim Gwang-sik snapped. "No time to chicken out," he said. "Bait them to the meetup. Once there, they're toast." Han Young turned to Mohawk, stressing his crucial role. "Can you hack it?" Mohawk stayed silent. They were already cooking up schemes before the training exhaustion wore off. Kim Gwang-sik warns, "Time's tight. We need to be super efficient." Ha-yeon-jung agrees, "The rendezvous point is everything," asking for the best spot. Lee Dong-jin suggests Eastern Gyeonggi. It's the borderline, anymore is too much. Kim Gwang-sik agrees, "More options." Suddenly, Hunter Sun Yoon-seo texts, "Quick chat about game vacation dates." Sun Yoon-seo says they pick. Then she casually asks, "Min-jun's number?" Han Young warns Kim Gwang-sik, "We're busted." Kim Gwang-sik asks the crew, "Say I don't have his number." Han Young shakes his head, "Nah, that won't fly." Lee Dong-jin points out Kim Min-jun's on their team, they live together, so not having his number is just weird. Ha-yeon-jung bails, saying the plan's screwed. He tells Kim Gwang-sik he started it, so the others are clueless. He walks off, telling Mohawk and Lee Dong-jin to bounce before getting dragged in, leaving Kim Gwang-sik alone. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun enters the gym, opens his status window. Stats check, power up 5, agility 1. He thanks Choi Sung-woo for the assist. Leveling past 60 points was a grind. He leans back, pumping dumbbells, hyped his strength stat, jumped 5 points. Mid-reps, a voice cuts in. Kim Min-jun sits up, asks Mage, "What's up?" Lee Bong-gu wants more soup. Kim Min-jun snaps, "I gave you cash for your own grub." Lee Bong-gu casually thanks him, then drops. Forgot to mention a mysterious aura. Kim Min-jun grimaces. "You should have led with that. What even is this aura? Demonic energy or something?" Lee Bong-gu replies, "Not demonic, but totally foreign. Never felt anything like it in Isgard." Kim Min-jun asks, "Why'd you suddenly go quiet?" Lee Bong-gu says, "Soup's here, details after I eat." Kim Min-jun curses, "You absolute jerk." Just then, a text from Sun Yoon-seo. "Is this Hunter Kim Min-jun's number?" He groans. Min-jun wondered what was up, why everyone suddenly wanted to chat. He wondered how she even got his number, deciding to just block her. But before he could, Kwang-sik ran up, begging him not to. Min-jun had no clue what he was on about. Kwang-sik asked about Sun Yoon-seo's text, calling it a rare chance, pleading for his squad. Grabbing Min-jun's arm, he said Min-jun would surely climb the ranks. It's only natural he'd need to manage his subordinates' mental health. Min-jun, confused, asks if he gave his number to Sun Yoon-seo. Guangxik, holding his arm, admits, "Yeah, it was me." He tells Minjun to chill, they're grinding in the military and this is their only escape. Minjun, furious, asks if he's cooked up a plan. Guangxik blinks, confused, asking if Minjun didn't hear it from Hunter Sun Yunseo. Minjun, grim-faced, tells him they're in the training room. He better answer straight. Kim Guangxik stares back, terrified, like his soul just dipped. A week later, the gang arrives at Thunderland, all in military uniforms. Hanyang thanks Sergeant Kim Minjun, saying he never imagined they'd make it. Kim Guangxik glares at Hanyang, snapping a traitor like him can't thank anyone after bailing on the plan. Kim Minjun cuts in, telling Guangxik they're not here because of him, but all thanks to Choi Al-ho. Hanyang was surprised Sergeant Lee greenlit the plan so easily, joking Minjun was just a regular dude. Minjun told his squad he only agreed to this to avoid chilling with them all day. Hanyang scanned for the girls. His face lit up, blushing as he spotted them near the ticketing area. Just as they got distracted, their attention snapped to a huge figure behind them. Kim Guangxik and Han Yongfries thought the man was a gangster. But Kim Minjun stopped them, ordering a salute, revealing the man was the 107th Division commander he'd seen on TV. Sun Tiho approached their group. His daughter Yoon Seo-ho grabbed his arm, reminding him he was just dropping her off and should leave. Sun Tiho smiled warmly, saying he just wanted to meet her hunter colleagues, then he'd go. He gently tapped her hand away, continuing towards Kim Minjun. He stops, towering over him, face serious. "Kim Minjun?" he asks Minjun. Both gangs enter the park. Cha Mari urges, "Hurry, no time to waste." She grabs Minjun's arm, pulling him. Kim Guangxik and Hanyang rush in, fastest route planned. The girls are impressed, thanking them. Everyone heads in except Setbial and Lee Seung-ho, who linger, exchanging glances. Setbial's not really into places like this. Lee Seung-ho nods, preferring solo weekend workouts. Setbial smiles. "Figured you were that type. How much can you squat?" They head into the park. Inside, the group hits rides, grabs souvenirs, and cotton candy. Soon, Lee Seung-ho and Setbial are arm wrestling. Later, Kim Guangxik tries a shooting game, only snagging a consolation prize. Hanyang thinking he can do better. He tells everyone to watch how the pros do it. He plays the same game, gets the same prize. Girls in the back crack up as Guangxik reminds him about their bet. Loser pays. Hanyang gripes, "Must be the gun." Meanwhile, Minjun spots the second prize for the same game, a limited Lumi Nuna keyring. He snatches the rifle, dead set on winning. With laser focus, he nails every target, boom, boom, boom. The owner tells him there's one shot left, but Minjun's like, "Nah, I'm good." His goal was always second prize. Emerald and Ginger are low-key impressed. Emerald's like, "He aced every target." Ginger's wondering why he skipped the last one. The owner hands him the Lumi Nuna keyring. The girls are totally confused about the prize. Minjun's hyped, "Worth it." Hanyang and Guangxik do their usual weird laugh. Cha Marie just smiles, happy he's having fun. The team moves on, but Kim Minjun lags, eyeing his prize. Then Yoon Seo calls out, asking what he discussed with her dad. Flashback. Kim Minjun's in the parking lot with her dad, Sun Tiho. Sun Tiho apologizes for pulling him away, even on vacay. Kim Minjun says no prob, asking what he wanted to discuss. Sun Tiho looks serious, puts a hand on his shoulder, grip tightening. Kim Minjun stays chill, doesn't flinch. Sun Tiho lets go, noting Minjun's well-trained. He dips into his car, pulling out a dungeon item. His daughter owes Minjun, so it's for him. Usually for general rank hunters, this item should randomly boost his stats. The military's eval system isn't always 100% on point. It's a bracelet. Minjun grins inwardly, thinking he struck gold, poker face on, thanking Sun Tiho. Sun Tiho gives it only if he trains hard. "Keep it quiet," he adds. "If in Dijian, call him for a meal." Then, grimly, he warns, "Mess with my daughter, you're toast." Minjun calmly replies, "Won't happen," slipping the bracelet away. Present day. Minjun told Yoon Seo he didn't talk much with her dad, just that if he's ever in Dijian to call him for a meal. Yoon Seo wondered why her dad would invite him. Minjun figured it was because he saved her, so maybe he wanted to repay him. Yoon Seo remembered clinging to him during the rescue, blushing. She apologized for her dad, but Minjun flashed Sun Tiho's card, vowing to make it a seriously expensive meal. Just then, the rest of the crew showed up. Kim Guangxik asks Cha Marie why she suggested they hang out. She wanted to repay Kim Minjun for avenging her team after Choi Sungwoo crushed them in trench combat. Say It Beal chimes in, agreeing, lunch is on them today, order anything. The boys stare, disappointed. This whole outing was for Kim Minjun, and his revenge wasn't even for them. It was all for Lumi Nuna. Meanwhile, back in Dejian. Outside a dungeon gate, soldiers stood. A crow with glowing purple eyes perched nearby. Colonel Lee Sangjin, 3rd Battalion Commander, 107th Division, checked his tablet. The report, 100 kilograms of mana stone within the cave dungeon. A smirk full of greed crossed his face as the crow watched silently from a pole. Meanwhile, both platoons called it a day outside Thunderland. The boys then headed to the bus station, returning to base. Lee Bong-gu calls out Kim Min-jun, claiming a problem. Min-jun warns, if you're asking for food again, I'll end you. Bong-gu quickly clarifies, it's about a dungeon. The crow spotted near the Dejian dungeon. That was Bong-gu. He tells Min-jun the dungeon looks sus. Min-jun reminds him, you said it was under investigation, and I'm on vacation in Dejian trying to chill. Bong-gu explains that while restricted and guarded before, that's no longer the case. Area's suddenly wild. Min-jun wants constant intel until he's there. Next day, noon, Min-jun hits Dejian's dungeon area, spotting soldiers hauling mana stones. He flashes his hunter card, wondering if it'd score him a dungeon tour. Suddenly, Lee Bong-gu, now a pigeon, pops up. He'd shapeshifted to keep watch for Min-jun. Min-jun asks, did I hear right? 100 kilos of mana stones in there. Lee Bang-gu confirms what he heard. He's unsure of the exact amount, but it's a ton. Kim Min-jun says it's 100 times more than he'd find in Isgard, even on a good day. This insane energy, Earth's already gearing up to weaponize. Suddenly, an otherworldly energy wave blasts from the dungeon. Kim Min-jun asks if it's the energy Lee Bang-gu sensed earlier. Lee Bang-gu confirms it. He can't quite figure out this aura. No monsters, but the energy feels deeply ominous. Kim Min-jun knows Bong-gu wouldn't recognize it. He's only seen this energy once. Without hesitation, Kim Min-jun bolts for the dungeon. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupt. The commander immediately barks orders. Stand back! Abandon the mana stones! Fall back! A soldier screams. Platoon members are still inside. But the commander orders him to stay put. Kim Min-jun watches, confirming, this energy, a fake dungeon. A soldier stops him, demanding his identity and warning him to back off. It's dangerous. Kim Min-jun calmly walks past, stating, Sergeant Kim Min-jun, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He declares he'll open the dungeon from inside, instructing the soldier to report to the 104th. With that, Kim Min-jun yeets into the dungeon just as tentacles slam the entrance shut behind him. The commander glares at the now sealed gate, thinking, we're cooked. Meanwhile, inside, Min-jun spots the transport squad. Privates Lee Sue-chuan, Zhang Zhangdi, and PFCS Kim Song-won, Choi Ti-hyun, and Lim Di-seong. Min-jun asks, anyone else with you guys? Lim Di-sung, no one else. Who's Kim Min-jun? He introduces himself to the squad, warning the situation's sus. Details later, check your gear, any injuries. Kim Min-jun eyes their stuff. Is asterisk that all the gear you brought? Kim Seong-won explains, we're just transport, so yeah, that's it. Inspection team already dipped. Kim Min-jun quietly thinks, who'd send asterisk just the transport crew in alone? Wild. He suspects something shady. He orders the squad to gear up, explaining they're in a fake dungeon, a rare, dangerous phenomenon. Simply put, they're inside a giant monster that lures and swallows prey, baited by mana stones this time. He tells them not to panic, assuring he'll take full responsibility to get them out. The squad questions if Kim Min-jun truly knows how. He replies, as long as they follow his orders properly. He'll ensure their safe exit. Kill any monsters, keep pushing to the dungeon's center. Suddenly, goo monsters emerge behind them. Kim Min-jun steps forward, telling them to stay back. He one-punches each, clearing the path effortlessly. Lim Da-song, watching in awe, tells his squad, he's the asterisk Kim Min-jun everyone talks about, the one who hit Sergeant in record time, the Hunter Corps invincible monster. Outside the dungeon, Sun Tae-hoo grabs Lee Sangjin by his uniform collar. Furious, he sent the transport team in alone. He demands to know what Lee Sangjin's been up to. Lee Sangjin nervously explains he was just trying to snag mana stones. Sun Tae-hoo yells, ordered to do that? Your orders were to investigate, not raid. How dare you deploy soldiers without a raid team, especially into a fake asterisk dungeon? Lee Sangjin, clearly shaken. He stammers that after 2 weeks the dungeon was confirmed empty, so he sent the team. Sun Tae-ho, shaking with rage, snaps. 2 weeks is nothing. Lee Sang-jin sent soldiers without permission just to boost his record. He warns, no matter the outcome, Lee Sang-jin, you better be ready to ditch that uniform. Releasing his collar, he adds, 1 casualty, and I'll personally make sure you land in jail. He's told to pray for their survival. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Min-jun's still effortlessly tearing through goo monsters. Annoyed, he snaps at the squad, asking why they're butting in when he explicitly said he'd handle the monsters. A squad member replies they just want to help. Min-jun sighs, reminding them of his order, push through these parasites to the center. He explains these fake dungeon monsters absorb any prey. Most importantly, once they hit the core, monsters will go wild. He tells the squad to save their energy because getting hurt now means big trouble later. The squad buys it, ready to follow. But Kim Min-jun's real motive? He's just farming XP from this dungeon, not protecting them. A wicked grin spread. He was keeping all those points, no cap. That greedy look, it wasn't going anywhere. He orders the squad to push on, leading the charge. After a long trek, they finally reach the dungeon core. Min-jun sees the squad totally gassed, winded. He thinks, fake dungeons are stamina sinks for low stats. Fighting earlier, they'd be toast. He points to the core, smash it to escape. As goo monsters stir, Min-jun tells the squad, all right, team, time to shine. He tells them to play it safe, no getting hurt or killed. The squad quickly locks down, ready to hold the line. Kim Min-jun charges in, thinking, gotta dial back the op moves with normies around. Still, he absolutely shreds the monsters. The creature's paws clearly shook. But Kim Min-jun doesn't stop. Laughing menacingly, he demands, hand over those juicy XP. He's feeling more monstrous than his foes. Suddenly, the dungeon core glows, unleashing poison. Kim Min-jun quickly tells his squad to fall back. He's immune, but others might not make it. He preps his powers. But then something in his pocket glows. It's Sun Tae-ho's item. The bracelet vibes with demonic energy, its hidden powers awakening. Kim Min-jun mutters, was saving this for later. Once his stats capped out, his status window popped up. The bracelet lets him cast any asterisk spell he knows, even ones he doesn't own, but it's a one-shot wonder. Kim and Jun grinned, realizing this was a total clutch moment. He instantly activated a skill from a dark knight he once battled. He summoned a demonic sword that ripped through space, yeeting nearby enemies into a dimensional rift. With one epic swing, the sword tore open another rift. Sucking in all monsters, a heavy blow lands on the dungeon core. The battlefield quiets. Lee Banggu rushes to Kim Min-jun. Big problem, soldiers outside planted a mana bomb at the dungeon gate. Kim Min-jun, smashing the last core pieces, calmly says, chill, we're out soon. Outside, the bomb is installed. A soldier hands the trigger to Commander Sun Tae-ho, who thinks, this could totally force the gate open. But the dungeon's reaction is too wild to ignore. Just then, word drops. Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division went in. Another soldier confirms, verified, Kim Min-jun is inside with our crew. Sun Tae-ho shouts, why'd he go in? This isn't even his turf. Soldier explains. Witnesses say he just charged in after flashing his ID. Sun Tae-ho asks, contact the 104th yet? Soldier reports, commanders inbound. Another confirms all troops evacuated. Sun Tae-ho's thoughts, 4 hours in, no proper gear. He trusts Kim Min-jun, but time's up. Just as he's about to hit the button, the dungeon gate cracks. Sun Tae-ho rushes, yelling, medics, convoys ready for survivors. Get all armed officers to the gate now. Sun Tae-ho instantly grabs a gate tentacle, tearing it off. Medics arrive, told to stand by as he rips through defenses. The gate opens, soldiers emerge safely. Sun Tae-ho sighs in relief, stoked they're all back in one piece. He asks their condition. They report a successful dungeon clear. Kim Min-jun exits with the last two, saluting Commander Sun Tae-ho, who smiles and returns it. That evening, at the 107th Division HQ, Kim Min-jun and Sun Tae-ho chat. Min-jun explains he was on vacay in Daejeon. Tae-ho asks why he was even there. Min-jun, to meet you, you offered to treat me. Tae-ho raises an eyebrow. So you just happened asterisk to pass the dungeon on your way here, and when things went sideways, you just had asterisk to jump in. With a confident, cheerful smile. Kim Min-jun admitted it. He added, seeing the anomaly, his body just moved, no thoughts needed. Sun Tae-ho chuckled, you're a real character, Min-jun. he praised him. Soloing a fake dungeon, that's legit, I appreciate the hustle. But he warned, you're getting too much spotlight, you're climbing ranks fast. After today, HQ will definitely be watching you. He tells Kim Min-jun to hit him up if any issues pop up. Kim Min-jun thanks him, promising to definitely reach out. Swamped, Sun Tai-ho says no meal yet, but if Kim Min-jun has other personal questions, he's all ears. If it's within his power, he'll make it happen. Without missing a beat, Kim Min-jun immediately asks for a promotion, eyes sparkling. Sun Tai-ho quickly shuts it down, saying that's way out of his league. Kim Min-jun pouted, then his eyes snagged on a crystal on Sun Tai-ho's desk. A faint, refined, demonic energy hummed from it. Sun Tai-ho caught him staring. Want it? Min-jun's eyes lit up. Never seen one like this. I'd totally add it to my collection. Sun Tai-ho explained his place was recently burgled. This was the last one. He picked it up, handed it to Min-jun. Unidentified, but safe for humans. It's yours. Sun Tai-ho watched, realizing he kept getting tangled with Kim Min-jun, much like with Yoon Seo. Honestly, he didn't mind. Then, serious, he asked Kim Min-jun about his daughter. Kim Min-jun, chill as ever, replied they were just fellow hunters, nothing more. That seemed to put Sun Tai-ho at ease. Smiling, he told Kim Min-jun he'd taken enough of his vacay and could bounce. Sun Tai-ho asks him to summon his commander. Kim Min-jun nods and leaves. Outside, Lee Bong-gu loudly chomps grilled carp, hyping its deliciousness. Kim Min-jun tells him to chill and eat right, or he'll wake the block. Then, Kim Min-jun crushes the crystal without hesitation. Demonic energy bursts forth, flowing into him, maxing his power and unlocking demonic energy whip. Kim Min-jun grins. This changes the game. Meanwhile, at Hunter Corps HQ in Gyeonggi LT, Gen Kim Changmo ripped Sun Tai-ho for his incompetence. The 107th Division faces an audit. Sun Tai-ho better be ready. He's lucky this is all. Kim Changmo could have stripped him of his uniform. Send Lee Sang-jin to HQ tomorrow. Just then, the door swung open. Another high-ranking officer entered. LT, Gen Kim Changmo snaps to attention, saluting. The officer warns him, don't push subordinates too hard, I heard you're yelling outside. Kim Changmo quickly apologizes, promising to handle it immediately. The officer sits, confirms the report, then asks, Kim Min-jun again? The officer, Hunter Corps Commander General Gu Hakchial himself. Meanwhile, the commander speeds back to his barracks, rushing into his office, urgently scanning the room. Kim Min-chul salutes. Commander asks, is this what I suspect? Are you the target? Kim Min-chul confirms. Commander sits, grumbling. Those jerks totally timed this while I was out. An hour ago, 2 Special Task Force members arrived. First Sergeant UT-1 and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo. Kim Min-chul explains, I understand, but they arrived super early, demanding to see a soldier just off leave. Yu Taiwan cuts him off, asking if he realizes whose orders they're under. He politely requests Kim Min-chul cooperate this once. Kim Min-chul counters, commanders are absent, this isn't proper. Yu Taiwan asks if an official notice is needed, offering to arrange it immediately. He assures they'll leave quietly after a brief meeting, asking for Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun arrives, spotting the officer's insignias. They clock there in the special unit, direct under Hunter Corps HQ. Yu Taiwan introduces himself, shaking his hand, totally impressed by Kim Min-jun's clutch rescue from that fake dungeon. He adds the Hunter Special Task Force needs his kind of talent. Kim Min-jun asks, is this a scout offer? Yu Taiwan explains they handle high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. He then hypes up all the perks of being a Special Task Force hunter. But Min-jun was deep in thought. Unless it's a major promotion, I'm not interested. T1 explained, we also handle crimes by civilian hunters, so strong combat skills are crucial. Headquarters noticed your outstanding performance, Min-jun. That's why I'm here to offer you what you deserve, including a special promotion. Min-jun's ears perked up at special promotion. T1 added, our unit doesn't accept regular soldiers. Kim Min-jun joining the Hunter Special Task Force means immediate HQ promotion to Staff Sergeant. Jang Min-soo notes the task force offers faster advancement, deploying where achievements stack. Kim Min-jun's all in. UT-1's device buzzes. He sets it on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if it's a phone. Jang Min-soo explains it's a special task force device, not a smartphone, but a secure communicator. Their work is super hush-hush. Kim Min-jun tenses, asking if he can use the internet and computers freely. Yu Taiwan explains, security is top tier for the task force. Personal tech and internet are strictly no-go in barracks, even frowned upon during leave. Yong Min-soo shrugs it off, calling it a small price for serving the country at that level, getting VIP treatment. Kim Min-jun is totally gutted. Kim Min-chul, however, starts to smirk. Yu Taiwan offers Kim Min-jun a card, stressing this isn't for just anyone, urging him to think it over. But Kim Min-jun rejects it, declaring he'll stay put. Both officers stunned. Yu Taiwan presses why. Kim Min-jun reveals joining the task force means no more dungeon power fighter. Jang Min-soo, fuming, shouts if he's really tossing a golden opportunity for a game, reminding him generals met just for this. He's rejecting it all for dungeon power fighter. Yu Thwan asks if Kim Min-jun's joking, but Min-jun, calm as ever, states he's serious. The game is his essential energy. Yu Thwan nods, understanding, then signals their departure. Min-chul quickly opens the door for a fast exit. Outside, Jang Min-soo turns back, throwing shade. Min-jun's accomplishments are cap, just an excuse because he's too scared to hack it in the special forces. He claimed without luck he'd never pass. Kim Min-jun finally snapped, "How are you so sure I'd fail?" Jang Min-soo got in his face, "Wanna bet I can prove it?" Min-chul told Min-jun to chill, asking Jang Min-soo what he was pulling. Yu T1 put a hand on Min-chul's shoulder, training center for a bit. Soon, Min-jun and Min-soo faced off in the training room. Jang Min-soo reveals the entrance test, a freestyle duel with a senior operative. Kim Min-jun can bail if not game. Kim Min-jun fires back, he's not joining. Win and Jang Min-soo owes him a polite apology. Jang Min-soo fumes, "How dare you show up with that toy weapon and talk smack?" He'll fix Kim Min-jun. Yu T1 steps in, announcing a 3-round, 3-minute fight, then starts. Right off the bat, Jang Min-soo charges Kim Min-jun, attacking swiftly. Kim Min-jun dodges. Min-soo immediately follows up, landing a second strike that sends Min-jun flying into the wall. But instead of pain, Min-jun just smirks. Flashback. Kim Min-chul asks Min-jun his plan. Min-jun casually replies, "To win, duh." Then he asks, "What if I actually win? Is that a problem?" Min-chul thinks it's possible. Their huge ego means they'll go rogue if bruised. Min-jun smirks, "Fine, I'll let him land one hit." Now Jang Min-soo walks away from Min-jun on the floor. Yu T1 calls the spar over, tells Min-chul to get him to medics. Min-chul keeps a poker face, silent. Yu T1 approaches Min-jun, tells him to still be proud he dodged the first ultimate. But Hunter Task Force thinks he's still not strong enough. Before Yuta-wan can finish, Kim Min-jun's up, smiling, dusting off his uniform. Yuta-wan and Jang Min-soo are stunned he's still standing. Jang Min-soo's like, "How's he on his feet? That hit was spot on." Yuta-wan asks if he wants to continue, warning pushing too hard could injure them both. Kim Min-jun shrugs it off. "Let's go again." Jang Min-soo scoffs, calling him arrogant, vowing he'll regret standing up. Kim Min-jun's whip crackles with demonic energy, ready to strike. Jang Min-soo lunges, unleashing a flurry of sword attacks, all blocked by Kim Min-jun. Then in a swift move, he whips the sword away, disarming Jang Min-soo. Kim Min-jun then lands several whip lashes on Jang Min-soo. Jang Min-soo, trying to keep his cool, compliments Kim Min-jun. "Nice whip work." He claims the attacks won't do much. But then the lash pain hits and he screams like a total noob. Thwan is shook, seeing a buff dude like Jang Min-soo on his knees. Kim Min-jun preps another strike. Panicked, Jang Min-soo begs him to stop, but Kim Min-jun ignores him, landing a direct hit to his chest. The pain nearly knocks Jang Min-soo out cold. Kim Min-jun thinks, high-level attack. The special task force is definitely elite. Looks like Jang Min-soo's first taste of a demon energy whip. Even beefy orcs would be toast from one hit. Whip raised, he tells Min-soo to quit flexing just cause he's decent. Yu T1 begs him to stop, but Min-jun, with a wicked grin, cracks it again right between Min-soo's legs. Just picturing that impact, Min-soo's lights go out. Yu T1 rushes to catch him, shook that the guy who took a beating without flinching. A horde of orcs is now out cold from fear alone. He wonders if a training whip can really hit that hard. Turning to Kim Min-jun, he says, "When a subordinate screws up, it's on the boss." He offers a sincere apology on Jang Min-soo's behalf. Kim Min-jun admits he overstepped and apologizes back. Yu T1 hands him a card, saying, "Hit me up if you ever change your mind." Kim Min-sil snarks, "Wanna get patched up by our medics?" Yu T1 declines, saying they gotta bounce. Lee Junbayam laughs, "Where's Kim Min-jun?" Min-chul says he's training solo. Jun Byam says he'll tell Commander Seo Kyung that Sergeant Kim Min-jun rejected the SDF offer. He adds, Min-jun rejected it today, but they'll want him even more now. They won't back down easily. Min-chul replies, then we gotta figure out how to keep Min-jun right here. Colonel Lee Jun Byung smiles. Seo Kyung already called it. No sweat. Now they just wait for the commander's offer to Min-jun. Next day, Seo Kyung bursts out laughing when Lee Jun Byung reports Min-jun rejected the Special Task Force's offer. He's like, those arrogant jerks must be seething. No matter what perks they throw, if Min-jun's in, no one can stop him. He'd been cautious, but the situation resolved itself. The commander agrees it's time to step up. Seo Kyung nods. It's the perfect moment to give Kim Min-jun his due. He calls, asking if the thing is ready. Smirking, he orders all related files brought over immediately. Meanwhile, at the barracks, Lee Sung-ho announces to the squad. Effective today, Sergeant Kim Min-jun commands the 2nd Platoon's 2nd Squad. Hunyoung asks if Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is getting promoted. Seung-ho shakes his head, explaining he's aiming for Staff Sergeant, having enough points for the promotion. That's why he's passing his role to Kim Min-jun. He asks if anyone objects. The squad's cool with it, agreeing Min-jun's the only one who can fill Seung-ho's shoes. Then Lee Dong-jun asks Sergeant Kim Min-jun a question. Are the rumors true? Did you really clear a fake dungeon solo? He was on vacay. The squad chimes in, community's buzzing. Kim Min-jun casually confirms it was him, caught in Daejeon when the anomaly hit. The squad is blown away by their sergeant's power. Kim Gwang-shik asks if that's why he's captain and if he snagged extra loot. Kim Min-jun admits he got sweet perks for clearing that dungeon. The squad gets hyped, dying to know what those perks are. At the Goblin Colony dungeon, Han-young and Eyebrows were spilling tea about Kim Min-jun. Eyebrows was like, he got a Hunter Special Forces offer that fast, then rejected it? Seriously? Han-young confirmed it, adding he even bodied a first-class sergeant in a sparring match. Eyebrows was shook, saying outsiders wouldn't buy that cap. He asks if the division commander really made Kim Min-jun squad commander, planning his staff sergeant promotion within a year for enough points. Han-young nods, adding even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho backed the decision. Suddenly an orc charges from the woods, roaring, cutting their talk short. Both soldiers remain poker-faced, completely unfazed. The orc swings its club to attack, but out of nowhere. A glowing whip cracks through the air, nailing the orc right in the eyes. The beast drops its weapon, screeching and clutching its face as the whip snaps back. Soldiers stare unfazed as it howls in agony. Kim Min-jun rolls up, revealed as the one who just dropped the beast with his new whip. Eyebrows pipes up. That's personal gear from the division commander just for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han-young adds, even the platoon commander lacks personal kit. Min-jun's clearly getting special treatment. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun keeps whipping goblins like a total boss. Eyebrows asks, why a whip? Han-young explains the commander let him pick and Min-jun chose it. Eyebrows then gets why he'd pass on the Hunter Special Task Force given this VIP treatment. Han-young agrees, adding it's super rare for a sergeant to get personal gear. The commander signed over 10 documents for it. Amidst all this, Kim Min-jun was deep in thought. This weapon absolutely slayed. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he didn't even need his own demonic energy to power it. He figured if this bad boy stayed, he'd speedrun the ranks in no time. Next Saturday at a Chuncheon restaurant, Kim Min-jun sat ready for dinner. Yun Seo was with him, asking if they should start. Min-jun looked at her, annoyed. Why even ask? And more importantly, why are we even having dinner? Kitchen boss tells Yun Seo food's ready. Yun Seo smiles, thanks her, digs in. She asks Kim Min-jun, not eating, I'm paying, eat up. Kim Min-jun cuts her off. That's not the point. How'd you know I'd be in Chuncheon today at this restaurant? It clicks. Did Kim Gwang-shik spill the beans? She nervously glances around. Just a coincidence. Kim Min-jun wasn't buying it, face dark as a drama villain. She quickly apologized, admitting Gwang-shik, but begged him not to be mad. Asterisk, she asked. Kim Min-jun, clearly fuming, snapped it was asterisk his call how mad, muttering, this is all sus. Confused, Yun Seo asked what he meant. He suddenly asked, do you like me? Blindsided, she blushed hard, calling it nonsense, asking why he was so chill. Kim Min-jun gritted his teeth. He crosses his arms, saying she can drop the formalities since they're practically peers. She insists, maybe, but I'm not into you, don't get it twisted. He asks, Then why are you having dinner with me? I bet you took today off because Guangsu spilled I was going out. She admits, okay, fine, but there's another reason. The training center's dungeon, the Huaqian office's red boar gate, that fake dungeon recently. Wherever you go. Things always happen, so she wondered if this time too. She snapped back, mortified she'd voiced such a wild thought. Kim Min-jun nervously laughed. I'm not a walking disaster. Deep down, though, he was anxious, wondering if she was catching on. He noticed her corporal badge. She'd aced the promotion exam last week. Congrats, you zoomed through that, he said. He expected nothing less. She asked if he was messing with her, a sergeant, talking so casually. He reminded her he'd said she could speak casually, too. Fine, she'd do just that. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun saw visions of a dungeon nearby. Annoyed, it had to happen now, with sharp Yoon Seo around. He'd only taken this vacation because his best employee tipped him off about a gate popping up soon. Excusing himself for the bathroom, he headed to the park where the gate was expected. He quickly spotted his top employee waiting. Giving him props for being right on cue after being separated from Lee Bong-gu, they exchanged thumbs-ups. Kim Min-jun handed him a ball of demonic energy, wondering about Lee Bong-gu's whereabouts. As the gate began to form, Kim Min-jun watched intently, relieved the cold winter kept crowds away. He's still bugged why the gate popped up in a residential zone. Gotta handle this ASAP for safety and his promotion. As he approaches, a monster starts to emerge. His phone buzzes, military alert, dungeon appearance. Kim Min-jun figures if it's too strong, he'll just buy time till military backup. He steels himself, ready for battle. A hanker emerges from the gate. Something feels off. Min-jun notes it's alone, wondering how much demonic energy it's absorbed. Its blade arms look dangerous but useless if they can't reach him. He leaps back, dodging the strike, readying his demonic arrows. Before he can launch, the hanker suddenly hurls a blade arm like a projectile. To his surprise, it's chained. Min-jun snatches the chain midair, mocking the creature. What kind of cheap shot is this? The hanker yanks the chain, flinging Kim Min-jun sky-high. Midair, the monster hurls its other blade. Min-jun barely dodges, then lands a solid punch to its face, dropping it. He thinks it's over, but the hanker, jaw broken, gets right back up, ready to scrap. Suddenly, a voice calls out. It's Yoon Seo, sprinting towards him, road sign in hand. He's shook. The hanker flings its blade at her. Min-jun grabs the chain, redirects the attack. He demands, "What are you doing here?" She snaps back. "You ghosted me mid-dinner and you're fighting bare-handed. Saw the alert, came ASAP." She tosses him a road sign. Min-jun catches it, channeling demonic energy. With a powerful swing, he slams the sign into the hanker's head, lights out. As dust fills the air, he absorbs its demonic energy. Once the dust clears, Min-jun approaches Yoon Seo, who's floored he soloed a high-threat monster. He tells her someone helped, but secretly thinks it'd be easier if she hadn't shown. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo inspects the hanker, noting its irregular nature, chains and blades on its arms. She stands, declaring a serious talk is due. But that's on hold as 5 more hankers burst from the gate. She tells Min-jun they need to regroup, plan an attack. He agrees, suggesting she get backup and return. Yoon Seo snaps, "Fighting them alone? You're wildin'." As the hankers roar, Min-jun smiles. Time to go. Charging, he thinks. Time to bag that staff sergeant promo. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a cloaked figure emerges. She mutters, a secret passage opening by a boulder. She descends into a massive stone hall, hood dropped, revealing a woman before a Lumi Nuna carving. "Lord Minold, wait," she whispers. "I'm coming for you." Meanwhile, on a quiet island, a chopper descends, 2 officers observing. Out steps a massive, burly man with a majestic beard owning the place. Major General Du of the Korean Hunters meets Masaru from the Japanese Association. Masaru wastes no time, leading him inside to discuss operation details. After reviewing the proposal, the Major General nods approval. He admits clearing the dungeon will be a massive undertaking. With a sharp look, he points out Masaru wouldn't just hit them up for manpower. Getting the hint, Masaru reveals the truth. The Japanese Association is government-controlled, but independent guilds sway individual hunters. Their real problem isn't numbers, but properly trained, disciplined hunters. That's why Masaru wants Korean training methods via a joint operation. Now it clicks for the Major General why he was assigned this mission. General Hakgyal expects him to showcase Korea's true might. Then Masaru mentions a super-talented Korean officer. Curious. He's keen to know what training let the young man level up so fast and get such a rep. The Major General's sweating bullets, no clue how to even start explaining that mess. Meanwhile, back to our main man, Minjun. Dude's chill as ever, a massive dakeibai looming, ready to squish him. He just cleans his ear while his Japanese teammates, Ren and Ken, drop the beast in seconds. Still, that thick hide's giving them grief. A confident female voice cuts the tension. The monster charges ready to squash her, but she's no damsel in distress. With precise swings, she carves it up easy as dicing carrots. This samurai, Suzuki Mio from the Japanese Association. Ren and Ken are, as always, blown away by her overwhelming swordsmanship. Mio checks on Minjun. Noticing his spaced-out look, she bluntly tells him to stay back if he can't handle a real fight. Her blunt comment grates on him. Her flawless Korean, total fangirl moment inside. Major Hyundo from the Korean forces notes this dakeibai is tiny compared to their usual. But one super patriotic old captain is absolutely fuming, convinced our boy embarrassed the nation before the Japanese. He's livid they got a loser sergeant. Major Hyundo, ever chill, tells him to relax. The kid just lacks field experience. Still, Mio's harsh words echo in the captain's head. The old captain's clueless. Our boy was just testing the waters, gauging the Japanese forces' skill. He didn't expect much, but Ren, Ken, and especially Mio. They absolutely slayed. Suddenly, Mio senses something sus deep in the cave. Eyes wide, she clocks danger closing in, shouting a warning. Next second, she barely deflects a throwing axe, yeeted from the darkness. Slowly, a towering blue demon, creepier than Epstein, emerges from the cave. Mio shouts, "It's the dungeon boss!" Ren and Ken instantly stiffen, ready for battle, but our boy doesn't even flinch. The tense samurai barks orders, backups called, hold the line until reinforcements. Before she can finish, the boss closes the distance in a flash. Ren and Ken rush forward with a coordinated strike to save her. The demon just grabbed them, yeeting them like ragdolls across the cavern. Mia seized the opening, swung her blade with full force, aiming to cleave it. To her disbelief, her sword didn't even scratch its durable body. Captain Sanjuk then stepped up, drawing his mana blade. He flexed, claiming his weapon was leagues above average, third-rate gear, then charged to show his true strength. One perfect kick and he's face first into the wall. The boss effortlessly dodges Mio's magic blade. She orders retreat, but Minjun's already moving, Ren and Ken slung over his shoulders. Stunned, she realizes he reacted before her command was even out. Instead of a safe retreat, he turns to her, calmly asking, "Why run? Let's just slay the boss." Her eyes widen at the wild plan. She yells for him to bolt, but he just grins, unleashing his power, totally mogging the samurai in her own game. Even the boss hesitates, sensing his terrifying aura as if wondering who the real monster is. Realizing it can't mess around, the boss snatches its weapon. Our boy just stands there, smiling. Minjun straight up lets the giant take a swing at him. But just before it can cleave him, he parries with his blade, yeeting the giant into the ceiling. He then channels his magic into a beam, which leaves Mio shook. Not the power, but the chaos. The beam goes wild, almost hitting her. She scrambles to block the rogue blasts. The captain barely dodges a headshot from a stray beam. Minjun shamelessly drops a "my bad" for the oopsie, then finally gets his aura in check. He goes all out on the boss. The strike shreds the demon's axe, shattering his own sword. The ugly blue goblin freak screams, fingers wrecked. Mio stares, awestruck by his aura, powerful enough to shatter a military-grade sword. Minjun, eyeing his broken weapon, realizes he went too hard. Still, he cracks out his whip, already eyeing the boss's sweet loot. Switching back to his old squad. The guys are totally wiped after another brutal day. They're always griping Minjun works them like unpaid interns. One staff sergeant straight up admitted he fears their resident monster more than any dungeon beast. Even promoted, Minjun stays with the unit, not HQ. Then they spot Dongjun still grinding in the field. They ask the corporal why he's still working like a grunt post-promotion, and when their lord and savior, Minjun, returns, Dongjun says he's not sure. Minjun solo cleared the raid yesterday, bodying the boss like it was nothing. Squad freaked, nightmare supervisors back. But Dongjun revealed Minjun's flawless clear earned him a day off. He's out another day. The guys absolutely lost it, wishing for a whole year instead. Meanwhile, in Japan, our boys chilling when Bangu pops up with a new dungeon report. The kiddos like, "Who's Ping?" Minjun blamed him for ruining his day. Bangu vows to beat Ping up, but Minjun's like, "Nah, fam, even you can't beat High Ping." Suddenly, he tells Bangu to zip it. A motorcycle approaches. An all-black rider pulls up. He facepalms when she takes off her helmet. Mio asks, "What are asterisk you doing out here?" He throws the question back. Mio, wondering if she's his personal stalker now, calmly explains her association patrols this area 24/7. It was wrecked by a dungeon break years ago, so cameras are everywhere for stray monsters. And bam, Bangu flies right in front of one. Minjun, looking both pissed and disappointed, wonders how this dude keeps fumbling so hard. Anyway, Mio repeats her question. Why's he chilling in a restricted zone? With a face straighter than a JoJo character. He swears he just got lost. That only made her more sus, but she let it slide. He wasn't her main quest. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked behind her. She spun to see a massive minotaur wrecking everything. Our boy instantly knew Bangu's covering his tracks. The samurai warned Minjun, "Get underground, stat. Demonic energy will mess with your head." Before she finished, he was gone, full sprint. Mio frowned. Strange, the monster didn't gate crash, ghosting all cameras. Still, her top priority, take it down before it wreaks havoc. She lunges, blade aimed at its neck. But the minotaur pulls a Dark Souls dodge, bolting the other way. Annoyed, the samurai gives chase. Meanwhile, our boy hits the underground dungeon entrance. On his way, he peacefully snipes every camera with dark arrows. He rips through the warning tape, plunging into the demon-choked tunnel. He grins as the dark aura floods him, boosting his power and leveling up skills. Bangu found this spot for him. He just hopes the little guy escapes Mio in one piece. Back to Mio, she easily tracks the fleeing monster. She slams her blade through a rock, nearly skewering the panicking guy. He thinks he's lost her, but she slices the entire wall like paper. Desperate. He poofs into a tiny kitty before she can blink, catching her off guard. Mio blushes at the small, harmless cat reaching out to pat its head. Loyal to his master, he slaps her hand away, yeeting off. Mio takes a second to process that rejection, clearly not used to getting curved by a cat. She reports back to the association, vowing to track the monster until backup arrives. To her surprise, HQ reports a sudden shift in the sector's underground corrupt energy. Monster crystal color always flags dungeon core changes. The science team's wondering if the crystal shifted cause corruption unexpectedly leaked. Mio, asked about anything unusual, drew a blank. Scientists logged it as a temporary system bug. Corrupt energy doesn't just vanish into thin air without a trace. Except it totally did right then. Mio suspects someone's involved. Back at base, the sergeant acts like nothing happened. Suddenly, a familiar figure approaches. She invades his space. He casually ignores her and her question about yesterday's stroll. Irritated, she bluntly asks about the destroyed underground entrance. Then she adds, "Did you happen to notice who wrecked the cameras along the way?" He's quick to say his chill walk was uneventful. She seems satisfied, wishing him a good day before dipping. But with a quick glance back, "We'll def see each other again soon." Later, our boy bolts to the restricted zone. His face darkens, seeing his loyal subordinate totally messed up. Hours earlier, Minjun had just folded his squad of no-hopers in training. He flames them for getting rusty, asking if those slackers quit training the moment he dipped. Annoyed, he calls their performance straight-up embarrassing. As they scramble up, he shows zero mercy, already prepping another brutal round for being trash. But his plans pivot the moment he gets a bad vibe. Leaving them to train, he pieces out on an emergency mission. Telepathically, he grilled Bangu about the earlier energy disturbance. Bangu's weak voice barely whispered his name, then mumbled "dimensional crosser" before passing out. After the silence, Minjun calmed himself, locking onto his servant's faint energy signature. He bolted towards it. If that message was right, someone just crossed from Isgard to Earth. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, ancient temple. Jacked warriors chase a hooded thief. She effortlessly dispatches the lesser grunts. But a colossal warrior on another level steps in. He slams her through a heavy door into a massive ritual chamber. A voice from the shadows calls her out for temple theft. The priestess offers one chance: surrender now or die. For a moment, the thief thinks she's toast. But landing right on an active magic circle, oh, how the tables have turned. She whips out an artifact pulsing with dark demonic energy. The priestess, unfazed, scoffs. "Not enough power here to dimension hop. Your escape plan's a bust. You don't even have the right coordinates." Unfortunately for her, the thief claps back. "Already got him thanks to Bangu." At that name, the blonde priestess snaps. Guards, stop her no matter what. The artifact detonates, blasting the Spartan warrior across the chamber. The thief grins, flipping them off. Her smug grin fades, seeing the priestess also grin. Meanwhile, Bangu was messing with Minjun's tiny shadow companion. Suddenly, a dimensional rift tears open where he stands. That shockwave tipped Minjun off in the training room. Something was seriously wrong. Standing before him, Bangu recognizes the red-haired thief. But he collapses before reporting to his master. Moments later, the red-headed girl tumbles through, losing consciousness. Our boy arrives just in time, catching her. With a faint smile, she calls him Lord Minold before passing out. Their battered state makes Minjun snap. He's fuming Bangu got folded first, and now he's stuck babysitting a second useless servant. As he channels demonic energy into them, the redhead slowly regains consciousness. He looked ready to pop a vein, yet she cried tears of joy. Slipped from his arms, dropped, begging forgiveness for wasting his energy. Swearing to repay him with her life, as always, he snapped at the fat idiot to at least stay alive and pay up. He then demanded an explanation from Seo Yon. How did the cult's strategist end up like Bangu? Seo Yon bows deep, apologizing profusely. Her dimensional jump, not random. He clocks she saw something major. The redhead confirms it, a blue flare igniting in her right eye. That demonic eye, an ultra-rare artifact he gave her after she lost her original serving him, imperfectly predicts the future. With a heavy look, she quietly reveals her foresight showed one thing, Earth's demise. Our guy's not even phased, just asks, "You sure?" She confirms, no idea when, but saw Earth wrecked and Bangu right there with him. That really grinds his gears. She tracked him all this way just to drop the Earth's End bomb. Puffing like a kettle, he demands, "Did you swipe something from the Saintess to get here?" Minjun spots the cross, connects the dots, and chills. "What else did you see?" he asks. Seoyan explains, a war fueled by pure hate and rage. Just like Isgard's current chaos, his eyes pop wide. He rants, hard work wasted. She reveals Nova Empire's the culprit. Scene shifts to Isgard's final day before our boy returns to Nova Empire's Earth. Bodies litter the floor. Cloaked figure faces a juiced-up Frankenstein. Old guy behind the steroid zombie warns Minold, "Don't get cocky. You only beat goons. He's the real threat." Our boy's surprised the old man knows his name. A duke with intel, Blondie tries to bait him, dissing his slave status, then offers a deal. Our boy instantly shuts it down. "Make your move." Annoyed, the old man tries again, but Minjun cuts him off. "Save your yapping for these hands." Overconfident, the old man calls it a shame, then sicks his juiced-up Frankenstein on him. Our boy doesn't flinch, preps his hands, powers up skills, and deadpans. What a shame. Later, he heads back, a sack over his shoulder. In the hall, he spots a lone figure. "Why's the big man here alone?" He suspects Archmage Isaac's business. The old man reveals the castle's falling, asking if he needs medical attention. Our boy shrugs it off. The Archmage asks about the Duke, who's still alive. He then asks about the Duke's juiced-up zombies. Our boy's take, "Pure trash." Archmage Isaac gets serious. This is Nova's secret lab, illegal monster research that can't ever see daylight. Minjun just walks on, saying he never planned to spill the tea and bails. The old man stops him. One last question. "Your thoughts on the Saintess?" Our boy breaks character, a huge grin spreading as he spills. "Don't trust that witch one bit." Coming back to reality. He concludes Nova's emperor was unalived by the hero, so those zombies shouldn't exist. He demands how they're back, his subs just sitting there taking his rants. He chills, asks about his crew, but Seoyan stays mum. He gets the vibe, can't do much from here. Bangu chimes in, "Master trained them, they're solid." The redhead grits her teeth, agreeing with the shapeshifter despite hating his guts. System pops up. Demonic power on followers flows back to him. He's caught off guard. This party buff is a bust, but seeing their cute, wide-eyed faces, he's like, "Gotta look after them." He gets up, declaring the prophecy won't stop him. He'll just grind levels, get op, and fix this whole mess. His followers hype him up, and he plots the next move. Days later, our boy drops a cash bomb, making Seoyan's eyes pop. Banga practically drools, reaching for it, but the redhead smacks his bird brain. She tells Master, "This much is extra." He's like, "Nah, it's needed and I'll bounce back fast." Minjun explains he couldn't give them a good life in Isgard, but here they'll be comfy. Cue the feels. Shapeshifter vows to grind for his ID, and our boy warns, "Don't get played." Girl, ticked off by Sub's blabber, shuts him up. Our boy wonders how scammers could survive. Redhead snaps him out of it. She wants to join the Hunter Corps after getting her card. Bus winds through mountains. Our boy ponders Sioyan's words. An illegal card could make her a hunter, but he's totally stumped why she'd want to. Soon after, he sweats hard, remembering she grew up in Isgard. She could totally mess things up for him here. Minjun bites his nails, thinking she's even worse than Bangu. He brainstorms excuses, but then recalls the Hunter Corps has a recruit course to get them used to the rules. He decides to just let it go, figuring things will work out somehow. Later, walking through the forest, his Nightwalker suddenly jumps onto his shoulder. He asks if it senses the weird vibe nearby, already hyped for potential rivals. Rounding the corner, he spots a crowd already gathered. By there. Their gear definitely not Hunter Corps. Suddenly, the group spots him. A big dude in army gear steps up, staring him down. Minjun's confused, but the guy cuts to the chase. "What are you doing here?" Minjun looks around, making an excuse. "Investigating a bugged dungeon." The guy counters. "Already handled. We're Raid, a civilian hunter company." The macho man claims official dungeon permission, even offering a permit. Our boy throws his hands up, saying he's not here for trouble. The leader then presses, asking what an officer is doing alone on a weekend. Our boy remembers the Hunter Corps manages most Korean dungeons. He figures the big guy fears losing this opportunity. While he gets their vibe, he also wants in, flashing a crazy smile. Regaining composure. He declares he won't interfere with their raid, but this extra investigation is crucial. Our boy, hand raised, states he only needs 5 minutes inside. The big man and others stay sus. Minjun assures them he'll just glance, no loot taken. With no other choice, the leader turns, saying he'll chat with his squad. Minutes later, the group agrees. No profit to split, so it's all good. The masked guy points out our boy is traveling light. "Talk to the Hunter Corps first?" Nah, the leader instantly shut that down. No 10-man minimum, so it'd only get worse. The squad kept squabbling, and our boy was like, "Seriously, how long is this gonna take?" Then another voice chimed in, "Just roll with the plan." The hot blonde girl agreed, "No cap, it'll be fine," and the guys immediately started simping. Our boy was practically snoozing, but the girl was totally checking him out. Matter settled. Minjun heads for the portal, but a girl calls his name, stopping him. She gushes about being a huge fan, yet he gives zero attention. The leader starts a 5-minute timer, confirming entry. Our boy just nods. Before entering, he declares, "Anything interfering with my investigation will be annihilated." Meanwhile, at Hunter Corps, the Special Task Force commander sweats nervously. Simultaneously, the Hunter Corps commander reviews the file, asking Song if he's truly helpless. He offers to try contacting them again, but Hakshil slams the file, demanding, "What's the beef?" Eyes narrowed, he asks, "Is due the hang-up?" Song replies, "The other MG's against it, and so is the target." The general relaxes, "Nothing can be done for now." The bearded man insists, "I'll try again, even fight if I must." But the general cuts him off, ordering him out. Major General Song leaves, rubbing his temples in frustration when his phone rings. Seeing it's his daughter, his mood flips. "What's up?" he asks. Just as his mood sours from the scolding, she says something that makes him instantly perk up, demanding details. The blondie tells her old man she just met Minjun. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the dungeon, where a giant lizard slinks around like it owns the joint. Suddenly it senses something, alert, staring into the dark. Monster preps, but our boy barrels past, launching it away. Other lizards meet same fate as he races for his target. Minjun senses a super faint demonic energy from the dungeon. This explains why civilian hunters were allowed here. He knows, without his sensing, the others would have been toast. Lizards ambush him, but he dodges like a pro. Running off, he tells them, "No time for small fry." Monsters watch him go, wondering who this crazy dude is. Our boy senses the energy nearby, skidding to a halt. No entrance, so he raises his leg high. Charging a kick, he smashes through the wall into a secret room. He walks in like he owns the place, waking the mega lizard. Minjun's barely phased, smirking that the monster crossed him first. Minutes later, the fight's on, our boy effortlessly dodging every strike. Enough's enough. He stops a tail attack with one hand, flexing a new skill. He points up, purple clouds brewing as corruption rain activates. Then he drops his finger and the poison rain falls. Sensing danger, the giant lizard leaps away, but not before raindrops blister its tail. The monster screams in pain, yet our boy's more worried the attack wasn't potent enough. His eyes widen as the lizard sheds its tail, rushing him. Minjun dodges the first strike, mocking its newfound agility. He suddenly freezes, realizing something's off. The monster's tail reforms, slamming into him. Blocking the attack, our boy looks up to see a giant venom blob. It coats his upper body, forcing him back. Seeing him defenseless, the giant lizard steps forward, ready to chomp. As its nasty, slimy tongue slithers out, our boy drops the act and snags it, catching the monster off guard. A dark aura leaks out as he declares this weak venom is just candy to an advanced dark mage like him. Giant hands appear, forcing the monster's jaw open. He unleashes corruption rain, menacingly asking how its insides will react. The giant lizard realizes it bit off more than it could chew, but it's too late. The attack explodes through its body. Shirtless, Minjun watches the monster drop, smiling as demonic energy flows in. The system drops exciting news. He's also acquired Vicious Charge. This skill lets him be a battering ram, a role other dark mages ignore. Minjun won't. He cleans up his mess with his corruption skill, all monster traces vanishing. He heads for the exit. Stepping out, he wonders if 5 minutes have passed. Outside, the party waits. Masked guy asks, "Time yet?" Leader confirms, but senses something's off. Macho guy adds, 5 minutes, that's not enough for an investigation. He wonders if this dungeon is actually op, and if our boy's gone to the great beyond. The others are like, "Why is our luck so trash?" The leader says to camp here, no investigation. They're confused, but he warns of trouble if the guy dies. Suddenly, the blonde speaks up, "That won't happen." Everyone's caught off guard. The leader asks if she knows him since she's a fan. She replies, "Our boy cleared the fake dungeon." Everyone's shook when the masked man reveals a regular 104th Division sergeant cleared the dungeon. He asks how she knows it's him. Hunter Core keeps identities on lock. She dodges, "I have my ways, let's prep to go in." The muscle-bound dude pipes up, "What if this dungeon is super sus?" Jae-yoon sighs, "Does this big oaf actually believe our boy's cap? I don't." Walking toward the portal. She claims they upheld the 5-minute pact and wants in now. Her real aim, dirt on Minjun. But then the blue-haired girl spots something. The squad's on alert as someone exits the portal. Still shirtless, our boy struts toward them, posing like a total celeb. The girls instantly blush while the leader demands what the heck happened. Our boy gives the all-clear. Before leaving, he asks to borrow a shirt. Back in his apartment, Seoyin's glued to her laptop, typing intensely. Right on cue, Bangu walks in, bag overflowing with ramen and snacks. Pissed, she immediately demands to know where he vanished without a word. When he bluntly replies he just went to the store for noodles, she twitches. Cheerful as ever, he offers to cook some for her, but the hormonal barbarian punches his weak ribcage. She scolds him for wasting time at convenience stores instead of training and getting stronger. Confused and hurt. Bangu argues, "Talk, don't fight." She snaps back, "Don't waste Master's dark energy used to save us on snacks and joyrides." She'd rather have died than take that energy if it penalized Lord Minold. Bangu quickly swears to fix everything with his scouting. Grabbing his collar, she reminds him, "Dark energy doesn't just refill, it's scarce, and what little exists is painfully limited." Bangu's all like, "I trust the boss, this rescue, part of his master plan." His clueless face finally makes her snap. She throws another punch, but Bangu won't just take it. Just then their sergeant walks in, finding them brawling like kids. Without batting an eye, he calmly asks if things are on track. Seoyin reports Bangu meets the black market trader in a few days. Minjun reminds her to keep tabs on him. Reliability isn't his jam. Bangu's doing himself zero favors, snacking like a starved panda. He asks Seoyin if she's dead serious about joining the Korean hunters. She proudly declares she's aced his Korean textbooks, ready to enlist. Then, a Discord ping hits, and she loses it. Our boy watches in shock and weird admiration as the keyboard warrior unleashes flawless Korean. Turns out she's been fiercely defending his rep online as Kim Minjun Fan 69. Meanwhile, he tells Bangu to hold down the fort, no drama. Minjun isn't on a special mission, but he's on 5-minute standby, meaning he and his squad are on 24-hour duty, ready for orders in their sector. Usually, this is just a military drill, but with hunters involved, things are about to get real ugly. The next day, he briefs his squad. They secretly hope it's just a drill. The squad's not thrilled about standby. They know it's endless hell mode, 24/7 calls dropping non-stop. Squad packed, our boy floors it, starting the 5-minute standby, but something feels off. That gut feeling proves right fast, a blockade at the route's start. Eyes narrow at the grinning, chiseled Major Armstrong cosplayer. Then it clicks. This is the dude who acted tough until a solid beatdown humbled him fast. Exiting the Jeep, the massive officer greets him with fake hype. He dramatically apologizes, needing the Jeep. His car conveniently broke down. Unfazed, the sergeant checks his watch for the checkpoint time limit. The smug general grins, sure Minjun will fail without a car. Shocked, our boy calmly orders his squad out ASAP. No car, they're hoofing it. The squad, Loki fuming, follows. The general seethes at Minjun's chill. Minutes later, they hit the checkpoint, gassed, with barely 4 minutes left. Major General Song Bayamgi waits, his expression hinting at a bigger surprise. Minjun orders his team to attention, salute. All the while, his gaze locks onto the Special Task Force badge on Major General Song's uniform. He instantly gets what this task force is cooking up. Before Minjun even hit the checkpoint, the Major General clocked Colonel Lee wasn't vibing with the setup. The general told him to chill, saying this is just how he rolls. Colonel Lee politely replied he wasn't unhappy. Instead, he felt honored the big boss personally visited such a small unit. Colonel Lee gets that his rank might not cut it for Min Jun's hunter unit. But HQ sending senior task force hunters just to discipline them for a drill? That's major overkill. Even the chief commander showed up for a simple training. Flashback to the squad earlier. They already sussed the 5-minute standby was about Min Jun. Someone mumbled it's probably fallout from his beef with that task force sergeant. Hearing that, our boy made it clear, time to flex on them with a win. The squad instantly got hyped, convinced this was nothing compared to Sergeant Minjun's brutal training. Later, during their uphill sprint to the checkpoint, they powered through the mountain trail. Corporal Lee radioed, "All clear." Some men quietly worried about hostiles, but the corporal reassured them the route's been abandoned for years. Briefly, hope returned, just a drill, but hope shattered spotting a sus outpost. 2 clear pro-killers appear, squad raises weapons. Minjun contacts HQ, ordered to capture them alive. Pros approach confidently. Minjun calmly orders, "Drop your guns." This is his squad. They handle enemies the old-fashioned way, bare hands. Blonde man effortlessly deflects and blocks attacks, maintaining form. Silver-haired guy goes full star platinum on a subordinate, overwhelming him instantly. Minjun realizes he must step in before his men get folded, moving toward the silver-haired fighter first. Punches blur from the guy, but Minjun turns swagger up to max, weaving through them like light work, kicking his knee to break balance. He slams him, cracking the earth. He tells his stunned subordinates to finish the job. The greedy masochists happily jump in, beating the guy while he's down bad. Minjun then focuses on the roided-up wrestler tossing his men. The massive dude steps forward, towering over him, asserting dominance. Our sergeant casually suggests a game of one touch, even allowing Arnold Schwarzenegger the first hit. Big man swings full force, freezes when the scrawny sergeant doesn't even flinch. Wrestler shrugs, flexes his chest, thinking those steel abs make him untouchable. Famous last move. The second Minjun's fist connects. Dude's soul practically leaves his body. Minjun, without missing a beat, orders his squad to dogpile him. Desperate, the buff guy calls timeout. Yells he's a task force agent just training. Too bad for him, Minjun's demons don't process excuses. They beat him till he was bawling for his mom. Back at the checkpoint, Colonel Lee was fuming over the commander's sketchy setup. He warned he'd file a complaint if this stunt caused a major beef between the military and task force. The commander told him to chill before he did something he'd regret. The tension snapped when a knock came. A soldier reported the 5-minute standby squad arrived. When the colonel anxiously asked about injuries, the soldier stated, 2 individuals were severely hurt. The colonel nearly had a heart attack until the soldier clarified, "The 2 sussy hostiles are in a coma, our squad, totally fine." Colonel Lee was genuinely confused. "How's that even possible?" The soldier, barely containing his hype, reported, "Our unit got minor scratches and bagged those 2 sussy BACA agents." Colonel Lee shot a cheeky grin at the task force commander. Dude looked like he was about to have a stroke. His grand scheme, Minjun totally owned it. Hunter Han Boram and the other agent are trashed. The commander grinds his teeth, then kicks everyone out except our boy. Alone, he bulls toward Minjun, trying to intimidate him. Minjun doesn't even blink. Seeing his chill under pressure, the commander suddenly bursts out laughing. He can't fathom someone this capable is still a sergeant, openly calling his superiors idiots. He grabs Minjun, bluntly inviting him to the special task force, offering a massive promotion. Minjun's unimpressed. The commander sweetens the deal, promising any condition Minjun names. That instantly sparks devious ideas in our boy's head. They dive into a detailed negotiation behind closed doors. Outside, Lee's subordinate wonders if that scheming bastard will poach their sergeant. Lee, not worried. Lee knows Minjun won't fold under pressure. The commander's furious shouts and curses echoed from inside. Lee burst out laughing, knowing the drill. Still, he low-key hoped Minjun wouldn't land in hot water. Inside, the commander blew a gasket, demanding Minjun's on-duty gaming hours and dungeon power time. Our boy calmly states he's not living with internet bans or whack electronics rules. Then deadpan, he declares, Dungeon Power Fighter is peak gaming, demanding serious grind. The commander fumes, calling his soldiers' disobedience unbelievable. He shook Minjun spouting this cap in front of a 5-star commander. He questions if that 5-minute standby stunt taught him anything about hierarchy and power. As a 5-star commander, he's not having it. He could easily make life hell for Minjun and his squad. But seeing Minjun didn't even bat an eye, the commander pivoted to a legal strategy. He brought up Minjun's illegal use of his sergeant status in a civilian hunter company raid. The commander threatened to reopen the case, launch a formal inspection, and pursue legal action. However, that momentum vanished instantly as the office door burst open and Major General Du stormed in. He personally authorized Minjun's participation. The Major General, ice cold, slammed the commander for trying to exploit his brief absence. He tossed a thick file bundle, casually revealing he had serious dirt on him. Watching the commander freeze in shock, our boy totally savored the karma. He quickly pieced it together. This whole backup plan traced back to Song Jae-yoon, who recognized him during that dungeon inspection. Turns out the superfen had planned to use the raid as leverage from the jump, her scheme to recruit him. Rewind to day 1, his squad was totally wiped. He opens the door, just watching. Dongjin snaps awake, asking if they're mobilizing soon. Minjun tells him to chill for the day, and the squad mates like, "You too." Our boy says not to sweat it, just be ready for tomorrow. Watching the door close. Dongjin's fear kicks in. It's only day 1. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Minjun mutters about handling all the pests tonight, telepathically signaling Bangu to begin. Outside the raid building, the shapeshifter and Nightwalker affirm, ready for entry. Inside, Ji-yun's on her computer but senses something's off. Pacing the floor, she spots a cleaner sweeping a corner. The blonde gets sus, asking what the cleaner's doing here now. He stops sweeping, claiming a schedule mix-up, promising to finish quickly. That makes her sus. She demands to see his face and ID. He doesn't budge. She activates her powers, repeating her demand. The cleaner turns, asking for patience. She warns him not to move a single step, but her words die in her throat as she clocks the absolute specimen before her. Bangu hits her with a dashing, killer smile, calmly tells her not to raise her voice. Totally smitten, Jae-yoon's brain short-circuits, leaving her frozen. Bangu shakes his head, explaining no card, it's his first day. He activates his seduction skill. The blonde falls right into his trap. Suddenly serious, she finds it while the worker lacks a card on day 1, yet she unclips her own card, offering it. That must have been a real pain. Jae-yoon tells him to use it, return it tomorrow. Bangu snags the card, tossing it into his cart. The Nightwalker grabs it and bolts while the blonde's still trying to flirt. Bangu, ever the opportunist, takes her up on her offer for one last favor. Still angelic, he hands her the mop, telling her to get scrubbing. As Jae-yoon tackles her first-ever cleanup, the elevator dings. Seo-yeon steps out, key card in hand. Spotting the locked office, she swipes the card and slips in. Our guy telepathically pings her. Check the blonde. He's sure she's linked to the Hunter Special Task Force. The redhead spots an open computer, vowing to find evidence. Soon, her eyes widen. A smirk. She found something. Our boy grins deviously, telling her to copy all data to his address. Back in the present, Song rages, wondering how Du got this. He feigns innocence, asking about the document. Du starts roasting him. So the big man can't own his mess. An anonymous report dropped. Official Hunter core data was leaked to a civilian company. Even personal deets not in the database were shared. Song already knows, silently wondering, what did my daughter even do? Then Du mentions Jae-yoon hiding as a headhunter when she could be leading raid. He insists the girl totally leveraged stolen data to recruit promising hunters. Du presses, asking if he's genuinely clueless. Song slams the paper, gripping his shoulders, demanding actual receipts for these allegations. Major General Du easily pulls away, warning him to lower his voice. Walls have ears. Pulling back, Song glares daggers at our boy, who's totally poker-faced. The Major General shoves past, announcing his departure. He claims the Special Task Force will investigate, making our boy deadpan, so he'll investigate his own corruption. Before leaving, Du asks if General Hackshell isn't involved. Song stares back, reminding Du, walls have ears, then slams the door. Minjun's confused, he's the only one there. But then Du bursts out laughing at the whole mess. Our boy yells, I didn't hear a thing. MG reveals Minjun's info and raid data were in those files. He notes things look super shady but won't pry. Our boy thanks him, but the MG cuts him off. He recalls Minjun's exploits, the task force's obsession, and their report. Turning, he asks, spill the tea. Is there something I should know? Our hero says he'll spill the beans when the time's right, asking for cooperation. Major General Du just grins, looking forward to it. Meanwhile, at the 104th, Colonel Yu sorts documents at her desk. A knock. Come in, she calls. It's Yunzio. Soon they're having a small tea party. Colonel Yu congratulates her fast promotion, which flusters the blue-haired girl. Yunzio feels a bit down, recalling Minjun's record, but the colonel reassures her. He's an anomaly. The woman let slip she heard the Special Task Force hit up Yunzio, who confirmed. The colonel realized they were after the blue-haired girl, asking her take. Yunzio smiled, saying she noped out of the offer with zero hesitation, leaving the colonel shook. Yu smiled, Loki relieved. The colonel pressed, remembering Yunzio first gave her dad's division the cold shoulder, then the task force. After a beat of silence, Yunzio spills she has a friend who's next-level talented, way above her. But she dreams of leveling up and surpassing him someday, and he works right here. Colonel Yu grins, rooting for her. The older woman asks about vacay plans. Yunzio replies she's hyped to spend them with her squad. The scene cuts to the girl's squad, jaws dropped, facing Minjun's crew. Yunzio blurts, what are asterisk you guys doing here? Our boys thinking the same, annoyed they picked the same days. Suddenly, a voice calls out, making him freeze. The man calmly asks what they're doing, veins bulging from gripping his case. Then Major General Tiho demands, what the heck is going on? Later, Minjun's squad settles in. Kim's stoked to meet the 4th Battalion, Honeyung hyped for 7 days of vacay. Plus, they scored resort passes, usually for higher-ups. The 4th Battalion being here was the cherry on top. Suddenly, the guys perk up as a drained Minjun shuffles back. Dongjun asks about the Major General. Minjun flops onto his bed, explaining the old man accused him of stalking his daughter here. He rants, I knew this place was a mistake. Dongjun reassures him it was just a misunderstanding, and at least the generals left them alone for now. The two in the background are Loki salty that the major commander, swamped as he is, always makes time for the 4th Battalion girls. Brown-haired dude tries to hype him up. Chill, let's just enjoy the beach. Suddenly, the two troublemakers are like, bet, and instantly suit up. Minjun's had it. He rushes, slamming them straight into the ground. He warns them to change, or the Major General will absolutely wreck them. Sergeant Seung-ho then puts a hand on his shoulder, giving a solid thumbs up. Heroes vibing too, grinning at his reflection, knowing they're all good. Soon the squad's ready for beach action. 4th Battalion rolls up, looking sharp. They kick off with a classic volleyball match. Meanwhile, our boy bails from the hyped pink-haired girl, dead set on sunscreening him. The guys try a one-legged water balance, confusing our hero. But the two troublemakers seize their chance, scooping him up and rushing him ocean-bound. Minjun, ticked off, flicks Kim airborne and puts Han Young in a headlock. Both squads crack up, especially Yunzio. Later, everyone chills on the shoreline, watching the waves. When the girls bring snacks, Kim declares, this beach, it's totally lit. The scene then shifts to a boy retrieving a ball who suddenly spots something far off. Mom warns him not to swim out too far, but he points, what's that out there? She's confused, wondering if it's just smoke. Meanwhile, at the mysterious rocks, large predators circle below. Back with the group, the pink-haired girl nudges Hyaju, check out this Lumi keychain. She remembers our boy got it at the carnival, thinking he cherished their memories. The black-haired girl knows better, but stays quiet. Suddenly a commotion. Kim and Han Young roast Minjun for losing RPS. Flashing rock signs, they demand he cough up the bet, ice cream, but he's not having it. He crushes their rocks with his scissors, defying the universe. The girls just cackle. Kim won't drop it, yanking his backpack by the keychain. Our boy, annoyed, pulls back. My wallet's not in there. The keychain rips, dead silence. Kim, seeing his life flash, shoves the broken Lumi keychain to Mari. They bolt. Hanyoung protests, but Minjun's death glare silences him. He just runs. No choice, they dive into the water like pros, knowing they're toast. Back on the beach, Minjun fumes. The pink-haired girl still simps. He just loves collecting memories. Soon after, the two troublemakers finally reach the smoking rocks, gasping for air. Hanyoung rips into Kim for dragging him into this mess, but Kim throws a fit, claiming it was an accident. Ponytail guy tells him he has asterisk to go back and apologize. Suddenly, Hanyoung spots something in the water, freaking Kim out even more. Kim swears he felt something warm brush his legs. Out of nowhere, the fish monster charges, leaving the two totally lost. Then, it leaps from the water. They're determined to get a bite, surprising them. Back on the beach, Sung-ho builds a sandcastle, a true masterpiece. Dong-jin asks about the two troublemakers. Sung-ho remembers their ice cream bet. Suddenly, a crowd gathers by the ocean. Kim and Han-young emerge from the water, covered in monster bites. They rush to their injured teammates. Seeing their wounds, the sergeant orders Dong-jin. "Infirmary now with Han-young?" He asks Kim, "What the heck happened?" Before Kim can respond, he spots our boy closing in, immediately apologizing for the keychain. Minjun notices bite marks. Kim reveals scarlet anglerfish monsters attacked them. The 4th Battalion girls approach, shocked. Yoon Seo recalls they appeared in Samcheok's dungeon, likely from there. Kim reported seeing two, but apologized for being caught off guard, unable to take any down. Yoon Seo consoled him. Our boy ordered Sergeant Seung-ho to get Kim to the medic. He then told Yoon Seo and the buff blonde to report to command and evacuate. Before she could argue, he pressed Yoon Seo for details on the fish monsters. Their name? Red color forehead lanterns. These fish generate intense heat and are super aggressive. Minjun confirms this. Their violent nature means they don't group up, even eating their own. So it's wild for two to be way out here hunting together. Our boy's gonna investigate. But the blue-haired girl stops him, saying, "It's too risky." Minjun reminds her, "Time's ticking, plus I work better solo." He quickly adds, "For now at least, let's link up." He finishes, "No time to waste." The three sergeants spring into action. Our boy rushes toward the water at full speed. While others handle their tasks, he realizes, two fish monsters together, they're likely spawning thousands more. The girls dash inside to alert security. Yoon Seo reports the resort is under attack. Sergeant Kim Minjun is fighting hard to hold them off. Even with his immense strength, our hero struggles against the anglerfish and their eggs. The eggs hold massive heat, released upon hatching. Too many hatching in one spot could trigger a nuclear-level blast, wiping the resort off the map. Minjun knows this all too well. Anglerfish eggs were nature's time bombs in Isgard. He wouldn't mind nuking the nest, but that would trash the resort too. So he tracks the warmest water. Diving in, his anglerfish breeding hunch is confirmed. His corruption skills? Pretty much dead in the water. Turns out water's a dark mage's kryptonite. Worse, these anglerfish are way faster in their own turf. Our hero, ever confident, grins. No foe can outplay him. He charges a pair, aiming to bait and counter. As they close, something sharp zips past his head like a bullet. His eyes pop. What just happened? He instantly realizes scarlet anglerfish hide harpoon-like teeth deep in their throats. These bony projectiles slam his rock-hard muscles. Dodging the barrage quickly drains his stamina, leaving him gasping for air. With a final push, he kicks up, breaking through to the surface. He curses every word, venting frustration at the overgrown Magikarps, but his anger flips to confusion seeing Bangu chilling on the nest. His loyal servant explains he couldn't stay home with his master in danger. Still breathless, Minjun asks what made him think he was in trouble. Grinning, Bangu confirms the annoying Ginger predicted it with her foresight. Just then, Seoyin leaps in from shore, spear in hand. Bangu confidently tells Minjun, "Leave the rest to us." Our sergeant doesn't argue. Bangu's Isgard's undisputed top fish slayer. The shapeshifter cleverly morphs into a scarlet squid, anglerfish's fave prey, luring them in for the kill. Minjun climbs the rocky nest, wondering what Seoyin saw to make her rush to his side so urgently. The sheer number of eggs in the nest? Obvious. A few more minutes here and he's toast. It still blows his mind how much his fate has flipped since Seoyin showed up. He even blackmailed the Special Task Force commander. That's good news, proving the prophesied future isn't set in stone. If fate can be altered once, it can be altered again. With that risky thought, he takes a gamble he'd never considered, corrupting every single egg. Bangu baits anglerfish, an easy meal just seconds away. As the scarlet squid, he lures them out of the water. A deadlier surprise awaits above. Seoyin yeets her harpoon, bursting them midair like grotesque balloons. She spots Lord Minold atop the nest, chilling with a mountain of bombs. Panicked, she swims full speed, screaming for him to run now, but the madman won't budge. He stubbornly held his ground until the eggs blew up. Moments earlier, back on shore, Yunseo's dad called, asking if she was safe. As she explained, his tone turned serious. He cut her off, ordering her to gather everyone and evacuate ASAP. Turns out, he'd just gotten a warning from another division's commander. The commander revealed these anglerfish are no ordinary monsters. Many of his crew died in a dungeon raid with them. That info was never public. Hunters were clearing dungeon eggs when a massive explosion occurred. Near eggs, super dangerous. The moment he said that, a colossal blast rocked the nest site. Unseo and the others froze, staring at the rising smoke. She suddenly recalled Minjun's warning: scarlet anglerfish are vicious, usually preying on their own. Attacking humans on shore, that makes no sense. That's why he went in. Her brain, gone. Phone dropped, she bolted for the blast site, a cold dread hitting her. Her sergeant was asterisk in there. Others yelled, more blasts. But she was toast, screaming his name. Then, like it was no biggie, Sergeant Kim Minjun just strolled out. Dude looked like he'd just hit the gym, not survived a nuclear boom. An hour earlier, Seoyin was chilling when the shapeshifter crashed through her window. She immediately started roughing him up for his usual uselessness. But he dropped a bombshell. He'd snagged their fake passports. Grinning smugly, he told her to call him Ronald McDonald. Unimpressed, Seoyin shot back she'd keep calling him a parasite because that's what he is. She also questioned if the passports were even legit. Suddenly, her eye burned intensely and a vision flooded her mind. Her vision showed Minjun swimming to the nest, luring the angler fish away just before an explosion. Soon, the resort grounds were littered with bodies. Grieving relatives stood by loved ones, unable to process the devastation. Seoyin and Bangu also stood by a body in disbelief. Snapping back, she screamed at Bangu, "Find their master immediately. He was in grave danger." Now in the present. Her worst nightmare was about to play out again. Before grief hit, a familiar face popped up from the water behind her. She spun, demanding if he was okay. Our boy casually confessed he majorly messed up, corrupting the eggs. She assured him destroying them still saved countless lives. Compared to her catastrophic vision, this explosion was nothing. She was relieved he survived the blast. However, Minjun calmly admits he didn't make it alone. Bangu sacrificed himself, shielding him from the blast. His egg-wiping attempt wasn't fast enough. The blast detonated mid-process. At the last second, a tentacle wrapped him, tossing him clear. Duty done, his loyal servant and closest friend gave one last goofy smile before the blast took him. Seoyin trembles, struggling to accept Bangu's truly gone, swearing to honor his sacrifice forever. Minjun squints at the water, spotting a familiar body. Bangu, he somehow survived the blast, though both hands are gone. The two bros immediately share a relieved, heartfelt embrace, a wild moment. Watching this, Seoyin's respect for him levels up. For the first time, she calls him by name, no more insults. Soon, backup arrives, and the situation is swiftly handled. Normally, survivors are detained for investigation. But Minjun and Major General Sun Taeho have a quiet understanding, clearing him to leave. Still, the official report credits him almost entirely for neutralizing the threat. Later, the division packs up, ready to depart. The girls are bummed their vacay ended on a sour note, especially with the resort closing until safe, standing on the hotel rooftop. Sergeant asks Seoyin where Bangu went. She says he's recovering, regenerating super fast. Minjun's impressed Bangu barely took damage, so close to the blast. He thinks, that guy is built different. Then he notices something weird. She's still wearing the outfit he bought her weeks ago. He asks if she's washed it ever, and she starts sniffing it. He facepalms. New clothes, a waste of his hard-earned cash, she says. Then a tiny demonic energy blob splats his face. Awkward silence. He snaps at the annoying Nightwalker, chill. The little guy grins, gates appearing soon. Seoyeon still sniffing her dirty clothes when Minjun asks. Wanna officially join the Korean hunters, she accepts instantly. First mission briefing, go. Next day in the city, she rocked a brand new, super cute outfit. He asked if she was okay. She awkwardly admitted discomfort in the pricey threads he'd bought. He bluntly told her to ditch the petty worries and focus on the plan. His blunt words oddly reassured her. She activated her wild demon eye. Normally, the artifact just pops off, but there are hacks to consciously tap its foresight. First, the vision only works near the event, glimpsing just the near future. Its biggest drawback, it devours demonic energy. Our sergeant feels real pain as his energy drains each second. But it's all worth it when Seoyeon finally sees it. She reveals a gate opens in exactly 1 minute, unleashing a wave of wolf monsters. Plus, she spots a unique variant, clearly their leader. Minjun's practically drooling, thinking about hogging all the rewards thanks to her op foresight. The gate pops up and they're ready to roll. He reminds her to stick to the plan he briefed her on. You good? He asks one last time. She gives a firm nod. Minjun calmly lays down the 2 absolute rules. First, no harming innocent bystanders. Second, keep your dark magic on the down low. With that, monsters start spilling from the gate. He tells her to go all out, promising to jump in if things go sideways. The first wolf pounces, roaring to claim its turf. Seoyeon whips out her demon whip, disguised as a baseball bat to mask dark magic. Minjun intentionally hangs back from direct combat, still in the public eye after the Sokcho resort incident. That's why he cooked up a strategy to farm dungeon rewards without stepping into the spotlight himself. The whole plan hinges on Seoyeon, one of the rare combat-specialized dark mages. The bloodthirsty redhead locks onto her target, swinging her bat like it's whack-a-mole. As expected, the lycanthrope's hide is too tough for her first hit to do real damage. But then, she shows off her brilliant fighting instincts. Sliding smoothly under its claws, she closes in and delivers a clean, powerful smack straight to its jaw. The werewolf bleeds from its mouth, but Seoyeon senses something's off. The giant mutt swipes, but she dodges, retreating. The monster growls, jaw held, but the redhead just bats up, daring it. Come at me! Minjun, totally unbothered. The oversized pup lets out a huge roar, and they're back at it, another clash. The werewolf swipes again, but she powers through, blasting a huge hole in its body. With its last breath, the monster drops, she's still calmly observing. Minjun thinks he didn't even need to step in. Seoyeon's got this. Just then, the hunter corps rolls up. Here, skill unlocks must be reported to authorities. A hotshot flexing skills would be front-page news. Our boy hates that kind of spotlight. Watching her leave, Minjun muses she really beat that wolf with just a bat. Hopefully, no one ever finds out about skill users. The fake dungeon guy mutters, that was definitely a skill. He's with Jae-yoon, who looks totally lost. The brown-haired guy adds he's never seen anything like it, so it is asterisk to be a skill. He's dead sure Minjun popped a skill back then. The blonde gets serious. Spill the tea. Don't hold back. The guy sweats bullets, finding it hard to reveal the info. He stares at Jae-yoon's business card. He finally spilled. It began at the fake dungeon's core. Monsters swarmed, dire. As the demonic energy orb leaked, Minjun materialized a giant dark sword from nowhere, surprising all. He swung it, clearing all monsters in one epic swipe. His help saved them. They cheered when he crushed the orb, but Minjun told them to hold their horses, wait for the exit. The hunters praised him, he ate it up. He then told them they owed him one. Everyone got hyped and agreed. He asked them to keep quiet about anything unusual they saw. Surprised, they agreed instantly. Back in the present, Jae-yoon slammed the desk, disbelieving. The man asked if this would mess with Minjun. The blonde reminded him, our boy's a sergeant first class now. Ji-hoon gets up, asking if he'd spilled the tea. He confirms she's the first. Everyone's keen to keep this under wraps. She tells him to zip it, even about showing up today. Ji-hoon turns to leave, but he calls out, nervously asking about their deal. She affirms the intel was clutch. The blonde tells him to hit her up post-discharge, then whips out her phone. Inside. She couldn't care less. A raid squad spot is peanuts for intel, assuming the company even makes it. She remembered losing her memories that day. Crucial docs swiped right under their noses, making her the prime suspect. All because she got tangled up with our boy. When it went straight to voicemail, she threw a fit, wondering why her dad wasn't picking up. Sweat beaded as she slowly realized she'd poked the wrong bear. A few days later. Our boy heads back to his squad. His superior, First Lieutenant Kaleman, relieved he's okay. Kaleman grips his shoulders, apologizing for the vacation trip mess. He mentions a minor, formal investigation. Just then, First Sergeant Minji calls out to Minjun. The buff soldier advances, our boy frantically insisting he's fine. Mr. Scarface goes for a bear hug, but our hero dodges it. At that moment, the lieutenant recalls the ordnance office left another paper. This surprises them. The brown-haired guy adds handicap training starts soon. The squad marches through the forest. A soldier gripes the suits way heavier, the heat's cooking them like an oven. Glasses guy asks the training's name. Handicap training totally tracks, 'cause the suit nerfs movement and stamina hard. He menacingly declares these suits will destroy their peace. Suddenly, the front guy spots the destination, ordering his men to form up. Meanwhile, our boy reflects the power suit isn't heavy. The true issue is zero ventilation, combined with the hot, humid weather. It's the ultimate weapon for fatigue and dehydration. The suit feels okay initially, but soon it's a real drag. Our boy thinks the real enemy here is the environment, totally new and wild. Back at camp, the other squad is setting up. Yunseo briefs her group, then Mari spots the 2nd Battalion rolling up. Their sweaty, tired faces. Total giveaway it's the handicap training, making others sweat just looking. 4th Division's Jai Yun warmly greets Kaleman. Our boy sends Sung Ho to check on the men, ensuring water. Mari rushes over, but the black-haired girl stops her. Later. Jai Yun then greets Min Jun. Long time no see, thanking her for the H-Wash assist. She counters they owe asterisk him, teasing his rising star status. Turning to Kaleman, she asks about their mission. The scene shifts to the desert, littered with rat monster corpses. 2nd Battalion soldiers clear remains, loading them onto trucks. One man, seeing the dead rats, looks like he's about to pass out. Dongjin asks what's up. The soldier says he handles physical training fine, but dealing with these seemingly innocent rat creatures is messing with his head. Hanyung lays into him, saying he should be grateful they're just on pickup duty. Since they're still in handicap training, Guy apologizes, Ponytail storms off. Dongjin reassures the soldier, these rats are vicious monsters, especially with food. NPC pauses, eyes the monsters. Dongjin adds, they're carnivores, making the soldier uneasy. Meanwhile, the 1st Lieutenant and our boy track the 4th Battalion, moving faster than expected. This sends our boy into brainstorm mode. He notes the monster groups are too small, allowing the girls to power through them easily. But this small size isn't natural. Chielman realizes if there's a main colony, this whole operation could get messy fast. Sandstorms are intensifying, making firearms useless. A giant group in this environment would be a disaster for the 4th Battalion. Meanwhile, Yunseo of the 4th Battalion easily slices through monsters, making short work of them. The other girls are also on it, handling the remaining rats. Jai-Yun gets a message, says they'll investigate. Blue Hair asks, what's up now? 1st Lieutenant replies, 4th Battalion says the rat monster count is sus. Buff Blonde's confused, but Yunseo agrees. Way too few of these things. She adds, a massive group could be lurking nearby, total red flag. Just then, a soldier shouts, rats are coming, too many to count, closing in fast. Kiaman says they might need to back up the girls, so get ready. But Minjun has a bad feeling, suspecting a different reason entirely. As the girls prep for battle, the lieutenant asks Minjun to spill. Minjun explains, the rats are likely running from another predator. Suddenly, a giant worm monster erupts from the sand near the girls. It caught everyone off guard. Yunseo stared, realizing it was a death crawler. Jai-Yun yelled for her group to retreat immediately, no attacking. The 4th Battalion turned tail, sprinting back to camp. During the retreat, the 1st Lieutenant called base, reporting the situation. She stated they were heading straight for the assembly area. Before she could say more, the death crawler closed in, forcing the girls to focus solely on running. At Hunter Corps HQ, Commander Ku summons the 110th Division commander. Ku points out outsiders handled both recent division incidents. Choi apologizes, but Ku insists he needs to level up. Ku then reviews footage of Seo Yeon defeating a wolf monster. News reports a civilian girl took down the monster and now wants to join hunters. Ku orders his subordinate, Special Task Force, look into her. Meeting almost done, but then a bombshell dropped. Major General Song was just arrested, accused of leaking crucial data. The investigation will take a few days. This leaves an opening. General Ku is appointing Brigadier Moon, who was due for promotion anyway. Du stared daggers at Moon, who just smiled back. Du found it sus their replacing Song before the investigation finished. Just then, a scar-faced guy whispers to Ku, making him grin. Then the commander confronts Major General Du, asking why he skipped the Sacho incident squad as ordered. Du reveals their training, so it'd mess with their schedule. Ku then notes both incident battalions are now in the same dungeon, a huge coincidence, he feels. But what's sketchier? That same dungeon's got problems right now. The villain questions Du's investigation for the training schedule, accusing him of rushing it. He keeps egging him on, but the bearded general just shrugs it off. Investigation was solid. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion closes in on the assembly area. The lieutenant orders them to split, heading in different directions. General Du assures him they've prepped for every curveball. Back to the action, both battalion commanders are ready to strike. As the Deathcrawler roars, the 2nd Battalion commander revs his minigun and lets it rip. Bullets slam into the beast, halting its advance. He doesn't let up, unleashing an endless storm of lead. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion commander grabs a mana-charged metal spear. Fully loaded, she hurls it like an Olympic thrower, striking the monster's back. The male commander keeps the bullet rain coming. The female commander grabs another spear, ready to throw, as her soldiers scramble to safety. Yuncio, watching the fight, realizes these superior ranks aren't just for show. The commander yells for her soldiers to fall back, stay alert, and prepare for battle. She unleashes another spear, piercing the monster's belly, making it roar in pain. Fed up, the Deathcrawler slithers away while the male commander keeps firing his minigun. Finally, his bullets run out. He drops the mag, yelling, "Reload!" The buff blonde sergeant sprints over, slamming a fresh mag home. He snaps his gun back, resuming cover fire as the female commander hurls another spear. The spear soars, zeroing in, but the monster dodges. The Deathcrawler then digs into the sand, vanishing into a giant hole. The commanders finally calm, but are absolutely fuming they didn't finish it. Solid ground means no monster tunneling. They're safe. Commander tells the woman, "Plan B now." They both look a bit sus. He grins, then barks, "Plan B, execute," over the comms. A jeep immediately yeets off the cliff, tearing down the slope. Driver radios back. "Roger that, boss," our sergeant screams at the giant creepy crawly. Come out, got a whole fried rat buffet with your name on it." Minjun's hyped after shedding the bulky suit. He feels like he just went Super Saiyan. Buzzing with adrenaline, he's ready to fold that giant worm barehanded. Meanwhile, the driver's getting twitchy, unable to fathom why his sergeant isn't even sweating it. Just hours earlier, Minjun had called it. The desert's biggest threat would be a massive apex predator. Minutes later, they confirmed a Deathcrawler was on the move. Against all logic, our boy told the driver, "Trust your gut." He then confidently informed HQ his squad would gladly subjugate it. He explained the giant worm burrows deep when injured. His plan was to force it to the surface from the start. But Commander Jai-hee firmly stated her unit would eliminate the threat before it could retreat. Min Jun should stay put, smug as ever. Arbui countered that combat always throws curveballs, backup is just smart. The commander, blindsided, narrowed her eyes. "What's your real game?" The driver nearly flatlined, praying his reckless sergeant wouldn't spill anything wild. To his shock, she greenlit the wild surprise attack. Minjun then hyped, grabbing the driver. "Can you handle a ride under max pressure?" Back in the present. The driver couldn't deny the desert rat carcass bait was disturbingly clever. The jeep's constant vibrations amplified the lure. His true terror, the Deathcrawler erupting beneath them, no warning. Operation begins. Minjun tapped the roof once. The driver swerved sharply. A second knock, a hard drift the other way. Still, no immediate Deathcrawler interest. Our boy wonders if the desert rat scent isn't cutting it. Not just relying on bait, he blasts a pulse of demonic energy to really tick off the monster. Instantly, a deep rumble shakes the ground. He signals the machine gun squad above, "Unleash everything." When the timing feels perfect, Minjun slams the jeep. The driver floors it at the last second. They barely dodge the massive Deathcrawler erupting from the sand. Driver's white-knuckling it, but our sergeant, chilling on cloud 9. The Deathcrawler's clueless, walking right into a perfectly set ambush. From above, Jihai rains down spears with deadly precision. Still no critical damage, spears lose momentum over distance. Minjun spots a spear stuck in the sand, a narrow miss. His eyes sparkle like he hit the jackpot. Without hesitation, from the speeding jeep, he snatches the spear. On the ridge, the heavy gunner warns his commander she'll need to land the decisive blow. He can't risk friendly fire. Jihai steadies, prepping another throw. Curiously, she asks about Minjun's personality. After a beat, the gunner's stumped. No sane person truly grasps that man's mad genius, he admits. His reply earns her a faint smile. She hurls another spear, finally gets Yunseo's admiration. Back on the battlefield, the driver panics, yelling, "Lunatic, get back in before you bite it!" Minjun, signature grin flashing, declares he'll slay it himself. Another spear slams into the creature's massive body. Seizing the chance, the driver spins the jeep 180 degrees. From their vantage point, Commander Jihi and the heavy gunner are totally baffled by the sudden maneuver. Confusion instantly turns to shock as they spot the absolute madman riding the vehicle, ready to lift off. The bizarre sight nearly gives the old man a seizure. What on earth is wrong with him? Watching closely, the girl suggests Minjun might actually try to solo the creature. Down below, the driver panics hard, silently praying to the RNG lords he survives this insane stunt. Nearing the beast's terrifying, razor-toothed maw, his last shred of confidence vanishes. He regrets every choice that led him here. Just then, our sergeant signals. The driver pushes the jeep to its limit. Minjun launches off the roof. Everyone stares as he soars sky-high. Channeling pent-up hatred for those ugly, heavy training suits, he floods the spear with overwhelming aura. He plunges a spear into the monster's core, flooding it with magic, then impales it again with a second. The massive aura surge makes it swell violently, detonating from within. Battlefield silent. All eyes on our boy, suspended midair after that wild move. But gravity quickly turns his epic win into a clumsy L, dropping him awkwardly. Back at HQ, Major General Du is visibly fuming over the new proposal. Yechen pushes to revive the project, dishing out mana weapons to all Korean hunters. Du immediately snaps, calling it a total clown move. He reminds them the last attempt tanked because Beekson Industries' gear was pure trash. Getting more heated, he yells repeating such a self-sabotage would absolutely bleed the core dry. Smirking, Commander Ku calmly tells the Major General to chill. He then backs Yechen's proposal, deeming it worthwhile. The two schemers exchange a sus look, their collab painfully obvious. Still, Yunseo's dad firmly sides with General Du, arguing reviving such a flop project is pointless. Commander Ku, though, drops an undeniable argument. He insists mana weapons are far from useless. Ignoring Minjun's epic achievement, reported minutes ago, would make them total fools. Word just dropped. Minjun soloed a Deathcrawler with a mana weapon. That cheeky flex totally ticked off General Du. He slammed his hand, yelling weapon quality was the real issue. He brought up Beekson Industries' trash batch of faulty mana swords. Smug AF, Yechen calmly replied they'd promised to fix quality this time. Commander Ku backed it, suggesting immediate soldier training with new weapons. Again, the tables turned on General Du, leaving him totally owned. He suspects they're plotting something behind his back. Days later, Lieutenant Chielman receives a plaque for his outstanding training performance. Yet he genuinely feels he doesn't deserve the praise. Minjun basically carried him the whole time. As the ceremony wraps, Chielman asks when Minjun will finally get his promotion. After Sokcho Resort, his top-tier training, and a recommendation from Commander Jihai, it's only logical. Promotion's off the table, thanks to new criteria from the higher-ups. K-Yaman's confused. Why the sudden shift? The blunt truth, it's likely targeting Minjun. Command decreed all hunters must now level up their proficiency with mana swords. Mastering mana weapons is now a new promotion requirement. Kaelman's hyped because his sergeant is a magic boss, but the officer quickly clarifies, raw magic control isn't the problem. Their real issue. The assigned instructor is Captain Sang freaking Diok. The lieutenant's jaw drops that human trash is their teacher. Kaelman quickly apologizes for dissing a superior. He waved it off, saying it's fine, cause Sangduk's a total pile of crap. Meanwhile, in Minjun's division, the bottom feeder instructor swaggered in. He called out to our sergeant, who instantly dropped everything, snapping to attention. The captain's smug face gleamed as Sangduk casually asked how life was hitting. Minjun, neutral, asked his reason. The captain said the 2nd Battalion would soon hold a mana sword training. He flexes, saying a mana weapon's aura mirrors the user's strength. His sword, custom unlike the basic gear others get. Minjun flashes back to Sangduk flexing as the division's top mana user. Before his ultimate strike, he got bodied by the dungeon boss. Minjun, with a wry grin, asks if the captain will demo that ultimate technique again in training. Embarrassed, Sangduk insists it was just an off day. Brushing that aside, he asks if Minjun's joining the session too. After all, mana sword proficiency is now a asterisk must have asterisk for promotion. All Minjun's achievements mean squat if his assigned instructor tanks his evaluation. Minjun's expression hardens. What exactly are you implying, Captain? Sangdiok smirks, recalling Minjun flexing and shattering his custom mana sword with pure aura. He admits it was impressive, almost too impressive. That's the rub, he states. The self-proclaimed #1 instructor coldly asks if Minjun intends to clown his superior before trainees again. Raising his voice, he declares, "Fools who don't know their place are out of pocket in my division." Looking satisfied for a sore loser who just blackmailed someone, the captain dips. On the day of the mana sword training drill, troops line up. Captain Sangduk starts his demo, flexing his pro skills. Blade drawn, he charges, aura flaring, delivering a powerful slash. Proud as hell, he boasts this steel block is twice as tough as regular metal. A normal sword shatters without a scratch. He claims it proves the insane power of mana swords wielded by a master like him. New recruits immediately fixate on him, admiration in their eyes. Sangduk laps up their odd expressions, ego boosted. But Minjun senses something's off. Sangduk's special blade versus the trainees' F-tier swords, performing well enough for a promotion with those weapons is impossible. He quickly realizes it's all a setup. Smirking, the captain challenges if any trainee has the guts to step up and show their stuff. Soldiers hesitate, exchanging glances. Smug Sangduk quips not everyone can finesse aura like a mana master. Then an energetic voice breaks the silence. Minjun steps up, hyped to volunteer. Captain Sangduk, not thrilled, asks if he's sure. Minjun, without a beat, confirms he's all in. Trainees cheer him on, hyped to see him cook. Cornered by the crowd's hype, Sangduk reluctantly agrees. As our boy passes, the captain warns, "Don't embarrass me." Our sergeant just grins. He'd seen corrupt superiors pressure subordinates countless times. Life taught him some people are just trash. Good outcomes don't come from caving to intimidation. He channels his aura into the magic sword. The sudden surge nearly gives Sangduk a heart attack. Minjun swings his blade down in one clean motion. The fortified steel block splits like paper, crashing loudly. Every trainee stares, totally awestruck. The smug captain looks seconds from bursting a vein. But Minjun isn't done. He innocently tells the captain his issued sword broke, maybe a quality control oopsie. Then he politely asks to bring his own gear next time. Later, Captain Sangduk watches the hunters practice mana training. He barks orders, demanding focus and stamina. He eggs them on, saying it's only been a minute, yet the hunters already look gassed. Watching them struggle, the captain thinks, this is peak training. His phone rings. Seeing the caller, he instantly breaks into a cold sweat. His whole vibe shifts when asked about the plan's progress. The captain tries to explain he's pulling out all the stops, but our boy is just built different. He then looks at Minjun. He just shattered another mana sword, channeling his aura. Captain Sangda spins, rambling. Kid busted 3 swords, split dense stone. I can't fail him. But then the guy on the line snaps. Moon reminds him, you were confident, that's why you got this mission. Speechless, the captain apologizes. Moon barks at the trash. Do your one job stop his promotion? He threatens the captain's promotion, making him pale. Before Sangdu can reply, the call cuts, leaving him fuming. He eyes Minjun, lost on what to do. Meanwhile, Major General Moon angrily pockets his phone, adjusts his uniform, then knocks. Ordered in, he salutes his superiors. Inside, Commander Ku and a bearded old man wait. The old man, Bixin Industries CEO Zhang Disan, tells him to sit. Next, the 104th Division Commander's office. Minjun enters, salutes Major General Du, then sits. Our boy's mind buzzes. Why's he here? No special promo. Bearded man says open the box, catching him off guard. He opens it, finds a specially designed mana sword, picks it up. Major General smiles, announcing it's a new test model from another company. It totally outclasses the trashy training swords hunters use. Our boy feels the blade, its weight and stamina drain could be the decider. The Major General agrees, 5 times heavier, superior to Officer Blade's, demanding more stamina. He tells our boy to test it and review it later. Minjun happily accepts, thinking it won't break when charged with his aura. Major General Du teases him about expecting a promotion, but our boy deflects. The superior then reveals he was qualified for promotion. He deliberately delayed it. Minjun asked why. The bearded man replied he wanted to make him an officer. This path makes him a platoon vice commander, instantly a second lieutenant, way faster than the sergeant route. Internally, the Major General thought this would divert the Army's focus. He then said he trusted our boy and asked if he was up to it. Minjun took the bait, declaring he just needed to prove his skills to get promoted. He's all in. Major General Du smiles, recalling General Taeho's gift. Since the beach incident, Taeho's been surprisingly generous to our guy. Our hero's eyes pop open. Inside the box, a runestone. The scene shifts to Chiorwan's restricted zone, now totally deserted. Minjun navigates the empty streets, box in hand, remembering this area was recently monster-ridden and abandoned. Chef's kiss for his master plan? A half-built apartment complex, perfect. He heads up, pulls out a runestone, grinning like a maniac. Our guy channels demonic energy into the rune, making it glow up. This runestone is low-key op, randomly boosting stats. It fully activates, popping open a portal to a growth dimension. He crushes the stone's remains. Our boy figures his Isgard tactics will score him rewards far superior to mere consumption. He portals into a creepy forest, a secret dungeon, activated by charging its rare runestone with demonic energy. He's barely found any, as each stone leads to a unique dungeon packed with diverse monsters. Still, one thing's constant. He freezes, spotting a red monkey giving him the side-eye. A monster screams and a whole squad spawns from the trees. Minjun, unfazed, draws his sword. He knows clearing them means an epic growth boost. The lead monster screams and the group charges. Our boy just walks in, aura farming, slashing left and right. These monkeys, no chance. He's playing Fruit Ninja, scoring a perfect combo. Scarface tries a sneak attack, but a dark arrow headshots it. Dungeon clear condition, defeat all monsters. But he's clueless on numbers, so he must conserve his demonic energy and stamina. As he flees, monkeys gang up, trying to jump him. Needing to save demonic energy, he charges his mana sword instead. Our boy then unleashes a huge blast, yeeting the monsters. The ones in the back hesitate as he monologues about his new, fun toy. Determined to fully test it, he charges the remaining monsters, frozen in fear. Our boy cuts them down mercilessly, finding the sword super functional. Unleashing another huge slash, he discovers the sword is extremely sturdy, not breaking. He then goes on a rampage, reducing the monkeys to corpses until only a few hide behind trees. The one in front lets out a war cry. Our boy's unfazed, calling them light work. As a monkey charges, he senses a faint presence, then just swats the beast away. He deals with the others similarly, pondering the demonic energy he just felt. His eyes pop as something grips his foot. The scar-faced monkey he'd shot earlier is back, grabbing him. Confused, he kicks it off. Then the other dead monkeys start rising too. He realizes a necromancer is nearby. Minjun grins, sensing a link to the demonic energy from earlier. Nearby, an injured monkey takes its last breath, then gets stabbed. It emits demonic energy, reanimating. The black monkey with the staff smirks at its work, controlling its undead comrade. Our boy's interest is piqued. He charges a spell, unleashing his dark arrow, commenting the necromancer monkey is tougher than expected. The black monkey stays put, letting 2 subs take the hit. The heartless monster then uses necromancy, turning them undead too. It orders the zombie monkeys to attack, slowly closing in on our boy. Minjun ditches his sheath, charging up more demonic energy. He knows it's not the time to hold back, focusing energy into his hand, unleashing his corruption rain skill. That wipes out the living monsters, but barely scratches the undead. For them. He drops his demon bombs, launching the tiny guys at the foes. They latch onto the undead monkeys like leeches. Minjun smirks, snaps his fingers, and boom, they explode like firecrackers. Smoking bodies litter the ground. Our boy stares down the black monkey. Seeing its angry face, he taunts the necromancer for thinking it stood a chance. That ticks off the monster. It rips off its bone necklace, channeling demonic energy. The black monkey balloons like it's on anime steroids, terrifying the other monkeys. Our boy's seen juiced-up monsters, but never one self-powered. He wants answers, but this monster's not for talking. Suddenly, the necromancer growls, charging. Snapping out of it, our boy meets the charge, his sword cracking the staff's skull. The necromancer keeps whacking, but he parries every blow. About to land a fatal hit, Minjun swiped his sword, sending it flying, smirking. Charging mana, he closed in, determined to take its head. But the black monkey outmaneuvered him, aiming for his head. The strike connected, yet the necromancer was shook, realizing the attack blocked last second. Our hero swung back, but the black monkey blocked his hand. A stalemate. Minjun always has more tricks up his sleeve. He unleashes corruption rain again, corroding the staff and forcing the monster to retreat. Our boy drops his sword, declaring hunter-style combat is fun, but he's ready for a new vibe. Spotting an opening, the necromancer charges. Our boy, a dark mage at heart, preps a charge. He activates Vicious Charge, slamming into the black monkey, sending it flying. Minjun doesn't let up, using his giant hand skill to hold the monster midair. The monster shouts, but our boy ignores it. He channels demonic energy, pulling it forward. Crazy smile, he activates Dark Arrow, blasting a huge hole through the black monkey, Rengoku style. Blood gushes, it falls dead. Demonic energy then floods into him, making him hyped. He only came for normal stats, after absorbing a certain amount. The system reveals he's unlocked demonic energy of desire, granting a temporary stat boost. He dismisses it, flashing a menacing grin at the remaining monkeys. Our boy's like, "Time to stop messing around and get my loot." He slashes the last one. System, dungeon cleared, stats up. He pulls up the screen, caught off guard by an extra reward. Undead respawns meant he defeated more monsters than existed, so the system double counted. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, he happily snags the reward. The screen shows he can pick skills from the necromancer monkey. Seeing the options, he's hyped. First, Monkey Lord lets him control all monkey-type monsters, kinda trash. Undead King grants necromancy, but that land him in hot water IRL. Only one option left. The everlasting motion machine. Is this the same skill from his past? Minjun flashbacks to Isgard after defeating steroid zombies and Frankenstein. The noble barely sits up, shook about their easy defeat. Minold unhoods, demanding attention. He demands, "Were those monsters on demon juice? How'd you pull it off?" The noble scoffs, "Monsters without natural demon energy, feeding them that is just poisoning them." Minold repeats his question, but the blonde won't spill. Minold then slams his foot down, a hair's breadth from his head. He brushes it off, planning to bounce soon anyway, but not before wrapping up his mission. Fist raised, ready to drop the hammer, he freezes as the noble finally spills the tea. Monsters with demonic energy? They've got a skill for endless production. That's why the faction researched isolating and transferring it. Minjun's mind races. All those irregular monsters he'd faced must have gotten this power-up. He wonders if a dark mage could get this skill. But the noble, reading his mind, says humans can't. He explains their faction used to transplant monster parts to transfer skills. That info enrages our boy. He asks if they experimented on kidnapped dark mages. Seeing his face, the noble dodges the question, which just fuels his anger. He snaps that silence is an answer. Back to now, he thinks if this is that same skill the noble mentioned. This would just make him op. As he taps the screen, demonic energy floods his body, tensing him with pain. Minjun endures the worst, then the system confirms the skill's successful adjustment. He slams his fist down, hyped by his achievement. The next day, back at his battalion, he asks about their day. The entire squad freezes. Kim snaps to attention, saluting like a textbook soldier. Minjun sus. He asks if he's good. The troublemaker grins, saying he's just being chill since they won't see each other much. He then congrats our guy on his promotion, dramatically telling him not to forget them. Minjun drops the bombshell, no promotion. The soldier is shook. Hanyung asks if that wasn't why he went to HQ, but he just says no. Kim desperately asks if our guy doesn't want to climb the ladder, then goes on about the perks. Our boy claps back, "You loved my absence." The two troublemakers bawl, but he keeps going. "I get you hate me in charge." Kim's mood brightens, but our boy shuts him down. "Internet, there's trash. My game saves would be toast, so I'm staying." That logic grinds their gears. The sergeant asks why Minjun went. He replies, "Major General gave me a mana sword." The two troublemakers exchanged confused glances. They asked how he felt, assuming he'd be hyped about the promotion. But his chill vibe made them realize something good did happen. They kept squabbling while our boy just smiled, knowing something extraordinary had indeed gone down. Suddenly, the speaker blared an emergency, freezing everyone. He wondered what fresh chaos this anxious voice signaled. Later, the whole battalion was slowly clearing the forest. Our guy signals his squad to chill for a bit. They all sit down, grabbing some refreshments. Kim notes the forest is dead silent, wondering if the others have found a lead. Ponytail Guy replies the area's huge, so it'll take time. It's been ages since a monster, especially an ogre, came down. Kim asks if this is Minjun's first time fighting one. He plays along, saying yes, but low-key, he's bodied them multiple times back in Isgard. Dongjin drops a random fact. Hunter Corps never bagged an ogre alive, their tanks. He keeps rambling, but our boy gets a devious idea. Imagine the flex if someone pulled that off, he asks. Before Dongjin can reply, Hanyang slaps a hand over his mouth. We fight as a company. Too late. Our boy's already hyped, salivating. The squad knows they're totally cooked. Just then. A massive roar rocks the forest. Minjun's instantly up. He tells his crew to keep watch, then bolts towards the noise. Minutes later, he clocks something in the distance. Our boy creeps closer, finally spotting the giant monster chowing down on a deer. Seeing the ugly beast, a crazy grin spreads. Promotion secured. While the monster's busy with its deer mukbang. Boy stows gear, calls out zero fear. Ogre looks confused. He exits on for snacking on his asterisk mountain. Ogre snaps to senses, approaches Minjun, who's already plotting its live capture. Ugly creature finally attacks. Boy simply uses giant hand skill, immobilizing it. Rushes forward, slams fist into its belly. He tells the monster, limit my strength, don't die too fast. Squad hears the fight, springs into action. They rush over, shook to see the monster flying back from a punch. Minjun loosens his shoulders as the ogre stands, spitting a broken tooth. Hanyang yells at him to move. Distracted hero shouts, don't interfere, as ogre raises hand. He dodges, tells squad, don't fire a single bullet. Minjun shouts, don't mess up my promotion. He vows to capture the ogre alive. Hanyang asks if he's even sharing coordinates. Minjun lectures him, that's my achievement. Even Kim calls him out for being rash. Suddenly, the ogre grins, taking a deep breath. Minjun, recognizing the danger, covers his ears. The squad stares, confused. The monster unleashes a massive roar, instantly knocking everyone out. Dropping his guard, our boy grins like crazy and uppercuts the monster, sending it stumbling. Seeing his wild look, the ogre wisely bails. But before it gets far, a rope snags its neck. Minjun reels it in, dragging it down. It opens its eyes to see our boy staring down. He delivers a demonic knuckle sandwich straight to its head, sealing his victory. Standing, our boy declares the ogre was truly built like a tank. The scene shifts to the battalion commander's office. The guy gets the news, hyped, and orders everyone transported here ASAP. Song quickly guesses they bagged the ogre alive. The old man then tells him to inform HQ about our boy's incredible feat, slamming the door. Song wonders how the kid keeps pulling off these impossible tasks. Next morning, everyone's busy celebrating the win, acting goofy as usual. Minjun watched the scene, glad everyone was vibing. First Lieutenant Chialwin approached, crediting him for the party, saying he totally crushed it. They then discussed the ogre, worth a cool 2 million credits. Chialwin was totally shook, never knowing a monster could be worth that much. Heading inside, the first lieutenant added he was glad Minjun secured the ogre, especially with the commander being so salty lately. He adds, despite the commander's poker face, the vibe had improved, but he spoke too soon. Commander shot them daggers, radiating pure menace. Chilwin caught the mood, but the commander plastered on a fake smile, asking what's up. Later, Captain Sangduk went off, ranting our boy shouldn't have gone rogue. He kept beefing, while Minjun was like, what did I even do to this dude? The captain concludes our boy just got lucky, but the battalion commander cuts him off, asking about yesterday's monster raid results. Sweating, the captain replies the squad captured the ogre alive. The commander asks if that's pure chance. He concedes the captain has a point, then roasts him for bringing it up during a celebration. Captain Sangduk immediately apologizes, but the commander is on a roll, telling him he trusts his juniors. Battlefield protocol. Nah, captain would know if he actually went out more. Sangduk immediately blabbers about his recent Japan mission. But the commander asks, wasn't that the one where Minjun saved everyone? Captain, speechless, glares at our boy. Minjun just laughs back, totally satisfied that trash finally got owned. Commander calls Minjun forward, tells him to grab a seat. Everyone's just grinning. He realizes this place genuinely cares for him. Meanwhile, Major General Moon at Hunter Corps HQ. His phone vibrates. Checking it, his mood takes a dump. Captain Sangduk messaged. He tried everything but couldn't trash our boys. Rep Moon rants, then realizes he can't stop the promotion from his end. Ultimately, he can no longer use the promotion card to transfer Minjun to Special Task Force. He's muttering curses when Major General Du pops up behind him. Swallowing his anger, he asks what the general's doing here. Du keeps prodding him, but Moon brushes it off, claiming he was just talking to himself. Du then walks ahead, calling Moon out for being clueless that HQ summoned him to discuss our boy's promotion. Moon breaks a sweat, realizing he's in a tight spot and wondering what the commander's game is. Major General Du shook Moon's hand, apologizing for the late congrats. Moon barely thanked him before Du, serious, pulled him close, urging him to serve the nation well. Du exited, leaving Moon shaken. On the balcony, he approached the commander. After salutes, guessing about Minjun's promotion. Ku confirmed reports on our boy's achievements, but never expected him to solo the ogre. He agrees to the promotion. Before Du can leave, the commander stops him, dropping a condition. Du's surprised. Minjun must complete a special task force mission first, the commander explains. Du's mind races. He'd figured the commander just wanted to scope out the kid. Then it clicks. What kind of dungeon needs a special task force? The commander calmly reveals. A double-layer dungeon. Minjun's deep in meditation at the gym. Kim's low-key spying from the door while Han Young asks what's up. He explains our boy never skips training, even during parties. They wonder if this is his secret sauce. They're like, FR, when does he sleep with this grind? Minjun's focused on leveling up his everlasting motion machine skill. The production rate feels slow. He found that if he mentally pictures the skill as a gear spinning inside him. Training hit different. Demonic energy surged. He called it a day, wondering how the skill would get. Suddenly, Bangu, his subordinate, telepathically called with great news. Bangu tried to spill about demonic energy but kept getting cut off, totally ticking Minjun off. Later, he sat his subordinates down, lecturing them for another brawl. The shapeshifter starts beefing, saying the Nightwalker tried to snatch his credit. They're about to throw hands. Our hero, fed up, yells for them to chill, concluding they found the crystal together. They immediately start squabbling again. But then Minjun menacingly repeats his statement. They instantly agree, acting like besties who never had beef. Though mad they risked their necks, he still thanks them for their grind, making them stoked. Our boy crushes the crystal, absorbing its demonic energy. His eyes snap open. He's unlocked Dark Sider.